I hope you like Warhammer books because this one is going to be me explaining to you what happens in those books. So let's begin. The Beast Arises. I am Slaughter. Chapter 1. We start on the world of Ardamantua in the year 544 of the 32nd millennium. Now a world filled with yellow smoke after the Imperial Fists have decimated the Chromes, an alien species, turning 7% of their biomass into aerosols. The Magos biologist was excited in telling this to Kurland, second captain of the Daylight Wall Company. Kurland couldn't care less. He was sent to kill the Chromes because he was good at it, and that's all it really mattered. He knew that if you kill something hard enough, it vaporizes and leaves a mess, be it smoke or embers or grease. The Magos biologist tells Kurland that the Chromes are not a high-factor hostile race. Despite them having armor and digital blades, or as Kurland puts it, claws. Now, another interesting fact about the Chromes is that they got their name because of their silvery skin. They were a bug xenox breed that swarmed in high numbers. But Kurland didn't believe that they were peaceful. He did not believe the Magos, because he lost a few battle brothers to this swarm of silver. We learn from the Magos that this species was met 66 times since the Great Crusade, and none of those times were they ever aggressive or hostile, going as far as comparing them to a rat infestation. Annoying, sure, but not overtly aggressive. Kurland said that they won't be aggressive again, because once they'll be done with them, none would be left. The Magos tried to, make the case that there were more, but the biologist and Kurland found themselves in a funny exchange with the biologist messing up the rank of Kurland. There he would learn that the Imperial Fists would give their brothers names depending on their character traits. Wall names, they say. The biologist asks Kurland what is his wall name, and the Imperial Fist answers,
I am Slaughter.
Moving on to the second chapter, still on Ardamantua. It took less than 6 hours for combat to start anew. The Imperial Fist ordered 90% of their chapter's strength to be used. This was a sign of strength and a political message about the necessity of the host within the Terran core. In total, the Crom numbered 88 billion, and more were to come. And from Ardamantua, Terra was 6 weeks away. It was the Imperial Fist's role to protect Terra, a role given to them by their Primarch, Rogo Dorn, before he would disappear. It was their legacy. More Chrome were inbound. Daylight Wall moved to intercept them, with 2 walls at their feet. Once the Chrome saw the Imperial Fist, they began resisting, dropping in the water and starting their attack. Once shooting began, it didn't take long for the Space Marines to create countless Chrome corpses. The Xenos breed was an easy target. Slaughter rallied his men with a Vox transmission.
Daylight Wall stands forever. No wall stands against it. Bring them down.
The men of his company echoed his words, and they advanced towards their enemies. Soon Slaughter would find himself against the Bugmen. He met them with his broadsword, a weapon that fought on Terra during the siege of the Horus Heresy. 3 Chromes would fall prey to Slaughter's sword. But that wouldn't be all. More Bugmen would appear. Slaughter liked fighting with a sword. For economical reasons, of course. It would save ammo for when it was needed. The Bugmen got close to him, and Slaughter began to slaughter. Yes, I am very funny. Behind him, there was only a trail of dead. With each step, 2 or 3 Bugmen would come at him, and like the ones before, they would meet his blade. Alongside Slaughter, another Astartes, Frenzy, tore through the Xenos with his ancient axe, an axe made before the Great Crusade. Frenzy switched grips on his axe like no other. His fury and grace earned him his wall name. The enemy's numbers started to increase. From Slaughter's right came Heartshot and Chokehold, shooting down the Chromes with each shell. Slaughter ordered his men. He didn't want to lose any more of his brothers. Okay, this one's funny. I wrote something stupid here. Heartshot and Chokehold would cut through the Chromes with their firepower. while ordering his men an adult Chrome stroke at Slaughter with his four-limbed claw. Slaughter's sword made short work of the bugman. Another Chrome appeared, this time bigger than the one Slaughter just killed. Compared to its skin, this one did not share the same silver skin color, but instead he was black and brown, as if he was made of bark. Slaughter would need 2 strokes to kill this Chrome, a fact he would consider inefficient. 2 more dark forms appeared. All through the Fist's Vox, sightings of such beings began to resonate. 2 strokes for one, 3 for the next. That's what it took Slaughter to kill the beasts. He was confused about why the Chrome kept their strongest warriors in reserve. Frenzy asked Slaughter if they need to fall back and regroup, but Slaughter replied that they would hold the line. Daylight Wall stands forever. No wall stands against it. Bring them down. All Space Marines understood their role. While ducking under a claw blade, Slaughter understood what these new enemies were. They were like them, the finest warriors of their race. Slaughter ordered on his Vox, use your bolters. For Chapter 3, we move to the Imperial Palace in Terra, and one of my favorite characters from this book. Before a meeting of the Senatorum, servitors burn nice-smelling woods as a holy incense for the Emperor. Vangorich didn't care for the dead, not even the divine. What he cared about was how something becomes dead. Vangorich would come to the Imperial Palace and make a devotion in a small chapel near Daylight Wall to appease his enemies that had spies observing him to report every improper action. He offered his enemies as part of the play. As Grand Master of an officio that once was strong, he needed to be humble and show humility, have faith in the creed, but not show any sign of bloodlust as his rivals thought a Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum would. But he was not alone in this. All members of the Senatorum had to show a sign of devotion so that the God Emperor may guide them. Some will show great displays of devotion to a ridiculous level, but the Grand Master preferred simple black clothes and made his devotion to small shrines. It would show his humility and humbleness, more so than the vainglorious and pompous display made by the more eccentric members. He presented himself humble, medium of build and height with black hair and black clothes, pale of skin and with a scar on the left side of his face. A scar he got from a duel in his youth that he regretted that it was done face to face with rapiers rather than with him, with a dagger in his hand behind his foe. Drakan Vangorich liked to kill things, as efficiently and effortlessly as possible, but of course, all for a good cause and a good reason. You see, the Officio Assassinorum was misunderstood among the Senatorum members. It wasn't a sore like the Minotaur's chapter. In Drakan's point of view, it was a necessity. And in a way, he is correct, because the Emperor approved of the office. The same way the Space Wolves were the Emperor's executioners, so too were the Assassins, but to a more curt level. And that is why the members of the Senatorum feared the Grand Master. Except forgetting that they get to vote on who he kills. The Grand Master would salute an Imperial Fist, and the Fist would respond back after a small conversation about the changing of the meeting place for the Senatorum. The assassin would ask the Imperial Fist, "Do you wish for the chance to kill?" The response he would get back would leave him speechless.
With every fiber of my soul and every second of my life, sir. But this is the duty I have been given, and I will perform it with my entire heart and will.
Still, in Terra, still at the Imperial Palace, you will see that the chapters for this one are, shorter than compared to other books in the series. Let's begin. We start in the Great Chamber, created for the High Lords, and also some chairs in for the other lower nobles. There's a statue in the chambers dedicated to Rogoldor himself, of course ordered by Guilliman, not by Dorn. You would get why. The Sanatorum didn't usually use the Great Chamber. They liked smaller places for more intimacy and immediacy. Vangerinch entered the room and he saluted Lord Militant Het, his only ally in the 12 Lords. Funnily enough, the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum was once part of the High Lords of Terra, the 12 high seats that governed the Imperium. But that was a century ago. Times were changing. Members of the Sanatorum were called to make place for other offices, like the Inquisition or the Ministorum, which Vangerinch agreed that they should be represented, but not by the exclusion of other members of the High 12. The assassins were replaced by the Inquisition, but Vangerinch liked the former and current inquisitorial representative, mostly because they acted much like the assassins when it came to protecting the Imperium. And as we get some description of the High Lords and the interpolitical workings of it, Vangerinch thought to make a map of how it worked for some reason. Bells ring, and the final member of the 12 comes in. Lord Guilliman himself, Lord Commander of the Imperium. Okay. Hold your horses. This isn't Bobby G. This was a guy named Uldin Macht Udo, and he basically held the title of Lord Commander of the Imperium and such. But like all those before him, he used the honorary title of his office because it sounded better. Lord Guilliman then ordered the start of the meeting, and so the session of the Lords began. Yeah, I told you it's small. They're short. Ardamantua. Throne-damned Ardamantua. The new warriors of the Chrome appeared more and more. The Imperial Fists had torn their way through the Chrome's blister nest. First Daylight Wall, and then 10 minutes later Hemispheric Wall. And so the Fists made their way into the heart of the Chromes. And heart is a good way to describe their structure. From the outside it looked like a blister, but inside it was filled with corridors and tunnels. From the little openings, the Fists could hear the sound of the Chromes, those noises they made. I know that was weird. But that would be drowned by the airstrike above. In the nest, Slaughter would continue his fight with bolter rounds for big ones, and his sword for the regular crows. He rallied his men with a war cry of Daylight Wall, and continued to advance in the nest of the Bugmen. Slaughter would meet a veteran of the Chromes. He would show it the proper respect from one veteran to another. Of course, he would kill the veteran with his bolter after losing his sword in a clash. Another 2 veterans attacked, but Slaughter killed one off with his bolter, and Frenzy killed the last one with his axe. Frenzy announced that 2 more walls were in the nest with them, plus a squad of assault marines from another. While the situation was looking up for the Imperial Fists, a powerful noise would distort their systems and almost leave them deaf. After a little talk about the possibility of the sound coming from a new weapon, they moved on. Half an hour later, while Slaughter and his men were locked in close quarters combat, the sound began once more. The sound stopped all in their tracks, including the Chrome veterans. But the veterans continued their attack, as if they were afraid or panicking. In Chapter 6, we're still on Ardamantua. The biologist's name was Phaeton or Phaeon Laurentis. Can't remember what it was, I wrote it bad here. While he was preparing to enter the nest, the noise messed up 2 of his servitors. The Magos ordered that he would need more audio drones shipped, plus a few other devices. He was denied those requests thanks to the undertaking commander. The next thing Laurentis did was to become a Karen and ask to speak with the chapter master of the Imperial Fists. This time, he wasn't denied. He was just put on pending. Of course he is busy, thought the biologist, and he went in the nest. The sky was turning black from the smoke coming from the nest. Laurentis was never this close to such sightings. The most he ever got to see was burnt scraps and fused tissue. Yet the biologist wasn't happy. The sound continued 4 more times in 90 minutes, and each time it lasted longer than the rest. Now we're going to change a little bit perspectives. to Master Cassius Mirhen of the battle barge Lancium. Yes, the chapter master of the Imperial Fist. Mirhem had been up since the start of the battle, receiving information from ground and aerial forces alike. The Imperial Fists are great planners. There's even an interesting bit where the Lion tells Dorn no plan survive first contact with the enemy, to which Dorn replies with, "Then you are not making the right plans." The next part goes on detail about how the chapter master saw war as a trial, a challenge to overcome. There are also talks of a new orc army at the frontier, but those are dismissed as frontier wars, too far from the Terran core to really matter. Ardamanto, on the other hand, was a different tale. It was close even if the threat was not that critical. But these opportunities were all too rare for the Imperial Fist. This following part goes on to talk about how the chapter master got a temper that made him seem closer to Sigismund than Dorn. Finally, the chapter master connects to the Magos biologist. They start talking about Laurentis' request, but the chapter master knew of the noise and why he needed it. Laurentis presumed the sound was not a sound weapon, but a way of communication from the chromes. Yet he needed to identify what it was saying. At the sound of that, the chapter master approved the biologist's request. But before they could continue to communicate further, the link broke apart. A clear sign the Magos had come under attack. Mirhan ordered a ground force to redirect towards the Magos and save him. We're now leaving Ardamantua not even in chapter 7. Laurentis was wrong. They were not digital blades, but claws, and the beast standing in front of him was one of those with a darker hue. He was praying to see one since he heard the Space Marines talk about them over Vox. Ironic, I know. Parts of the car convoy of the Magos biologists got wrecked. First, one got caught in a surprise attack, then another that fired last weapons at it, but with no effect. Laurentis tried to avoid the combat zone all his life, but he got stuck in the same place he never wanted to be part of. One servitor told the Magos to save himself, but that servitor didn't live long after that. Friendly fire was now on thanks to the servitor's malfunctioning death that fired his last weapon everywhere. 3 more servitors died because of that. 2 more will then die, and the Magos almost got shot himself. Laurentis got himself between one of the carts of the convoy and the wall, trying to flee the massacre while also trying to reconnect with the chapter master. Oh, he was afraid. So he ran, forcing his body to its limits. The convoy manager was thrown by the beast on a fall, and it fell in front of the Magos. The biologist wanted to help, but there was little he could do. He couldn't run no more. His freezing response getting the better of his flight response. The beast got close to him. The card the biologist was using was thrown up against the wall. And now he was alone, with the beast against the slimy wall. "Golden Throne preserve me," he said. While reading the book, I wanted to go back to Vangorich, but I was stuck on Ardamantua. And here we are in chapter 8 in Ardamantua, but this time in orbit. Captain Sauber, known as Severance, commander of the Lotus Gate Company, is discussing with some adepts about the noise burst. It appears to be a gravitational instability, slight ones, said one adept. The captain then moved towards the bridge of his ship. Following him was the captain of the ship itself, and then Severance ordered for a link to be opened to the chapter master. Captain Aquilina understood the gravity of the situation. She knew the ground assault would be compromised, but knew that they would have to back the fleet out. The captain didn't like the situation. His wall wasn't even deployed yet, and that was the whole reason he was here. On the star map, blisters were popping in and out, something the mistress of the ship had seen before in warp travels. But she thought that the phenomenon was only natural on the planet. Servant was connected to the chapter master. He told Mirhan about the instability and sent data to his chapter master. But suddenly, something went wrong. The ship was caught in a gravitational pocket that suddenly opened. The ship mistress told the captain to take his men and every auxilia on the ship and leave before the ship crashes on the planet. Told you they're short. In chapter 9, we go back to Terra. Imperial Palace, of course. The Senatorum meeting took 7 hours, and they would meet again after a break of 3. Love me bureaucracy, I guess. Vangarich retreated to his office to rest his mind, and what follows next is a rant about how ineffective the current Senatorum really is. The Grandmaster poured himself a drink and opened a drawer, then held a plasma pistol. He knew there was an intruder, not a malicious one. He was the bodyguard of the Inquisitorial representative. After a brief shaming, the guard told the Grandmaster where the Inquisitorial representative was. Vangarich poured another glass and went to her. They exchanged a few words about the humiliated guard and continued to talk. Item number 346 from the agenda was of importance to the Inquisitor. This was regarding the Imperial Fists fighting on Ardamantua. The Inquisitor thought that the fists shouldn't be needed, that the problem was one of political means. In her eyes, the Guard and the Navy had fought against the Chromes. The threat was bigger than initially thought of. The Inquisition brought up the matter of the chapter master to the chapter master and the rest of the High 12, but only the chapter master took it serious. Inquisitorial knowledge predicted that in 3 months the Imperial Fists would need reinforcements. The Inquisitor's plan is to force the rest of the members to approve reinforcements for the Imperial Fists. The Terran Corps was at risk because of politics. Vangarich came with the idea to let the Grand Admiral, or High Admiral I guess, be the hero, not to humiliate him. They would gather votes to support the reinforcements. This part ends with a nice exchange between the two when Vangarich thinks the Inquisitorial representative not telling him everything, including her name. And she responds back with, "Killing is your business, sir. Secrets are ours." Chapter 11. Yeah, still Ardamantua, but in space now. This will be a very short one. Chapter Master Mirhan saw the ship of Lotus Gate venting radioactive clouds. Mirhan asked if Lotus Gate got out, but he couldn't see anything. The ship was pointing its nose downwards, slowly descending upon the planet. He wondered if anyone got out. Mirhan ordered his men to get some evacuation ships before the ship would blow up. Suddenly, behind him, a screen flashed for a second. The master of the Imperial Fist asked if it was the Amkulon, the vessel of Severance and Lotus Gate. A detection officer answered his question. It was the Anthrax, and it just blew up. After the short one comes, I guess, a normal one. Chapter 12. The sky was weeping light. Slaughter made his way through the blister nest to the upper surface of it. It was raining, but instead of water, it was a substance that made things slimy and sticky. The nest was half destroyed from orbital bombardment, smoke raising from different places. Slaughter called his team to come up. First came Cutthroat that brought the Magos biologist with him. Following them was Stab and Woundmaker. The rest of Daylight Wall remained under the command of Frenzy. Mirhan ordered the biologist evacuated. 4 Space Marines would be enough. They couldn't contact the chapter master, but they would win the day. The biologist pointed to something upwards. There was a light in the sky with a tiny coal of red. They all knew it was the death of a ship. Woundmaker was angry, wondering how the crew got their hands on orbital weapons, or even ships. The biologist pulled an actually, they moved by pod, but none of the Space Marines were amused. They wondered what could have killed the ship. Was it an accident or coincidence? And if it was the second one, then someone was responsible. The same noise sounded again, twice more, hurting the ears of the Space Marines. Laurentis explained his theory and why he needed specialist equipment to communicate. The group made their way from the upper surface of the blister nest, whatever. Laurentis fell because it was slippery, and Cutthroat always pulled him up by the scuff of his hood. The biologist explained that if the Chrome were capable of speech, they could be capable of much more, like having ships. Slaughter asked Laurentis if he was right. Then, what could they be saying? At first, the biologist thought it was their surrender, but now he thought that it might be the Chrome asking them for surrender. While they ran to their position, booms started to follow. Explosions of light and bile from the nest followed next. The other members of Daylight Wall started to discuss if the Chrome had other weapons, but Slaughter told them to continue their movement. Laurentis had a theory that the Chrome were blowing up their own nest as a decoy to move their queen or eggs. Another bomb detonated close to them, knocking them down, messing up the gravity registers of the Space Marines. Slaughter asked if they were using gravity weapons or bombs. The biologist tried to find an explanation, but he couldn't find anything. And then, more Chrome attacked, but Stab and Cutthroat would kill them. Slaughter and Woundmaker would take the biologist, but they ended up near a river, and the Chrome came from the other side of the river. Slaughter met them with his broadsword, and he gave the order to protect the biologist. Next, they formed a 4-point defense, and that would amaze the biologist, but it would also scare him. There's nothing as dangerous as an Imperial fist standing his ground. In chapter 13, we go to the Tashkent hive of Terra, of course. Now we look at Vangorich, who was meeting with a fellow named Estad Wire, and Wire tells him he looks unhappy. It has been some time since the two have last met. Wire invited Vangorich inside. It took Vangorich 4 hours to reach this point, 1 from the Imperial Palace and 3 on the descent through the hive. For Wire to reach his current position as Arbiter, it took years, and in the end he got a position of filling crimes. Paper pusher, to be honest. Vangorich asked Wire how has life treated him since leaving the Official, and the Arbiter responded that one never really leaves the Official. The two start drinking coffee, or what stands for coffee in the 32nd millennium, and Vangorich confesses he just wants to talk to someone that has nothing to do with the palace. Wire was informed about the dealings of the High Lords and their usual power plays. Vangorich also mentioned about the Imperial Fist's current war, and that they were closer to the Terran core. Beast, as Wire used to be known, proposed to make the Grand Admiral Asung look good. But Vangorich already did that, and the Admiral played them. He offered some of his fleet, but to the rest of the Imperial Fists not yet deployed. Now there were none on Terra, or on the Phalanx. The pettiness of Noble was discussed, and Wire was terrified to know that the Imperial Fist reinforcements would reach the rest of the chapter in 6 weeks. The discussion went on to the pettiness of the High Lords and how they put humanity at risk, how beasts arise when weak men are left to rule. Vangorich tells Beast he might have to ask him to go back to his old job. Wire refused, telling his former Grand Master that it wasn't him anymore. To which the Grand Master answered and responded back such marvelous words. Beasts arise. And besides, one never really leaves the Official. Guess where we are going back to in chapter 14. Ardamantua. Outer System Approaches. Here we look at Daylight. Not the company, but a battle brother that was on Terra. He put his weapons on, combat knife, gladius, and a bolter, and he finally put on the laurel wreath that marked him as the senior in the Imperial Fist's reinforcement detachment. Daylight then walked on the quarterdeck space. Everybody looked at him in awe. Daylight was going to war. He yearned it since he became a Wall Brother. But he wasn't a fool. He understood why High Admiral Lansing sent the whole chapter to war, and the fact that he could do that spoke more of his power. Daylight got an honor guard of humans, and a blue cloak for this. The Azimuth, his ship, finally reached Ardamantua after 6 weeks and a half. Daylight took in the information about the war from the very beginning until this point. They had lost contact with the world during the warp travel, but now that they were in real space, nothing human came from the world. Daylight then moved to the state bridge of the ship. There he was awaited by Langsung's representative, Admiral Kiran, and Lord Commander Milton Het's representative, Maskar. The Lord Commander, one of the 12, joined the Imperial Fist on a separate vessel, if to prove the worth of the Astra Militarum or to stick it up to Lansung is up for question. Well, in this case it was both, to be honest. Daylight asked if there was any contact from the surface of the planet. Again, he was told that nothing human remained. Kiran put one of his officers to detail what was currently known. The planet was high in radioactive and geological levels. There was no sign of life on the planet or in space, to be honest. There was doubt if the chapter master and the rest of his fleet even survived whatever happened there. They might as well, but communication to the planet was impossible. There was talk of noises that resembled what the ground forces had heard weeks ago. Admiral Kiran proposed it might be a cosmic event, but Maskar said that it sounded organic, like a voice. When asked what they should do, Lord Commander Milton Het appeared through Vox and picked images, saying they wasted 6 weeks and they should attack. The Lord Commander gave his orders, but then deferred back command to Daylight. Daylight proposed a scout force, led by himself, to see what was happening on the planet and then report back. Keep the army at ready for once they met an enemy or an objective. The Lord Commander agreed, and disengaged. Chapter 15. We're still in Ardamantua. The Stonebirds entered the atmosphere of the planet, and, well, it was a silhouette through the canopy. The planet was a silhouette through the canopy. I don't know what I want to stick with this. But let's leave that behind. We get some exposition about the Stormbirds. Long story short, they are an ancient ship used since the Great Crusade, and Daylight orders 6 to be used for this mission. No one complained about that. News came from an adept that there was tectonic instability at the planet's equator, and that the poles were unstable too. The Vox got cut and replaced with that deafening noise. Daylight could endure it, yet he feared for the safety of his human auxilia. Flames burst from the planet. Daylight wondered if it was the implication of chaos. But it wasn't. It was a geomagnetic display. The Stonebird was shaking from the instability of the zone, but they were close to the blisterness. Another wall brother named Zarathustra asked if this was bad luck, saying that bad luck happens even to good men. Daylight observed Zarathustra use link to link communication, so that their human allies wouldn't hear his dissent. Zarathustra talked about a wall brother, Coldblood, that defeated a group of Eldars, only to then have the sun blow up, killing him, his wall, and of course the Eldar. Daylight responded that the Eldar engineered the sun blowing up, but those were just rumors. Zarathustra didn't like his story being spoiled though, continuing to mention that the loss of their chapter might have been an accident. Daylight asked if he suggested they retreat. Zarathustra said no, but to be prepared for the worst. In truth, this loss was a tragic one that put the question if the Imperial Fists were doomed to pass into legends, the first founding chapter to do so. Daylight reflected upon the plight of the Space Marines and how they were a dying breed, similar to the Eldar he fought once. One time, he killed the Craftworld leader, and their whole alien race cried at the sight. So too did Daylight, for the passing of a great era needs to be marked by all, including those to come. Zarathustra's words troubled Daylight. The Imperial Fists were good at defending places, but now the terrain was against them. The Stormbirds started to shake violently, the world under them being in a worse state than they expected. Oh yeah, there was also volcanic ash in the upper air bands. The Stormbird was going down. Fast. The human auxilia were not made for such flight trauma, so Daylight ordered them to stabilize, but they couldn't. Soon, 6 Stormbirds emerged and they kept formation for a while. Only 3 of them managed to stay in the formation. The other 3 crash landing in different parts thanks to a gravitational bubble. Don't worry, we'll continue this story in chapter 16. Anterior 6 was dead, alongside 9 other human fatalities. The situation was looking grim for Daylight and his men. Zarathustra went back to the crashed Stormbird to grab his spear and also end the lives of the pilot and co-pilot whose minds were broken from being connected with the ship before the crash landing. Brother Tranquility gave his report. In short, nothing worked, and they could only rely on themselves. A few more guardsmen were injured beyond help. Zarathustra came out and talked with Daylight and told him how bad the situation was. Next, Daylight talked to the commander of the guardsmen, Major Nyman, or whatever. Told him how the Space Marines will move ahead to some hills to scout ahead. Why did I write ahead 2 times? The Space Marines will move ahead to scout, and the commander replied they even put up a beacon if somebody will follow them. There was still hope below Commander Militant Het would not abandon them. That is what Daylight would do. Daylight also told him the sad truth about the injured men. The commander was in shock, but there was nothing he could protest against the transhumans. He and his men turned their back to watch over the horizon. Zarathustra joined them and started reciting the Litany of the Fallen, words spoken by Malkador himself during the heresy. Daylight, Tranquility, and Bastion boosted the litany to cover the sound of breaking bones and lost life. With a single breath, Daylight broke 5 necks. No, wait. I wanted to start with chapter 17. Whatever, chapter 17. Daylight, Zarathustra, and Bastion throw to the surface of Ardamantua. The sun was following them. Daylight wondered if it wasn't a good idea to finish the Tech Adept also. The Tech Adept got his brains jumbled because he was connected to the Stormbird, and during the crash he disconnected from the system brutally. He was still following them though, so that was good. Daylight wanted to give him a chance to see if his head could recover or if he had to put him down. Noise bursts continued to hit them, and to prevent his human allies from dying because of it, Daylight ordered the guardsmen to turn off their Vox communications, which Daylight knew was going to be terrifying for the humans, now left alone with their own breathing, scared in a spacesuit that vibrated every time the noise started. They reached the hill. Dark clouds were gathering at the sun. Once they reached the peak, they saw a ring of volcanoes. Gravitational anomalies bursting from the earth and throwing magma. Daylight thought of the hell that was once believed to be under Terra. Bastion asked if chaos was responsible for what they were seeing, to which Daylight denied it and said it was only a planet dying. Daylight saw a river and deduced that the blisterness was near the river, though the planet dying had changed the geography quite a bit. That would be their next target. He sent the information to Tranquility and the guardsmen that he escorted, but they were under attack. 18. Now the book is major. You can drink in most European countries. It was Chrome. The reinforcement have been briefed about the Xenos that was the enemy, and they saw how it looked thanks to captured footage from Helmpicts. The Beast attacked Major Nyman, the leader of the human forces, with the Space Marines. The Major shot it down, and after 5 or 6 shots, which is a lot. By the time the Major understood what was happening, they were surrounded by Chrome. His men couldn't hear him, but they formed a box to shoot at their enemies. A Chrome, one of those veteran types, managed to get past their last rifle fire and tear open a colonel. That's a weird word because I'm thinking about colon, but colonel, whatever. He tore open a guardsman. Tranquility, the big Imperial Fist Space Marine, came swinging at the veteran Chrome, hitting it twice with his hammer. But I wouldn't put the beast down, and they ended up wrestling. The Space Marine won, and he tore the Chrome's jaw and smashed it with his hammer. More Chrome appeared, and Tranquility went out to fight another veteran while the humans doubled their firing rate. The Imperial Fist would cut a path for the humans while his brothers from the hills descended down. Nyman gathered his troops and moved to the hills. Not all would make it though. Tranquility was protecting the rear by fighting the Xenos with his hammer. He would not be alone because Daylight Bastion and Zarathustra would join him quickly. The 4 Imperial Fists stood their ground while the guardsmen would support them with fire. Chromes were coming from the soil, silvery and dark, yet the Imperial Fists enjoyed it. With everything against them, they loved being back in war. Adamantua in orbit, 19. Lord Commander Milton Head was with Commander Moskar and Admiral Chiron. Head wanted to find the Space Marines, but the other two saw it as folly. Nothing has survived Adamantua. Yet the commander did not want to hear it, giving them the order that they will wait 5 more hours before sending another scout party. Moskar and Chiron didn't like each other, but they fought in many battles and knew that the Astartes were not immortal. Regardless, Chiron told the ship to get closer to the planet and send out probes. Maybe the close proximity would help them. Suddenly, the Admiral saw something and went to the command board to manipulate it himself. Once he was done, Moskar and Het looked at what was a ghost. A friendly ghost, said Chiron. The Admiral ordered all aspects and detector grids, to concentrate on the shadow. When asked by Moskar what it was, the answer was one that brought hope. It's a ship, my dear General. One of ours. 20. Still in the same position we were last time. The ship left Adamantua. It was a broken mess with its engines falling. The ship left itself be guided by Chiron's own. Much of its hull was damaged and one of its engines was dead. 2 cruisers went to the broken ship to use their tractor beams. Had asked who was the ship, and data reports indicated it was an aggressor-class ship, which meant it was either the Amklon or the Ambrax. A sensory officer confirmed it was the Amklon. Chiron ordered to be connected to the ship. After many tries and static, they finally connected. Aquilina responded to Chiron, telling him the fleet is gone and the planet is dying. Lord Commander Milton Het came beside Chiron and asked the ship mistress if she could report on what knowledge she had about what happened. Aquilina managed to save the ship once the noise burst and gravitational anomalies began by saving the people on board and ejecting the core of the ship. That saved them, but the rest of the fleet was gone. Moskar told Helt about Lotus Gate Company, and the Lord Commander asked Aquilina. Lotus Gate was sent on the planet's surface with a locator wand, but she lost contact with them. Once the image stabilized, Chiron and the others could see Aquilina and her crew were hurt by radiation burns. They wanted to send a medical team, but she refused, the radiation being too strong. Anyone boarding the ship would be sentenced to death. She continued by saying that while they don't have much time left to live, she would tell them everything she knows. The planet didn't just start dying, it was attacked. The noise has alien voices. She told them to watch the rising moon. Adamantua didn't have a moon, but now it did. And now the book is legal to drink in America. That isn't the moon, said the first navigator. And true, the so-called moon was too close to the planet of Ardamantua, its gravitational effects affecting the planet. The Lord Commander Milton Het couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the first navigator assured him that it was real, mentioning that the hazard they are seeing is like a shotgun hit. The first navigator called it an imaging artifact. When Lord Mascar asked what it is, Het mentioned that the Amkulon was also an imaging artifact. The navigator wanted to bring up the physical laws of the universe. But when you see demons, such laws don't really matter. Het knew that because he did face demons before. The image of the moon they are looking at was the image recorded by Aquilina before her ship went down. I think Adab mentioned that for all their knowledge, the image was a ghost, like something going through a warp gate. And wanted to know who this foe was that could move planets. And true, they didn't know. Admiral Kiran said he will place his full support to find out what this image is. Because if they can move planetary bodies, they can pretty much do anything. Leaving Ardamantua for Terra, the Imperial Palace. Chapter 22. Gwynedd was done with her meeting. The interrogators left her quarters. As the Inquisitorial representative, she knew that matters were dire. The Inquisition could not set policy that easily. She looked out the window of the tower that was the representative's own. There wasn't much of a view, the tower being fortified during the siege and after by the Inquisition to protect her. The Inquisitor raised and went to pour herself a glass of water. But she stopped when a sudden voice said that there could be anything in that. She tried to remain calm and show no surprise that Vangerich appeared suddenly and now stood in one of the seats left open by an interrogator. She went back to her desk. She asked, like what? And then Vangerich starts talking about toxins. Not necessarily lethal, but dangerous that could change someone's mood or make them more open to persuasion. They talk about having a taster, and the Inquisitor asked if Vangerich put toxins in the water. He of course denies any such thing. But anyone could have, despite the defenses of her quarters being so high. He managed to get past them. She had enough of his games. Vangerich admitted that her stool was the hardest of the 12 to get into. So he's told. He sits back and they start talking about the report from Het. Ardamantua is a mess. Vangerich tells her he knows she used him to move against Langsung and his allies. He liked being needed, but the threat was real and he thought the Inquisition is planning a coup because it knows something about the threat from Ardamantua that the rest don't. She sticks to her story. Vangerich then proposes that this is a matter of his officio, when other members see one as unfit the Assassinorum is used. The Inquisitor tells him to not be medieval, but Vangerich wants to be trusted, and he wants to know the truth. She didn't tell him anything, and he left after drinking her glass of water, telling her he would take care of the business entrusted to him. Caltro is now in front of him with a pistol to the Grand Master, but Vangerich walks away saying, "Far too little, far too late." I hope you like that thing at the Imperial Palace, because in chapter 23 we go to Ardamantua. Daylight led the way to the broken ridge, to a rubble-torn valley. Behind him a high pile of dead chrome. The world was dying. Lightning of red, blue, and yellow struck the planet. Bastion asks what is their purpose, and Daylight answers, to reach the nest, to find survivors, and if not, to continue the search. A gravitational anomaly bursted, throwing rocks and soil and water in different places, including towards Daylight and his men. A guardsman died, his head crushed by a rock. The Imperial Fists were good at holding their ground. but the ground was against them. Another blister ripped open, this time under their feet. 2 guardsmen got vaporized, and Bastion Ledger died, half of him looking like a squeezed lemon. Daylight felt hopelessness, but that was a luxury he couldn't afford. Another burst happened, but it mattered little as the Chrome caught up to the scouting force. The veteran kin also suffered losses inflicted by the dying world. The guardsmen shot at the Chromes, and Zarathustra took charge with his spear and managed to kill 2 without any worry, only to start wrestling with a third one that was getting too close to Naiman. Tranquility used his bolter against 2 more that were coming for the guardsmen. Once he was close enough, Tranquility used his power mace to kill the warrior forms of the Chrome. Daylight joined the battle with his gladius and combat knife. Daylight would kill 6 before another big one would take him down. He would manage to kill that one before another came at him. Zarathustra charged with his spear and the guardsmen unleashed their last rounds upon it. But a giant blast tore down every Chrome in the area. When they turned, the Imperial Fist looked upon others of their kind. Presenting him was Captain of the Lotus Gate Wall, Severance. 24. Severance told his Wall brothers that they have been on the planet for 6 weeks, or so it seemed. Time didn't work normally either on this thrown-down world. Daylight agreed, and to him it made sense. He told the captain that the walls of Terra are bare, but they have a substantial force with them. The captain mentioned how the chapter master wouldn't like that, but when asked by Daylight about Mirhen, the captain knew nothing. They were teleported there and they still kept the wand working. Severance said they looked for survivors until they saw the Stormbirds crash land on the planet. His second in command, Merciful, also mentioned they were looking for ammo. The chapter training was reliable, but the captain mentioned how the Chrome were not the enemy. That his gut told him there was something worse there and that they could hear in the wind. And another noise burst happened while Daylight was doubting his brother. Severance asked if they had seen the thing in the sky. When the answer was no, the captain took Daylight with him to show him the reflection of the lake. The sky was clear, but in the lake he saw it for an instant. When he played back the recording from his visor, he saw it. A black, ungodly moon coming closer to the planet. 25. Severance took his Imperial Fist brothers around the lake's edge until a signal flare appeared in the sky. He knew that was one of his own. Communication being screwed on Ardamantua, they resorted to using signals to communicate. The guardsmen couldn't keep up with the Space Marines, as you can expect, and Severance told 4 of his men to protect the humans and come with them from behind them later on. It took half an hour before they reached the flare's location. It was a second search party of Lotus Gate, commanded by Diligent. They reunite and Diligent tells his captain that they not only found the blister nest, but they also found survivors. The survivors used the nest to shelter from the planet. 130 Space Marines from Ballad Gateway, Hemispheric, Anterior 6 Gate, and Daylight Walls. And they were poor, barely had any munition, no heavy weapons or vehicles, and just a few fragile servitors. The group was led by First Captain Algerin, who didn't like the walls of Terra being unguarded. Daylight said that they made their choice because the chapter was beset. Algerin responded, worse than beset. The first captain started to explain what had happened to them. They were initially 300 with the chapter master, but the Chrome killed him, and since then they've wear them down by attrition. The chapter master died because he was angry. So angry he wanted to kill all the Chromes, until they got to him. Algerin stopped and asked about if they brought ships. The answer was yes, of course, but they awaited a good moment to evacuate. The first captain said there wasn't any. But the humans came with the 4 Space Marines left behind. The first captain told them that their former auxilia didn't make it a week before the noise drove them mad. But one remained, surprisingly. determined and scatterbrained. Then Daylight met Slaughter, who was glad to see his brother come after them. Next to a wall, a tailor-robed man was working on equipment. Daylight asked who that man was, and Slaughter told him he was the Magos biologist that accompanied them. Slaughter was assigned to guard him, and that's what he's been doing since. Daylight presented himself to Laurentis. The Magos was glad that he could tell the Wall brothers apart. The Magos told him, in a ramble, that he asked for specialized equipment, and then he realized that the chapter master was dead. Slaughter explained to Daylight that Laurentis thought the noise to be organic in nature, a way of communication from the Chrome. Initially, this is what the Magos believed, that it was either a communication for peace, surrendering, or a warning. But he no longer believed so. He believed it was someone else. But when Daylight asked who, the Magos only answered as someone very advanced. Daylight mentioned the ability to move a planetoid, and Laurentis went on how the Old Ones or the Eldars used to have this power. Weird. Daylight asked who had that power now, but he didn't know until they could translate the message. The biologist showed his machines and talked about what he was missing and how he made do with what he had. Daylight asked that surely this voice is hostile. Laurentis agreed, but also said that it might be worth listening to what it says. Daylight wanted to know if he would confirm hostile intent then. Laurentis didn't have to. He believed that the Chrome, like rats, were made hostile, pushed by a bigger predator to fight something it doesn't want. The Chrome are fleeing for their lives, and it made them aggressive. Daylight then asked how did the Chrome travel. The biologist proposed the idea of tunnels created by the voice pushing them, because the Chrome can't travel in space, though he wasn't sold on the name of tunnels. Subspace tunnels, the biologist went with. The rats were fleeing through these tunnels that might be subspace or warp itself. Slaughter mentioned that what was coming was dangerous. Daylight remembered that the biologist needed a servitor, and asked him if a tech adept will do. 26. The biologist complained about the tech adept having his socket ripped. Major Nyman told him the adept was hurt on the crash. Daylight proposed to the Magos to be more careful with the adept. Laurentis agreed. Captain Algernon didn't trust the humans could survive. He saw them go crazy in about 4 or 5 days. He also didn't trust the half-mad biologist. The captain mentioned it was a miracle the biologist survived. Daylight wasn't sure if he meant compared to the other humans, or that he didn't put him into the Emperor's mercy. Laurentis examined the tech adept and found some secondary sockets. He also seemed to have forgotten that the adept was hurt in the crash. The biologist connects the adept to his machines and explains he had the program done a week ago, but he couldn't read it. He needed a live cortex for the information to go through, and he lacked the implants. The Magos starts the machine, and the adept convulses and twitches to no end. But sound starts to be formed from his mouth, an ugly, animalistic sound that got larger. In the end, he repeated the phrase again and again in a deep voice. I am Slaughter. Laurentis wasn't pleased and blamed Slaughter for the poor adept repeating what he says. Slaughter looked at the adept and said, He's never met me. He's never heard me say that. He's never met me. Chapter 27. Ardamantua in orbit, of course. Something was happening around Ardamantua. The gravity storm was intensifying. Sensors and servitors went array. The main strategium died in a flurry of hololithic streams. This event had accelerated so violently that not even Admiral Chiron knew what was happening. The ship's scanning apparatus got fried. The Admiral was sure the planet was about to die. The gravity anomaly got bigger and it spiked. The planet will never survive. Worse yet, the molten core of the planet would erupt into space. The Admiral ordered for shields to be raised, and he hoped that his men and the other ships would have the wit to do the same. Head came out from his chambers and asked the admiral what was happening. Chiron could only reply that something terrible. He gave orders to reconnect the strategium. Monitors started to explode and sparks flew everywhere. Chiron's crew managed to make the strategium work. Het yelled, "What was that?" But Chiron told him to shut up. Mascar did not take the offense lightly, but when he wanted to protest the way the admiral was speaking to the Lord Commander Militant, he was told to shut up too. The admiral showed on a display a halo encircling the planet. His closest ships have died, but when they expected the planet to blow up, it didn't. Another planet had appeared next to it. It was smaller. It was the Phantom, the imaging artifact. The ghost moon, and it was here, it was real, and it was solid. Head did not understand what he was seeing, but Chiron did. From the moon, tiny shapes appeared like missiles. They were ships. The admiral ordered his men to bear weapons immediately. 28. Ardamantua. The improvised stockade was hit by a stunning sound. The stockade was dislodged, made to fly into different directions, like a sonic tidal wave that put down everything in front of it. And worst of all, it was the longest and loudest noise burst of them all, the kind that shakes your internal organs. The tech addict got up to his feet and started howling, "I am slaughter." The biologist's machine started to malfunction. The biologist and the major fell to the ground. Even the ground was shaking. Walls that once made the blisterness started to fall. Daylight and Slaughter went outside to see what was happening, but the strong wind pushed them back. Suddenly, the noise and the wind were no more, and the vibration started to dwindle. The tech adept stopped speaking and fell to the ground. Daylight and Slaughter continued their push to the surface. The brothers that stood outside were dead, not being protected from the sound like Daylight and Slaughter. The sky no longer had clouds, and all that was left was a buzzing sound in the air. The moon stood above them, black and immense. So close was the moon that they could see its surface, interconnected metal plates binding it together. They saw mosquitoes fly from the moon. Ships, thousands of them. They couldn't identify them properly, but Daylight knew the ships were of all manner of vessels, from small orbital crafts to void warships. It was an attack on a planetary level, an invasion force, if you will, and it rained down on Ardamantua, blowing everything up. Landers had dropped. Daylight and Slaughter had ordered their men to prepare. The enemy was one the Adeptus Astartes were all too familiar with, but they didn't understand how. This enemy never operated as such. Nevertheless, Daylight drew his sword and spoke to the Vox, the battle cry of his wall. Daylight wall stands forever. No wall stands against it. Bring them down. We'll take a break from Ardamantua and move to the Imperial Palace in 29. The official taught his members that an individual is more valuable when alone. Targets that are alone let their guard down more often. When more people are involved, then the vulnerability is on the assassin. 84,247. That's how many men and women were around the Lord High Admiral Lansung. Vanguard the scan beforehand to find these numbers. Lansung finished a speech to the Imperial College of Fleet Strategy. He was surrounded by 12 men from the Royal Baroque, an elite protection force that turned killers into better killers. The elite guard tensed up when they saw the Grand Master approach the High Admiral. The High Admiral, ever vigilant, told his men to stand down, since the Grand Master was a member of the Senatorum after all. The two then go and walk together. Lansung stops to shake hands, while Vangarich looks at the ceiling and the banners. while Vangerich tells him it was better to discuss in public because people get jumpy when he appears unexpectedly. Vangerich proposes to become political allies. Lansung had gathered power, and among Lord Guilliman and the High Ecclesiarch, he was the strongest member of the 12. The Imperial College of Fleet Strategy and its students were a church and the youth movement for the Admiral. The Grand Master told him that some might try to stand against him, even if none could actually do it. This ignited Lansung's paranoia, but Vangerich went straight to the subject. The real point was Ardamantua. Vangerich talked about what would happen should the threat to Ardamantua not be solved, should some of the High Lords try to challenge him. There were two reasons to ally themselves. The first, and most important, was the safety of the Imperium from outer and inner threats. The second one was that it was better to have the Grand Master as a friend, rather than an enemy. Okay, I'm glad you liked that part in the Imperial Palace. We're moving back to Ardamantua. Laurentis got up. Blood flowed from his nose and ears. The tech adept was dead. The Major was twitching on the floor and the Magos machine was fried. The former blisterness started to shake. The noise burst continued, but the Magos wanted to see the end of the world with his own eyes. The end of this world, so he dragged himself leaning against the wall. He got out to see a stockade up in flames, and the Imperial fists get outnumbered. The place was swarming with orcs. The biologist had never seen orcs alive before. He started to wonder, how did the orcs get on the planet, and how? But those thoughts got overwhelmed by the emotion of fear. The orcs were as big as the Space Marines, and even more brutish looking, radiating power and weight like no other. The orcs seemed well equipped, and even more so than normally. They had swords instead of meat cleavers, curved shields, and proper armor that wasn't disheveled. Besides that, the orcs had painted tribal markings on themselves. And true, what the orcs were now was the purest incarnation of mankind's fear. They were also ugly, I forgot to mention that. Mea culpa. The orcs cut through the Shield Brothers, and Laurentis reflected upon the orcs. They were a threat once, but that age is long gone. They couldn't compare themselves to the arch-enemy or the machinations of the Eldar. They were not a threat before, and especially they were not like this. But now, he understood why people feared them. He didn't understand how they were 6 weeks away from the Terran core, however. Laurentis looked at the moon, and a gigantic orc face appeared, screaming, "I am slaughter." But the biologist got spotted by an orc. Good thing Nyman came and took him into the nest, but the orc followed them. But don't worry, one does not become a major in the Imperial Guard without having grenades on hand. The major threw a grenade, making a part of the nest to collapse, but separating them from the orc. Once that ordeal was done with, Laurentis observed the major's vox was open, so he went back to his machine. Some were dead, but others still worked. The gravitational storm eased. They had little technology back. Nyman tried to contact the fleet connecting his helmet to the damaged Voxcast. After screaming azimuth a few times, Nyman was connected to the ship. It was a cracking connection, but it had to do. Unfortunately, the fleet knew the situation, but it couldn't extract the survivors. The Lord Commander Militant was put on Vox with Nyman. He was happy to know Nyman was alive. Nyman, informed his superior about the massive amount of orcs decimating Space Marines, and had mentioned it was impossible to get them out because they were stuck in a void battle. The biologist wanted to talk, and reluctantly Nyman gave the Vox to Laurentis. The Magos told Het that they must absolutely inform Terra. Ardamantua was just a stepping stone for the orcs. Next, Laurentis told Het that he must connect to the ship codifiers so they can send a detailed report about the orcs, including what they were saying. When asked how, the biologist responded by learning. In 31, we go back in orbit. Kiran pulled out his sword. You might think that's useless in a ship battle, but he didn't want to die quietly. His crew was running around frantically, repairing what they could. They knew what it meant for the Admiral to have pulled out his saber. They were awaiting death. They were outnumbered 30 or 40 ships to 1. Maskar wanted to flee, but it was impossible. They would be killed before they could. Kiran told Maskar that the Lord Commander Milton needs to make a recollection of everything they have found here and set astropathic links to Terra with the information. The Admiral would buy him as much time as he needed. Kiran and Maskar saluted each other before Maskar left. The Admiral told his guns to fire. Fired volleys of light, missiles, and void torpedoes left the ship, and they managed to kill a few Orc ships. Imperial cruisers were lost, but it didn't go out quietly, taking a few Orc ships before the Orcs' behemoth ship destroyed them. Maskar reached Heth. The Lord Commander told Maskar to summon an astropath. They had to send a lot of data. Heth pointed the communication console. Images of the huge mechanical Orc face from the moon was projected from recorded pic captures. The Magos was sending all the data he could. What the Orcs were saying was just declaration of hatred and slaughter. Maskar didn't like what he was seeing, though. Through an exotic pic recording, it was a gigantic Orc boss, so big that it made the Orc warriors look like children. The mechanical face projected what the Orc boss was saying, amplifying his voice. From the moon opened 3 ports, and from there, gravitational beams started to suck parts of Ardamantua into itself, throwing meteors with gravitational beams towards the Imperial fleet. Maskar could only say that we've beaten them before, but had responded that back at Ullanor, they had the Emperor and his Primarchs. But then, it was an age of gods. Maskar could only say the Emperor protects. But Head's response was a dark one. He used to. But we're the only ones here today. 32, here we go. Daylight knew there would be no glory, yet he craved battle. For war was duty, and duty only. Many nights he wished that something would happen, so that he could defend his wall with his brothers. When the call first started, he left everything without hesitation. On his way, he didn't think of duty, but only of glory. What he found was slaughter, the death of his brothers, and the extinction of the line of Dorn. Politics and cravings led to this, to the underestimating of an old enemy that was close to Terra. The Orcs rushed at him, his ammo spent. Only his gladius and his shield would make the Orcs pay a huge toll for his life. Algerim was gone. Tranquility and Zarathustra stood at his left and right. They formed a wall, a small one, and kicked orcs in the number. Killed orcs in the number. But there were too many. From behind, an orc cut him, pain going through his whole body. When he turned, he saw Tranquility headless. Daylight screamed, "Daylight wall stands forever. Daylight wall stands forever. No wall stands against it. Bring them down." He said it like it still meant something. Like there was anyone else besides the Orcs to hear him. He kept saying it until the Orcs tore him apart. 33. Ships died in the sky. The mechanical Orc face had small detonation-like explosions appear next to it. Slaughter hoped those were dead Orc ships, but he had a feeling those were dead Imperial ships. Slaughter lost sight of Woundmaker. He swung his sword, killing an Orc with a crimson face paint. Then he went to the Blister Nest, and there he saw a brother cut through the hip and spine. It was Severance. Slaughter tried to lift him, to patch him up, but the Imperial Fist was too gravely wounded. Severance gave him his teleporter, and told him there might still be hope, and he died quickly. Running inside the blisterness, he killed 2 orcs. Once he reached the former chambers why am I missing his name now? Laurentis, he saw Nyman was dead, and the Magos was stabbed in the gut by an orc warrior. Slaughter killed the orc with ease and went to the body of the biologist. Laurentis told him that the azimuth was gone, everyone on board of it. When Slaughter said, "Just us," the Magos replied, "Just you, really?" Laurentis died, and from the doorway orcs appeared. Slaughter rose to his feet and just said, "Who's first? There's enough for all you bastards." Back to the Imperial Palace of Terra, 34. It was a communication from Lord Commander Milton Het, talking about what they found. The moon was a key for orc travel. The subspace tunnel they traveled through was called the Wa Gate, approximately. He also attached the translation that Magos biologist Laurentis made. The name of the war boss could translate to slaughter, beast, or lord that will make great slaughter. Had implored the person seeing this to prepare, because the Imperial fists got wiped out, and despite their best efforts, they wouldn't survive. Once the communication ended, Lansung sent a message to Lord Udon, or Gulliman, that the 12 lords need to meet immediately. Only the 12. In another part of the palace, Inquisitor of Viand, saw the same message. She rose from her chair and looked at the interrogators. The message was sent to the Admiralty, but they managed to intercept it because they had friends in the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. She mentioned that Lansung would present it, or parts of it, to the 12 lords. Long story short, the Inquisition knew of this and never told anyone because they feared they couldn't enact the correct policy. They don't want anyone to know of what happened here. And, well, the threat is bigger than they first thought. A hooded figure asked what of the rogue elements, and the Inquisitor said they will be dealt with, or contained. Vangerich played back that part. He had on his data slate a recording of the Inquisitor's private suit. He leaned back in his chair and said, "Beasts arise, and as they rise, so must they fall." The final chapter, 35. Still on Terra, but in that hive city with a weird name. Esad Wire had an usual program. But the day changed. He received an asecond call that he only listened to and never said anything. Of course, it was highly encrypted. After this call, Wire told his superior he was ill and he left work early. He promised his supervisor he will visit the Medicaid facility, but he didn't go there. Caltro, Vinyan's agent, the Inquisitor lady, followed him to a terminal of mag lines and went into a basement. Deciding not to waste any more time, unless his targets expect him, he wired up and jumped on a man that had the same coat as Wire, breaking his back and his neck. When he turned the man over, he heard a voice. "You don't need to pay a poor man to wear a thick coat on a night like this." Wire was behind the Inquisitor's agent, I guess. He turned fast with his weapon drawn. But it was no longer Wire that faced him, but Beast Cruel. That with a smile broke his arm and then punched him right through his skull. Like, literally, his hand went into his skull and he came out the other side. Cruel complimented himself before taking his coat and bag and leaving the dead Inquisitor agent, while whistling a cheerful tune. Now we move on to Preador Prey, Chapter 1, Segmentum Solar, Rimworld Sectors. Invaders would make themselves announced through vast armadas or conquering of old lost territory, until the beast arrived. Local Imperial citizens did their toil without warning or care, the noise bursts being drowned out by the stars or Imperial frigates fighting off pirates at first. And then, the sound grew larger, and some could hear it. When translated, it was undoubtedly Greenspeak, Greenskins speak, promising a slaughter to come, blood for blood, an end to the weakling empire, and the sending of oblivion. And the beast made good on its promise. In the beginning, only 6 planets heard it. Then 60. Then 600. The noise burst disrupted imperial lives. And worse yet were the gravity storms that took world after world. The orcs' attack consisted of noise bursts, gravitational beams on their ships, taking on inner rim world after world. The beast was not the first to lead a greenskin attack on the inner rim, but surely it was the strongest. There was no stopping the beast. The Astra Militarum tried and failed countless times, no matter how hard they tried, getting overrun by the orcs. Only the Death World and the Adeptus Astartes worlds would slow down the beast's race. But in the end, the beast moved from planet to subsector to sector, until its filthy Xenos hands would get close to Terra. Chapter 2. Undyne, Hive Taich. Luxol Jera had the simple mission: get the Lord Governor out. But the Hive was going to be hell. It was funny that a former ganger and pirate would be sent out to save the Lord she robbed for many years. Of course, until she got captured and promoted to her current position in the Undyne 41st Maritime. Getting the governor out would be hard. He was old and needed help moving. Least we not mention that they had to reach the beacon spire. Luckily, being a former pirate, Lux knew how to navigate her way to there. The governor was pompous and didn't want to leave his palace without any of his servitors or pets. His marine mammals had an unfortunate accident that solved that problem. The rescue party got attacked from all sides by gangers, and the flooding seawater rising in the island hive didn't help. What also didn't help was that the governor was supposed to be rescued, but the effort, despite being carried by 2 valets, whatever servants, well, that effort kinda kept making his organs fail. His personal physician had to resuscitate him every few levels of the hive they had to walk. The Maritime had to navigate 2 days of labyrinthian hell of darkness and seawater, until they discovered light, and Lux wanted to go back to the darkness when she saw what she did. Chapter 3. Undyne, the Pontus Shanty. It was raining meteorites. Hive Galatea had fallen. It was a hive older than Tychus, and also bigger, but it suffered from the gravity quakes nonetheless. Above the ruins of the gigantic hive stood now a gigantic moon, with all its ugly and beautiful shapes, plus the giant iron-jawed face. Water sprayed out, throwing hot rocks, but not all were rocks, for some were the invading Xenos dropping from orbit. The hive was in ruins, and the orcs appeared from everywhere, hulking beasts coming for them. Lux tried to connect to Capricorn 6 while her men defended her and the governor. The orcs came out of water and everywhere. She could see in their eyes that the need to kill. A group of Marintin came to save them, but they quickly turned back against the orc tide. Lux gave her men permission to fire at will. Their last fire did little to stop the orcs. In the sky, the Thunderbolt fighter bombers appeared. Lux and her men ran from the orcs. They found a cover and closed it. The orcs tried to get in, but a wave of pressure stopped the orcs. Once they opened their enclosure, the shoreline was filled with charred dead Xenos bodies. They made a run to the pontoon shanty and put a governor on an amphibious community. The orcs came back in numbers, trying to get to Lux and her quarry. After some fights, the pontoon shanty was floating away from the hive. The water was aflame, and the thunderbolts came in for another round of bombing. Orcs came and tried to take down the boat of Lux. The pontoon shanty. She unloaded her gun into one's face, but another grabbed her by the leg. Using her commanding blade, she slashes the throat of the orc. A solid object hit the water, rocking the boat, dropping some of the inhabitants into the water. The waters of the pontoon got higher, and it started to shake while something hit it. It was a big, scarred and charred orc. Lux managed to divert its attention by shooting it with her last weapon. It was a game of cat and mouse until Lux found the little scared girl that she saved. She then started to climb up on the shanty. The orc left and moved to a different part. Lux could not hear any noise from her men. She expected the worst. And suddenly, Lux and the girl met the dark orc, while climbing. But the beast was hit by cannon fire. Lux continued climbing, and above her was Capricorn 6. Everybody was boarding it, but the lieutenant didn't want to take in the little girl and other hivers that had found refuge there. The Lord Governor intervened, ordering the lieutenant to take in the hivers. On Capricorn 6, Lux was glad she finished her mission and survived and saved the child inside of her as the one outside. Yes, she was pregnant this whole time. Yes, you find out now that she was pregnant. Regardless, while going in orbit from the ship, they saw a huge armada of freights and marine team prepared to fight, and her smile faded, because it wasn't enough. Chapter 4, Incus Maximal, Hyboriax Cryoforge. Incus Maximal and Malleus Mundi stood in the void like a pair of twins, until a third planet made its appearance. Phylax was the leader of the Forge World for 14 minutes and 32 seconds, the rest of the High Command dying during the invasion. He had the honor, or dishonor, of bombing his own Forge World. All this was done because breaking the higher cities would incapacitate the Xenos from reaching them, that stood below the icy surface. Phylax inquired about using their weapons on the moon, but they lost 2 blessed ships thanks to that. When asked about the ground troops, most of them took heavy losses during the first contact with the enemy. The Forge World suffered 8 billion casualties, and their chance of victory was of 0.4. Victory meaning not winning, but surviving. When he asked about the sister Forge World of Malleus Mundi, he learned it was doing far worse. Phylax allowed himself to feel pity and sorrow before his logical thinking came back. The planet was lost. The fabricator from Malleus Mundi kept fighting, yet Phylax knew it was lost. His advisors didn't want that, but he explained to them that the Omnissiah did not demand the lives of so many to be lost to carelessness. Phylax's plan was simple. Evacuate everyone, take every piece of technology, knowledge, anything. Destroy anything you can carry. They lacked enough ships, and the ambassador of Malleus Mundi offered the ships above the planet, or her planet of Mundi, for help. The Lady of the Furnace will die defending her planet. Well, that's the leader of Malleus Mundi. The survivors would go to the inner segmentum, and if that too would fail, they would fight the beast on the holy red sands of Mars. Chapter 4, Eidolica, Alcazar Astra. Second Captain Maximus Stain was now the commanding officer on the Bastion. The chapter master dying in the first wave of the enemy assault, and the first captain coordinating defenses in the tactical oratorium. His Auspex activated, and it was washed in red dots of enemies. The orcs were relentless, going through and killing and destroying everything in their way, including some promethium fields, whose destruction did little to stop them. Mendo Roach, apothecary of the Second Company, approached Stain. They exchanged a few words, mostly how the apothecary preferred to kill the Emperor's enemy. Luckily, orcs were approaching. Some serfs brought the apothecary a reserve bolt pistol, after Mendo was displeased with his current one. He dismissed the serfs. The orcs moved with great speed. There wasn't much resistance in the promethium fields. Since their dropping on the planet, the orcs all went towards Alcazar Astra, the fortress monastery of the Fist Exemplars. Initially, the Fist Exemplars were supposed to stop attacks coming from a warp storm named Rubicate Flux, and for that mission, they received their fortress monastery of Alcazar Astra from Dorn himself. Now, the Alcazar Astra was stuck on the desert of Eidolika, because violent eruptions from the flux almost threw it into a sun, but he managed to correct its course and landed there during the reign of its first chapter master. Destroying 3 of its 4 engines, a technology lost to the tech marines of the chapter, was the result of the landing. And that's how the Alcazar Astra ended up a planet fortress instead of a fortress monastery. But that was long, long ago, during the reign of the first chapter master that survived the Horus heresy. The Fixed Exemplars prepared for war, loading their munition and aiming at the dark moon above them with the fortress laser weapons. Reports from other captains came in, telling Tain that the enemy was encircling them, throwing tactics to the wind in favor of a wasteful assault. Tain didn't like that, and vowed he will make them pay for their arrogance. The first bolt from the Fist Exemplars started when the orcs got closer. The weapons of the fortress pulverized orcs into red mist, and Tain liked that. Soon the weapons needed to be reloaded, and Tain observed how easily the orcs closed in the gaps left behind their shot brethren. So much so that it looked like the mega bolters didn't do anything to the orcs' numbers. Tain told the first captain, and the first captain ordered to launch the birds. The Mega Bolters continued their futile attack while Storm Eagles and Thunderhawks bombed the orcs from above. Now this strategy was a winning one against any other enemy. But when Tain looked on, the orcs kept running while in flames. Tain asked his apothecary friend if he had any advice. The apothecary reluctantly agreed, and Tain opened a Vox channel. Roach told the Battle Brothers that the orcs are larger in size, so they will be able to take more damage, but a bolter round to the head will be enough to get rid of them. He also mentioned how a large opponent presents more weaknesses at the abdomen and throat level. Don't bother with the loins, just cut their legs off. Once the Vox was closed, Roach told Tain that they are his men, and he should talk to them. Well, he still can. The orcs charged at their fortress, their weapons missing the plates and hitting the sand or the sky. The Fixed Exemplars prepared their bolters, and Roach, told Tain to order his men to rank his men. Tain remembered a little of his past, and he opened his Vox. He communicated to his company that their foe is dangerous, but to trust their commanders, their armor, their weapons, that he is with them, that the first captain is with them, that Chapter Master Almenda and Dantaleon is with them in spirit, that the Emperor's blood is in them, and Eidolika belongs to him, and it is not the fists to give away. Then said how he knows they will do their best and make the chapter and the Emperor proud. Fulfill, my battle brothers, the purpose for which you were ultimately created. Then loaded his Umbro pattern bolter and picked his first greenskin target. And then he gave the order to open fire. Chapter 6: Terra, the Imperial Palace. On the feast day of deliverance, the High Lords of Terra would meet only in the most urgent of cases. And lately that was all the time since the Ardamantua atrocity. Today's business dealt with the loss of the shrine world of Fleur de Fides. Such matters would not be communicated to billions on Terra out of fear that they will become hysterical and other groups would join together to make moves within the Senatorum. The High 12 stood to discuss the matter of such losses. Somewhat too cold and calculating, but that happens when you are far away from the planets dying and you have to take care of a million more. The next part talks about the Fabricator General of Mars and how he serves 2 masters, and how he fed the information of the Chrome to the Inquisition. Also, how he made sure only the Mechanicus had the best data available regarding this threat. But leaving that aside, we move to a description of the masters of the Astra Astronomicum and the Astra Telepathica, and the navigators, and how they weave the way of the Imperium's travels. Next he talks about Lord Commander Udon, the master of the Arbiter Zek, and the master of the Administratum Eckhart. We also learn how now that a man named Verold, I'm gonna hate that name, has taken the position of Lord Commander Militant in Het's stead. The book goes into detail to blame Udon and Eckhart for the Adamantua atrocity. Nevertheless, we are at a feast, and who better to be at a feast than the Inquisition representative Winad and her new bodyguard. We get some moments where she looks with content at all the rest of the High Lords and talks are about how the Inquisition is a cure, and how it has set things into motion. Chapter 7. Terra. And an interesting place, the Ecclesiarchal Palace. Mesring, the representative of the ecclesiarchy, has spent his time in his sacerdotal skiff that took him from the imperial palace to the ecclesiarchal. Don't ask why that was so hard. Palace. People gather around to see him. He had to talk some important matters, but first, he will go to his chambers. On his way to his chambers, he undressed layer by layer, and also asked for the companionship of a random woman he saw. In this process, he also had the savant priest remove his rings. But for whatever reason, the same priest put on a ring. Mersing tried to slap him for that, only to be caught and put to the wall by the priest. The priest even threatened Mesring. The savant priest was Mersing's helper for over a decade. He knew his every in and out. Mesring asked who he was and what he wanted. The priest moved something in his mouth before biting, and he transformed. More like his mask fell off his face to reveal that the savant priest was Vangarich. The ecclesiarch was outraged, telling Vangarich that the High Lords will hear of this. Vangarich threatened that Mesring would have his head cut off, and one of his operatives would wear his skin if he doesn't shut up. To which Mesring agreed. Vangarich told him that Mesring should start another meeting of the High 12, where he would mention the loss of the Shrine World as punishment from the Emperor for the High Lord's actions in the Rim Worlds. Mesring didn't like this plan. In truth, it was blasphemy. Vangarich responded that Mesring does that every day. The plan was to start a war of fate and convince High or Grand Admiral Lansung to take his fleet from the frontier worlds and join with the Astra Militarum and the War of Fate. Because these orcs, this beast is a threat to the whole Imperium, and it is Mesring's duty to protect the Emperor's domain. Mesring asked that if he would do this, what would he gain? Vangarich replied, his life. The Grand Master had poisoned the Ecclesiarch to slow poison that would kill him in 3 days, should he not convince Langsung to join his navy with the rest of the forces. Vangarich left shortly after, and the priest recovered his ring, a Jokaero digital weapon that Vangarich used initially to threaten him. He pointed at the Grand Master, but changed his mind when he thought about the poison reacting in his body. Chapter 8. Incus Maximal, Maleus Mundi, in orbit. Boy. Astropath Orm de Zut was getting intoxicated. This part comes with a description of the astropaths. Black eye sockets and spindly body, and slits for nose. To be honest, they look more like insects than men. Some Mechanicum adepts were chastising Zut, telling him how important it was for the data package to reach the Fabricator General. Auspex mechanic Kilo Stolik was assigned to monitor the competency of the astropath. The Zut opened the observation port, where in the dark void only Incus Maximale Maleus Mundi dominated the dark space, accompanied by the Orc Dark Moon. Yes, I wrote a lot of dark here. I don't know why. I just like dark. Guess I'm edgy. A fleet of Adeptus Mechanicus was reciting its last survivors from the Forge World. Was rescuing its last survivors from the Forge World. The Adepts were not pleased. Their vessel was sent there to observe what was happening and send data to the Fabricator General. The Zoo wasn't pleased because he heard the dying cries of many, and he was bound by his order to report back on those. Something the Mechanicus that were with him forbid. The Adepts could close their screens in front of death, but the Astropath had to feel them all in his head. Another Adept named Zigo, I'm not sure if it was a man or a woman, who I think is a woman initially though, anyway, proposed to send the data earlier, because the Astropath's weakness of flesh might leave them in a position where they can't send data to Mars. After some short exchanges, they agreed it was for the better to send incomplete data rather than no data at all. Chapter 9. Mars. I'm not sure I can pronounce this. Olympica Fosse Titan Assembly Yards. The Fosse thing is really beating me. Moving on. A vessel with Titan parts arrived on Mars. The vessel was automated, working only with servo drones and servitors. But on it was a black hooded figure, a stowaway. In the shadows awaiting the hooded figure were two individuals wearing the red robes of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Two more wearing black, and another one was huge but closed in a cryo-containment pod. Initially I wrote crypto-containment pod, that would have been weird. The stowaway asked for identification. One of the Mechanicus presented as Clementia Yindo of the Temple Vanus. Another was Mariazet Isolde of Temple Calidus. The other two were Saskin Hast and Sclera Verux of Temple Vindicar. The last one in the cryopod was Tybalt the Abolite of Temple Eversor. Yindo asked for the identification of the stowaway, Drakan Vangorich, Grandmaster of the Official Assassinorum. All other assassins dropped to their knees, except Tybalt. Duh. Vangorich did not tell his sleeper agents of his coming to avoid useless ceremony. The Grandmaster asked if they were secure, and they were. Then Vangorich spoke of the importance of their data for the Imperium. After some talks, apparently the Fabricator General withheld important data from the Senatorum. Vangorich learned that the Mechanicus were observing planets that had shown signs of infestation of the Chrome. He also learned that Vinyad knew of the situation from the Fabricator, but the Fabricator cut her off. The Acquisition left the operatives on the planet though. The Fabricator sent vessels all around, including Ardamantua, where they are still active. Apparently, they detected the gravitational storms before they happened and had time to stay safe. What makes this even worse is that Ardamantua wasn't the first world to fall like this. Others have been waved off as other phenomenons. Yindo made the case that the Fabricator worked against the Imperium and he should be executed. But it wouldn't be so easy. In truth, Vangorich needed the Fabricator in his so-called grand experiment. Yindo intervenes, talking about the fact that the Mechanicals were also after technologies, having some heavy security projects under excavation and construction under Mars. The operatives didn't know what the Mechanicus was doing. They did not get access to the projects. But from the collected data, it seemed that they were interested in the way of teleportation or subspace travel, same way as the Orc Moon does it. They speculate that the Fabricator plans to move Mars when the Orcs come for Terra, and even if that would not happen, then that would make Mars a dangerous weapon. Vangorich takes his leave. Yindo calls to him and to tell him this is just a speculation. They don't have any evidence in support of this. But Vangorich leaves them with another order. Red Haven, priority Primus. Find some. Chapter 10. Throne Dam Ardamantua. There wasn't anything really left on the planet. It was a ruin. Artisan Trajector Argus van Auken was in a crater, taking readings and sending them back to his vessel. The Mechanicus walked on the bodies of Xenos and Imperial Fists alike, trying to study the catastrophe and what caused it. But sentimentalities were useless for Argus. Knowledge was above all else, and he had the ability to ignore trivial matters, even despite what some of his underlings might have suggested. The beast destroyed everything, but only data remained, and Argus's goal was to send it to the Fabricator General. Going down a slope, Argus saw the Magos biologist had put electromagnetic rods in the earth, giving a little life to the dead orcs. Argus took a Skitari warrior with him and entered the tent of the Mago biologists. This one's a weird one. Eldon Urkidex, from now on only known as Eldon, the Magos that wanted to interfere during the destruction of Ardamantua, but was refused by Argus because their goal was to collect data, not intervene and try to save people. That's who Eldon was. Argus told him his team was done with their data gathering. Eldon and his team examined a dead orc and did not look up at Argus. Eldon asked for what they found. Argus told him that the orcs brought the gravitational damage to the planet, and it was still there, but it was decreasing now. Argus was very talkative, but Eldon spoke with one-worded answers, until Argus asked for the biologist's hypotheses. Eldon asked why rush such research, but Argus informed him they had to leave the planet and rendezvous with more of their colleagues to watch another planet die. Eldon wasn't so happy about that. But Argus made the point that other planets die so Mars can live, and then asked the biologist what he had to add to the data package. The biologist showed Argus the brain of the orc and told him how their ability for technology is something within their own being, something ancient, not something that was developed like in the case of the humans. Plus, they present a weird brain frequency, something ancient once again. Argus asked if it was psionic, but the biologist still didn't know. But Eldon had an experiment. He ordered some servitor to put an orc weapon into its hands. And boy, did that thing start working. Almost like that thing was alive. Almost like the orc was alive. The only way to stop the weapon, a chainsword of form I guess, was by cutting the orc's wrist. The frequency their brain emanated made things move, even in death, as the frequency grew smaller. Argus asked if this could be replicated, but there was no way to know for sure. Pride and greed enveloped Argus, but there was something more. The orcs had the same origins. With some luck, they could pinpoint their origins to a planet, to a world. As Skitari interrupted them to tell them that there was sign of life beneath the earth. The Skitari took them, and once they reached the zone, they found a dying tech priest. It was Laurentis. Argus and Enderon had a short exchange with the artisan in the end not being that kind, and the biologist applauding Laurentis' work. Well, of course, Argus would pick on Laurentis. In the end, they decided to bring him to life to get more data out of him. Argus and Enderon went inside the cave, where they found Laurentis, and there was a human-sized cocoon from the surface of which a yellow pauldron stuck out. It was the form of suspended animation specific to the Adeptus Astartes. 2 more cocoons were there. They decided to bring the Imperial Fists because, if you couldn't tell from their color, they were Imperial Fists, on their vessels and try to bring them back to life. Chapter 11. Terra, the Imperial Palace. The Senatorum was in full session. Vangorich didn't want to be there, but his absence would lead people to wonder what is happening, and wondering was dangerous. People didn't really want to talk to the Grand Master, or be seen talking to him. But a black hooded figure came to him, a tall woman that Vangorich immediately recognized as Kaltro's replacement, the Inquisitor's bodyguard. Vangorich turned his back to her and continued walking. She got up to him. The Grand Master recognized that it was a shame what happened to Kaltro. He enjoyed their games. The bodyguard told him that there would be no games with her. He asked her for her name, but of course she refused. The bodyguard talked about Esad Wire, but Vangerich replied nobody worked for him under that name. In truth, his name was Beast Cruel. But the Inquisition considers Kaltro's fate a misunderstanding. The Inquisitor wants Vangerich not to meddle into what is happening. Vangerich didn't take that kindly, because after all, the Inquisition withheld powerful information from the Senatorum about the threat. In an apology to the Grand Master, the bodyguard offered him the information he wouldn't have. The War of Fate would be declared, but the Admiral would not commit his troops. Instead, he would recall his vessels to form an armada in a different place, in the Galclesian cluster, making Merstring's War of Fate a fateless war of words. When asked why she is telling him this, it was simple, to make him stop doing anything. If he wasn't part of the solution, he would be part of the problem. Vangerich would give her a speech about what the goal and balance of the High Lords was when the Emperor created it. Another speech about how the Assassinorum's role is to keep offices in check. Vangerich left the bodyguard and grabbed a cup of wine from the silver plate of a servitor. In his reflection, he saw another figure join the bodyguard. From studying her very closely, Vangerich realized that the real Vineyard, the Inquisitor representative, was the bodyguard. The woman on the seat, just a puppet masquerading as her. The Grand Master continued to walk until he reached the bathroom, where he contacted Beast. He told Beast the Ecclesiarch screwed them, only halfway. Beast asked if they should withhold the antidote. Vangerich instead told him to give the Ecclesiarch only half, and that they would meet at Mount Vengeance. It was time they got to work. Chapter 12. Aspirin System, Mendeleev Point. The edge of the Aspira system was filled with floating rock and ruin, because Aspira was no more. Through an astropathic message, Marshal Bohemond, of the Black Templars was called in the system. They came with a few vessels from the Imperial Navy. The message warned of the Orc Moon, but this one was missing a part of it, letting the Black Templars see a portion of it inside. Glasser and Claremont ordered to smash their ship against the Xenot's ragged vanguard. The Marshal allowed it, taking satisfaction in the Orcs' death. The Marshal hated Orcs, and he fought them numerous times, even losing his eye to one Orc shaman. But the shaman would meet its end because while it tried to fry the Marshal alive, he pushed through with his hair in flames and killed it with his bare hands. The sight of the moon filled the Marshal with hatred and contempt. He wanted to be on its surface, slaughtering the Orcs that lived there. An order of attack was given. 2 ships would accompany the Marshal, and two more would accompany another. The other ships of the Navy would follow behind them and provide support. The Marshal ordered the ship's shields to be set at maximum charge, and that his battle brothers embark and prepare for void combat. But something was amiss. The Navy ships did not respond back, and they slowed their advance. A bondsman came and told the Marshal the Astropath would have a word, and it's important. Now, they didn't really like Psykers. Of course, you can imagine they didn't really like their Astropaths, but they were necessary evil. After a few quick glances, the Psyker was allowed to enter the bridge. The Astropath brought important news. The Commodore of the Imperial Navy received orders from Terra that superseded the Marshal's own. The Commodore would take his fleet and meet with the rest of the Navy in the Glaucesian Gulf. These orders came from the High Admiral Lansung's own Astropath. The Gastron thought that the humans were playing for time, not knowing who to insult, the Astartes or the High Admiral. The Marshal ordered a message to be sent to the Commodore asking what is happening, or else the Marshal would come personally on board. Their ship would be assaulted by Orc guns and kamikaze bombers, but the shields would endure. When they put a battle cruiser in front of them, the Black Templar's ship blew it off. A vox call was received from the Commodore's ship, but it was the flagship's lieutenant that answered. The Marshal wanted the truth, and he would have it. The lieutenant told the Marshal about the order, and the Marshal said they can follow their order once their battle is won. But everyone has their orders, and the lieutenant closed the communication after telling the Black Templars they will follow their Vermilion order from High Admiral Lansung. This outraged the Marshal. The Castellan tried to invoke old orders and promises, but the vessels of the Navy were hauling off. The Marshal asked how many ships they had left with them. They had only 3. Until the red alarm started, an orc train came and destroyed one of the ships of the Black Templars, taking with them 41 battle brothers. Apparently, the orcs were using gravitational weapons. The Marshal ordered all chapter vessels and navy attendants to form behind the battle barge. The Castellan did not approve of this. Not at all. But the Marshal was too much of an amazing warrior to let that stop him. The vessel rocked, and it was hit by the moon's gravitational weapon, and it was damaged. The Castellan tried to convince the Marshal that he could not win. Not like this. The Astropad received many Mortis cries for help. And then the Astropad started to name each world that cried for help, from Macromunda to Undyne to Eidolica. The Marshal looked at the chaplain, who told him to choose. The Marshal made up his mind and ordered his fleet spread apart and be prepared for immaterial translation. He had a destination in mind. Chapter 13. Ardamantua in Orbit. The survey brig Subservius found a stability point in the shadow of the Amcolon. The Magos Eldon was glad because of that. He needed all the stability he could get. On a table there were 3 cocoons of the Imperial Fists. Their life signals were low and fading, and so Eldon called upon every Magos and servitor he could to somehow get them out of the cocoon. Laurentis was on another table, now stabilized, and his lower torso would wait to have more cybernetics applied, though it was not sure if he could survive it. Argus coordinated the extraction from Ardamantua and was eagerly waiting to go to Macromunda, where the orc invasion was still in its infancy. They still had the data package to send, and Argus hoped that he could add his information to that of the Imperial Fist's information. But it wasn't going that well. First, one of the Space Marines had died, followed by his second brother. The laboratorium was in a stage of agitation. One last Space Marine remained. The priests talked and tried their best, but they were losing the subject. By the time they were done, half the Space Marine was outside his body. Eldon asked for last rites to be done before starting the autopsy. Nobody will ever know, but we just slaughtered the last of the Imperial Fists, he said. Argus chastised him for his sentiments. The other priests were dismissed and only Eldron and Argus remained, with Argus asking what have they learned. Apparently, the Mechanicus intervention was a bad idea. The Space Marines could have survived in their cocoon alone. Argus then said Eldron's sentimentality was a falsehood, and other threats were added to that. But when asked about Laurentis, the biologist from Ardamantua fell from his stable and went to touch the yellow armor of the Imperial Fist that was butchered. After messing around with some settings, a new life signal started to pulsate on the equipment. An Adeptus Astartes life form. And it was coming from the Amcolon. Ascitari offered the final piece of information, the one about the Amcolon. Argus ordered a Skitari leader to rescue the Space Marine and told Eldron to keep this one alive. The Skitari would be compromised, and that would be their final death. But the Space Marine would be recovered. Chapter 14. Undyne Submerged. There was no place to sit on the armed submersible Tiamat, but Luxal Gera found a place to stand. That all coming after an attack at High Ferus. A general and an admiral decided to use the mercantile hive for supplies and munition, but got attacked by an orc bomber that carried great bombs and tiny planes around it, destroying everything in their path, only leaving the submersible alive because it was in the water. Lux got lucky. She was quickly invited on the Tiamat to be promoted to captain before things went awry. The vessel submerged when all the vessels of the planet were destroyed by orcs. She wanted to tell her crew and her lover of her new promotion, but they were gone. She was called on the Voxcom, but she couldn't move, the sadness overtaking her. She regained her composure a little later on, her mind going numb, but still going to the conning tower, her legs guiding her. People were running around the tower, trying not to think of their destroyed world. The governor was there, looking less like a noble and more like a responsible man. A hololet showed the world was devastated. Many hives have been destroyed with the exception of 3 or 4. The admiral and general, hiding their feelings with a veil of professionalism, looked at the hololet. The admiral acknowledged her, but the general didn't. The general knew she was aware about the hopelessness of their situation. Some discussions are made and asking about aid from asking for aid from neighboring worlds and the Black Templars close by. But there was hope the Templars should be enough to stop the orcs, that they would be what the water planet needed. But if they didn't, there was a contingency plan in place. On a small island named Desolation Point, a pirate haven, there were planetary destruction weapons. Virus bombs. The plan was to deny the orcs the planet. Suddenly, Lux's lover didn't seem so distant. Of course, this was only a contingency should the Templars not arrive. Lux agreed with the mission, and she was presented Commander Tyrehone, who would help her detonate the bombs. Chapter 15. Eidolika, Alcazar Astra. Wall after wall of greenskin fell. The 5th exemplars knew, as all sons of Dorn, what it means to defend the wall and how to bring it down. But against the orcs, it was useless. After one wall fell, another appeared. The orcs entered the fortress, and the Space Marines welcomed them with blade and bolter, not giving an inch to the beast without a proper toll. They fought for their commanders, for their chapter, and for their fortress monastery. Captain Maximus Stain fought alongside his men, but reports came in. The orcs were attacking from all sides. The Space Marines conserved their ammo. They didn't know how long they had to fight. Thane would be caught by the orcs, but he would respond with his Umbro bolter. More beasts would fall thanks to the captain. In the brief moment of pause, he gave orders to his men. A land raider would have helped them a lot, but many of those were lost alongside their chapter master. While thinking, Thane got grabbed from behind by an orc that wanted to squash him. But the apothecary Roach saved him by cutting the orc's legs. A thunderhawk roared above, but the orcs didn't care. When one fell, 2 more would rise to take its place. The captain and the apothecary stood back to back. 1 kill with chainsword and 1 with bolter. 14 mortalities have been suffered by the 5th exemplars. The captain was glad that it was only that, but the apothecary told him to do the arithmetic. They wouldn't see dawn. The apothecary told him the good news is that their losses were the fewest. The 2 worked together to take down an orc with a hammer. The greenskins were so many, shooting was now at point-blank range. Even the apothecary started using his bolt pistol, thanks to the cramped space. Thane would kill an axe-swinging orc that found him lacking, and then he voxed for support. But the first captain ordered no men to leave their position to not risk breaching, and a member of the chapter master's honor guard would have to relay that message. Which is funny, because it already happened. They already got breached. The Mega Bolter stopped by the order of the Forge Master, but the captain and apothecary needed them. Protocol wouldn't allow it. Thane ordered to be patched to the Forge Master, and then his gun ran out. He would need ammunition, but there wasn't time for such expedition now. Thane fought in hand-to-hand combat while he connected to the Tech Marine. He ordered the weapons to start firing, but the Forge Master wouldn't allow it. Plus, they didn't have the men. In truth, there was little that could be done. The captain allowed himself to dream a little about the fortress taking to the void and exterminating the orcs. But that kinda costed him. A giant beast almost cut him to shreds, but he got saved, once by the apothecary who realized the orc sword was stronger than his own, once by a space marine trying to gun the beast down, and once by a battle brother who stabbed the beast. The orc made quick work of all three, knocking the apothecary away and killing the other two. But Thane would win this encounter by ejecting his clip into the orc's face and punching the clip deeper. The apothecary would kill a group of orcs surrounding him as the Forge Master made contact with the captain again. Thane ordered for one of the engines of the fortress to start. It wouldn't fly, but it would incline. The Forge Master protested, but finally agreed. Thane walked over to the honor guard of the former chapter master and told him to relay the message to the battle brothers to lock their boots on the hull, because they would be going for a ride. Chapter 16 Undyne, Desolation Point. Lux and Trihorn made it closer to Desolation Point. From the sky, rocks and capsules fell in the ocean. The orcs reached the island before the humans. Devastated pirate ships were looted by the orcs, and from the island smoke raised. Lux didn't start right with Trihorn though, and neither did she with his men. She was a northerner and a former pirate. Even her rank didn't mean much to them. Her former force being, now a grunt a grunt coastal guard and boardsman. What really irked them was her order to eat before the mission. They didn't like that. But it was important. She gave them tonweed. Pirates from the island managed to fight against the orcs, and while they were on the island, they were not as numerous, they observed, the orcs referring. What else helped the pirates were the giant helicondras, eating the orcs alive. But the helicondras caught one of the elite mariners from Trihorn's command. Apparently, the rations given by Lux were there to help them be safe from the helicondras, and this elite member didn't eat his wheat. They made landfall pretty quick, disembarked and assembled their weapons. They reached their point, the city of pirates. Lux had a flashback about her childhood. While leading them in the city, they avoided pirates and orcs alike. Only in the rare circumstances they met an orc, Trihorn's elite would get rid of it silently. Once they reached the city central, they learned that the weapons were there, but below a few levels, or sub-levels. In the middle of the city, they found themselves surrounded by pirates. But that ended quick. Rocks and capsules fell everywhere on the world, and it was only a matter of time before that would happen here also. So the captain of the pirates got crushed by one capsule/rock, and Lux took her men down to the sub-level. They reached the flooded bottom, and under the water they found a hatchet that led to the weapons. They went inside and tried to connect with Tiamat, without success. Lux gave orders to keep trying, and Trihorn primed the bombs for launch. Chapter 17 Eidolika, Alcazar Astra. The first captain was dead. Thane couldn't hear the transmission over the sound of battle, and the gunships above him. Initially, picked images showed the first captain and his men had won the battle, but an orc yet lived, and he used the bomb, taking himself and the captain out. Despite their best efforts, the orcs still came at them, their moon launching more of their vile kin. The Forge Master started the engine, and the fortress inclined as expected. A tide of orcs fell to the sand below that was incinerated thanks to the plasma drive engine. Whatever orc clinged to something was dispatched fast. Then ordered the fortress to lower itself. This bought them time to gather more ammo and blast at the orcs from afar. They had reached their goal. Dawn was upon them. Thane told them to stop firing. While the orcs ran and prepared to kill the defenders, the sun turned against the orcs. Burning in the sun's thermonuclear aggression, first there was a blinding light. Then everything that could burn on the orcs started going up in flames, and then their bodies got cooked under the sun. The fists went back in their fortress. There was much to repair and prepare for the following night. Roach referred to Thane as Master, but he didn't want to use that title. A little bit superstitious. But with or without the title, he still had the burden of responsibility. So he took it, in order to meet with the captains and other members of the chapter master's command squad, and decide from there what they would do. Chapter 18, Mount Vengeance. Ooh, back to the favorite character. Vangorish took his throne, surrounded by his advisors covered in shadows. The Grand Master spoke initiate, and the 3D image with rich colors appeared. It was in a first-person perspective. Vangorish could see, and Wire could hear him. The Grand Master told him he is mission affirmative, and to do him proud. Beast was in a wardrobe, having killed the elite guard of the 1st Royal Provost's Naval Security Battalion. That's a long one. Wire dressed in the uniform and left the wardrobe, joining a group of Royal Provost men that was marching. While marching near a podium, he checked out his equipment. The normal Prostoval weapons were not equipped with ammo, to not risk an unnecessary discharge. There was a saber, but it wouldn't give Beast the quick kill he needed. His bare fist would do. Enhanced by technology and whatever else, his fists could break through bones. Soon, Wire's bandmen fell in formation, and the voice of Admiral Lang Sung could be heard. He was an easy target, one that never had to draw a blade or pistol in his life. Next to him was another naval officer that had not known real strife. Beast quickened his pace. He was close, so close. He started running and unbuckling his belt. I don't know why either. The armsmen were alarmed. Lang Sung was in trouble. His guards came in, but it was too late. Beast had his prey. He jumped for the podium and landed on Lang Sung. He had plenty of choices, but he decided to go for the skull. The Admiral ordered Fire Protocol 13. Beast didn't care, and he launched his fist, only to be stopped by Vangorich's words. Beast punched the metal next to the Admiral, still obedient. Vangorich asked what is the protocol, and then suddenly a light appeared in the room, and it showed that Beast was connected with wires to a hollow simulation. He was angry he missed his prey. Vangorich ordered again and waited more explanations for this protocol. Apparently, it was a proxy for certain eventualities created by the system. One such eventuality being the knowledge of the assassin and their location of Mount Vengeance. Of course, it would be recorded as an incident and nobody would know what happened to them. And this was one of 5 possibilities. Vangorich ordered the Mount to be cleared of information and men in an hour, and he took Beast with him. Wire asked what they will do, and the answer was to go somewhere the Admiral couldn't use his guns, and they wouldn't be able to reach them. Chapter 19, we're going back to the Fist Exemplars on Eidolika Alcazar Astra. Thane stood alone in the chapter chapel. He had to find a strategy to win this war and defeat the orcs. His previous plan worked, but it costed the fortress in damage. Thane looked at a window that depicted Dorn in contemplation, and now follows the story of how he split the chapter, of how Dorn split his chapter and how he gave Alexis Pollux the Crimson Fee, the Fists, Sigismund the Black Templar, so on, so on. In the chapel appeared Zeberin, the honor guard to the first chapter master and first captain before Tain, the same guy that told him they had to follow protocol. The honor guard told him of something trying to get through the barbaric East Gate. Tain sent his former sergeant of the second company to deal with it. But he also joined in. He went there himself, and they opened the gate. A figure in black power armor appeared, and soon he was joined by two others, a crusade marshal, a chaplain, two sword brothers, and one fist exemplar captain. It was Denethor from the 7th Company, that was somewhere else in the world, fighting orcs. Tain and Bohemond greeted each other, and the marshal asked to speak in private. They went to the chapel. The marshal kneeled in front of the window of Dorn. They then discussed about how the world changes. The marshal was now willing to defend the planet while Tain was. But the marshal told him he has been in the same position as him. Yet Tain was insistent to defend the planet. Bohemond told him his planet was an afterthought for the orcs. The Imperium needed him, and proposed to hear the call of Dorn and bring all the chapter masters together to defend the Imperium. Tain ultimately agreed. They had just 1 hour before nightfall, and there was 1 hour needed to leave the planet. They went to leave the chapel, and Tain asked the marshal if he thought that it hurt Dorn to break his legion thus. The marshal answered more than the most grievous of wounds received in battle. But sometimes you have to destroy something old in order to make something new. The fixed exemplar know that better than any of Dorn's sons. Chapter 20 Undyne Desolation Point. Tyron primed bombs and shells, and above they could hear the private heaven, being destroyed. Attempts to communicate with the Tiamat were futile. Chances were that it was probably destroyed already. Lux thought of her lover, her child, and the lost dreams she had. There wasn't much hope left for the world of Undyne. Lux asked about the bombs, and Tyrhone told her. It would eat life in seconds. The most simple of spark would burn the whole planet, leaving nothing but a rock behind. It was painless, quick. That was all they needed. Suddenly, contact from Tiamat was heard, and the Admiral responded that there will be no help from the Space Marines. Their orders were clear, and there was only duty. Tyrhone prepared to detonate, and Lux hugged her belly one last time. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. This one really made me sad when reading it, the Undyne parts, because they can get so hopeless and bleak. Chapter 21 Incus Maxima / Maleus Mundi, Orbital. Magos Eldon entered the medical facility that was heavily guarded. Argus was unwilling to take any chance with their visitor. The Imperial Fist stood beside the 3 cocoons. Eldon went about his business, but the Space Marine ignored him. Eldon apologized. The giant was not supposed to see his battle brothers like this. Proper rites had been done, and they would be preserved during the journey. The Mechanicus didn't recognize what their markings meant, but the Imperial Fist did, and he spoke to Eldon their names. Dilavis, wall named Zarathustra. Xavian, wall named Tranquility. Tylenol, wall named Dolores. The Imperial Fist mentioned what he saw. How Chrome and Greenskin and Astartes' bodies filled the soil. How he fought alone and he only had a sword and hope. He used a transponder wand, but felt like time passed differently when doing so. Laurentis had saved him. Eldon mentioned how Argus believed that the moon leaving helped the Space Marine, time changing, thanks to the gravitational changes and influences that the moon brought. He was a victim of good luck, though Eldolon didn't believe in such things, and in truth, neither the Space Marine. But he was the last of his kind. Both of them looked out in the void at the two worlds burning. Eldolon mentioned there had been survivors from these planets, but others were not so lucky. Most impressed he was of worlds that denied the orcs, like Undyne, that used virus bombs to end it fast and quick. The Imperial Fist then asked to be left alone, but Eldolon had one last question, and that was what was his name. To which the Space Marine responded, Kurland, second captain, one named Slaughter. Let's begin. The Emperor Expects. Chapter 1. Lepidus Prime, 544 of the 31st millennia. In orbit, of course, we can't ignore that. A message came for a vessel to change course, not to hit another, but Captain Rafala Kulik gave the order to ignore the message. Junior officers were waiting for his orders and servitors murmured prayers. The lieutenant of the ship entered the communication room. The lieutenant heard the comms with orbital command, and he came to see if he was needed. In truth, this was a lie, and Kulik accepted it. The problem was that the orbital birette designated for the ship, Colossus, was taken by a younger admiral that did not respect Kulik's superiority, and went to cry to the orbital about the situation. The lieutenant said he understood, but the current course of action was giving more problems to orbital to deal with. A message came from Orbital about the change of birette. Many ships were in the system, and many more would come, but Kulik didn't want to hear it, refusing to take command from the current leading admiral, his loyalties being with Admiral Price. But in the end, reason prevailed, and Kulik accepted the commands from the orbit about their new designation. Chapter 2. Terra, Imperial Palace. In the halls of glory, Vangorich stood. In the hall, items of humanity's past were displayed, from Stone Age weapons to the Lucifer Blacks. Yet there was no sign of Adeptus Astartes or Custodians, maybe because being transhuman excluded them from being human. It didn't matter. The hall did not have any banners. It was a modest room. On the floor was enshrined the name of every place that saw loyal citizens die, from planets to orbital stations. To the circle now were added the names of those fallen planets in Sardamantua. Vangorich and lesser nobles have been dismissed from the War Council, and that irked him. But he was also favored in a way. Lansung's maneuvering got bolder and bolder because everybody needed his ships to fight or flee from the orc invaders. Those that supported the High Admiral got his ships. Those that were more reluctant got no military support. Lansung and the Fabricator General seemed to have made an alliance of sorts. The Admiral would get the glory, and behind the scenes both of them would share the spoils. The sound of fanfare started as Solar General Saitora entered the halls, accompanied by the Lucifer Blacks. It was an interesting sight, especially when you consider that after the heresy the Imperial forces got split apart. And here was Langsung mocking those decrees. Last in the halls came Langsung. Vangorich observed that he has lost weight and started to think about his plans and the toxins and compounds necessary should the plan at the conference fail. Langsung invited the members at the table in order in the room, and Vangorich picked the last spot. The Admiral did not sit at the head of the table, but between the Master of the Administratum and the Merchant Fleet. The Grand Master realized Langsung was elevating the position of those two above the Astra Militarum or Adeptus Arbiters. They had been fighting the Greenskins ever since the invasion began. The Inquisitor representative was missing, and that annoyed Vangorich. Missing were also her second-in-command and advisor. Since Beast killed the last second, she was getting cautious. Langsung started the proceedings. This was his war council, not anyone else's. He then gives a speech that almost makes Vangorich laugh. The Admiral criticized the Imperial Fist's falling in a subtle manner. Vangorich only half listened now, thinking about the politicking machinations that have made Langsung turn from making promises to raking action. The High Admiral continued his speech at one point, looking at Mesring, the Ecclesiarch. The Grand Master understood that clearly an alliance was made between the two. Langsung ended his speech. Vanquish thought over the speech again and realized he didn't say much besides the quoted promise to his allies. So he took the first step. Before the Administratum representative, got to talk, Vangorich got up and started speaking. The Grand Master saluted the speech and talked about the Admiral returning, but the Admiral deflected, saying other Admirals are worth the renown and glory without him interfering. Vangorich's first step was too quick, but the assassin continued, lauding the Admiral and the Imperium's need for his great capabilities. Vangorich missed his mark again. The Admiral smiled and said the commander would be one that has served under him for many years. The members of the council were sympathetic, yet annoyed with Vangorich. In the end, he nodded and deferred to the Admiral's superior wisdom before standing down. The proceedings started, and this would become a very boring meeting. Chapter 3. Subservience in the Immaterium. There was a stallmate on the ship. Magos biologist Eldon told Kurland that he was the last of his kind, and his information would be invaluable when dealing with the orcs. Plus, his experience would help with the morale of the Imperium. Slaughter towered over him, but the Imperial Fist turned his back to watch the viewport. The book also described how the Space Marine could kill the biologist so easily, but the biologist wasn't scared. The biologist refused Kurland, but he said it was his duty. Eldon told him it was his duty to serve the Emperor, and his information would serve more than him fighting. Kurland told him he doesn't get it, but in a way the biologist did. Eldon told him of all the machine lives lost to get a better chance at fighting against the beast, and how they are outmatched. Kurland wanted to know more. All the Imperial Fist did was no match for the moon. Then a servitor-looking thing entered the room and kind of scared Kurland at the beginning. It was Laurentis. He looked more machine than human. Kurland asked what had happened to him, but he responded that he got upgraded and there was no need for worry. Slaughter thanked him regardless for his, actions of saving him. After some brief exchange, Laurentis told Eldon he had a new axiom. Eldon wanted to know if his faculties remained intact after his violent interactions. Kurland corrected him that it was a battle, not a violent interaction. Laurentis' axiom was that when all rational explanation has been exhausted, any explanation, no matter how irrational, must be the solution. Eldon didn't like it, and mentioned that this way of thinking is what brought Chenzer from Argus. Laurentis argued that by this principle he saved Kurland. Slaughter couldn't believe that the Mechanicus acted on a hunch, on instinct. Eldon told Laurentis not to talk to Argus about this, or else he will be punished. But Kurland said he is bound by death to the Magos, and he will let nothing befall him. Eldon told him it's not his business, but the Space Marine grabbed him by the robes and put him against the glass of the viewport, threatening to throw him into space. And something similar would happen to Argus should Laurentis ever be hurt. Eldon nodded that he understood and left the room. Laurentis was surprised he knew of no such custom and realized Kurland took it on himself. The Space Marine told him, let's call it a hunch. Chapter 4. Terra, Imperial Palace. And the Sigillites' retreat, a garden with sterile rocks. This place was mostly buried since the heresy, but it took Vangorich 3 years to find it, and 6 more to excavate it. And the people that helped excavate it were turned into servitors. You would expect that to happen. But it was a quiet and charming place. A relaxing one because Vangorich knew of its existence, and he was the only one that did, and so he could afford to lower his guard. And David was caught off guard when a delicate cough appeared behind him. The master took out his digital blade and looked at the intruder. Vietnam was in front of him. Next, the book describes her looks and her menial dress. Vangerecht realizes she masqueraded as a servant to gain access to the garden. Surprised, she said. Vangerecht was startled and told her he might have killed her. He invites her to sit next to him, and she does. She tells him it's good that the assassin has a place to relax, but also that his outburst was stupid. Vangerecht tells her that they need to oppose the disastrous plan. She says that the orcs are more dangerous, but Vangerecht tells her that Lang Sung's action will lead to a unification of the guard and the navy. Troublesome, but not bigger than the orcs right now, the Inquisitor says. After some slight banter, Vangerecht wants to leave, but Vietnam tells her he would miss on information. Information that he was making enemies in the Inquisition, and that she has to navigate the politics of the Inquisition where some elements are against her. Vangerecht tells her she has enemies then, and she calls him a vain idiot. Next, the Grandmaster almost slaps her, which I thought was funny described in the book. You should read that part. But he stops himself and tells her to pick her words carefully. She continues to talk about her enemies. One part thinks she was too relaxed with the High Lords. Some Inquisitors decided they speak and act as the will of the Emperor. And another side of her enemies would make Vangerecht an example for all these. He replies that they would retaliate, but Vietnam tells him that would plunge the Imperium into internal war while being attacked by the orcs, which was a dumb idea. They ended their conflict and decided to make amnesty and work against Lang Sung's politicking. Actions needed to be taken to get him in a ship. Actions she knew of and was here to discuss. Side note, she's getting closer to Vangerecht as she talks and even lays a hand on his shoulder. Chapter 5. Lepidus Prime in Orbit. We go to Kullak, and he tells his first lieutenant to remind his steward to use less starch in the future. The lieutenant, Schaffelbeck, wouldn't do no such thing, because the captain was never pleased with his starch of his color. Kullak also said to remind him not to go to these gatherings. Captain, commodores, and commanders all gathered on Admiral Akaria's ship at the party. The admiral was surrounded by attendants. The captain and lieutenant talk about the admiral's car. Kullak served with the admiral as a lieutenant. Then, Kullak meets with Admiral Price, his superior in the flotilla. The two greeted each other as old friends. Price and Akaria were rivals, and so the former made his way to his rival. Price was not invited, by the way. Akaria greeted him with an insult, but Prince responded in a nice fashion, telling him he will make the Colossus his flagship, while slipping orders to Kullak. The two rivals exchanged insult here and there, Prince calling Akaria an arse-kisser, making the admiral leave. Price took Kullak for a walk, but they didn't get too far because Kullak got stopped by Akaria's captain. He learned that Admiral Akaria will move the fleet to an orbital station to defeat an orc army, Port Sanctus. He wasn't informed because the admiral wanted to make Price look lazy and uninvolved. The captain wanted to have all the ships with them in the attack. He said that after Kullak proposed the idea that this might be a trap for his admiral. Apparently there's a young commodore with the political influence that made the plan for the Admiral Akaria. Kullak watched the other captain leave. The captain and his lieutenant talked about this and decided they will inform Prince. Kullak caught up to his admiral and told him what will happen, but the admiral said they won't go. When the captain tried to convince him, the admiral was unmoved. He wanted Akaria to lay in his own bed, for good or for worse. But after some moralizing from the captain, they agreed on course of action. They would join the fleet. The politics of admirals will get a lot of men killed. Chapter 6. Nestru Mandeville Point. Laurentis and Courland were playing Regicide. 40k's version of chess, to be honest. Laurentis talked about how predicting the orcs' advancement would have been insane. Courland asked if only a madman could have foreseen this. Slaughter was waiting on another ship to take him away. Laurentis came to visit him and play Regicide in the medical bay. They played 38 times, and Kurland lost all of those times. Laurentis replied that in a way, yes, the orcs had a huge technological leap, mentioning how the attacks were efficient and coordinated. Kurland asked if they were intelligent, to which Laurentis replied that they've always been. Slaughter mentioned how the orcs were demolished at Ullanor and how what was left were only pieces. Laurentis' theory was that the orcs advance when they win and regress when they lose. They thrive on momentum. The Astra Telepathica informed the Mechanicus that there has been a psychic jump as well, the beast being the incarnation of orc psychic potential. Kurland knew he was defeated and pushed the board because he lost at Regicide once more. Slaughter got up and spoke that if the beast could be killed, that would regress the orcs. He was determined to walk, but Laurentis sensed his body activity rising and stopped him, mentioning how there might be a cultural jump on the orcs. They're existing orcs they have never met before. Killing the beast might not be as easy as the plan Kurland made. Slaughter realized he was the last remaining Imperial Fist, but he wanted to send an astropathic message, and Laurentis obliged to help him. They walked into the astropath's room and told him to send a general message to reach as many distant places as possible. At first, he was reticent, not sure if he had authorization, but Laurentis gave it to him. Sending a message will be precarious, since the beast's roar was so strong in the psychic realm. But his message was short, just 3 words, no images, so it would be easy to send. And he knew that these words would probably mean treason, but it was a necessity. The words were the last wall. Chapter 7. Terra. Imperial Palace, of course. The Clanium Library looked more like an elite command deck. Bookshelves were replaced by holoid projectors and other instruments. In truth, this was a farce. Guard and Navy generals did most of the planning that Lang Soon tried to show that he was doing in this library. In the library, Lang Soon's position was one that made him look more important. The High Lords looked at Lang Soon and stood in his presence and hoped that they can get some of their power back. For example, the Departamento Monitorum was now under the rule of the Imperial Guard. But what gives must also take. Now the Imperial Guard were joined by Ministorbumen, priests and soldiers of the Frates militia. The Mechanicals also got a good deal. They got more ore for sending more war gear. Vanquish was disgusted with this. They were putting people to work more and die more just to show display of power, like an animal puffing its chest against the beast. A thing that contributed little in the war front, because the navy was either at Lepidus or near Terra. Communication was hard. It would take weeks or months to receive messages and send troops. Lang Soon was talking about ship movements until Vinad made a noise with her goblet on the table. The Admiral asked if something was amiss, and she responded yes. The Inquisitor started to talk about the Navy plans. All ships gathered at Lepidus to start a counteroffensive on multiple fronts. He approved, and then she asked if it's true that most of the fleet left Lepidus Prime. After a few more questions, we learned that the fleet left for Port Sanctus, an orc-infested territory. She asked him if Admiral Akaria is proceeding at his orders. The Admiral is surprised at that name, and this puts Lang Soon in a bad position. Either he knew, and he would out himself in a position where he couldn't control things from Terra, or he didn't, which meant he was not in control. Lang Soon said his message arrived earlier, and he wanted to surprise the Senatorum. Part of that surprise was that he was going to be there, and the fleet would attack once he arrived. Members of the Senatorum started to clap, while others were confused. The Lord Commander Milton left, and Vanguard yelled to Bravo, more so to the Inquisitor than the Admiral. Chapter 8. Nestrum Mandeville Point. Laurentis and Kurland entered the Achilles, the ship that was to take Kurland back to Terra, greeted by Lieutenant Greydove with his honor guard. The lieutenant's name was common on his plant. Laurentis walked away from the two when Greydove told him where his quarters were The Magos told him that Kurlan is a high-value passenger, and his safety is paramount. So he must inspect the engines of the ship. After a little exchange, Grey Dove let Laurentis do what he wants and take Slaughter with him. Kurlan wanted to be on the bridge of the ship. The lieutenant refused initially, quoting standard procedure. But the Space Marine acts out of politeness. Grey Dove knew he was defeated. He extended a formal invitation to Slaughter to accompany him to the bridge. The Imperial Fist accepted it. The honor guard was dismissed. Grey Dove told Slaughter that he would appreciate it if he wouldn't make him look like he has no control on the ship. Slaughter would still have to keep... the Grey Dove would still have to keep order on the ship once the Space Marine was gone. Of course, Slaughter apologized for his behavior. They entered the bridge, but things went a little bit awry. The ship engines were prepared for warp travel. The tech priest at the engine room was complaining about a random inspection. Grey Dove wanted to know what was happening. Slaughter was taking command of the ship. The lieutenant threatened him, but Kurlan said he would have no problem killing his men. Slaughter told Grey Dove he has no intention to harm the vessel or the men on it. He just needs their cooperation. He informs the lieutenant that the last wall protocol was activated, and that they will jump to the fall system to rebuild the Legion. Chapter 9. Porc Sanctus. Vesperilis system. I think I butchered that name. They were preparing for translation. Kolek didn't like the warp jumps. It made him sick. And during his young years, he would empty his stomach every time. He made a prayer to the Emperor while waiting. They made the jump and Kolek survived. He gave the same orders every time for all stations to remain at battle readiness. The people under his command started doing that before his words even left his lips. His lieutenant remained with him to invite... His lieutenant reminded him to invite Admiral Price on board. And he did so. The scanners indicated signs of battle. Scrap from a few hours old to 10 days. The Orc ships gathered and engaged the navy. A ship called for help and Kolek sent word that they would be coming. Admiral Price joined the bridge. The Orcs were coordinated. They expected the Colossus to have torpedoes and use attack ships for cover. But the Colossus didn't have torpedoes. The green screens were smarter, and that surprised the people on the ship. To make matters worse, the ship was trembling and not going in a straight line. Kolek wanted that fix. A few threads later, the ship was fixed and it could follow its proper course into battle. Once they got close, they ordered the bombers and wing pilots to be ready for void combat, because the Colossus was a carrier, like in StarCraft 2. The attacked ship was still holding on thanks to their void shields. Wing pilots attacked the Orc ships as the Colossus got closer. Then, the Orc vessels retreated, surprising everyone on deck. The Orcs never really did that. The Orc cruisers went into an asteroid field. Only a very advanced battleship could detect dormant ships from the space debris around there. And Kolek realized they planned to ambush them. Chapter 10. Terra, Imperial Palace. Vienad was glad with the result she got. I'm never going to pronounce her name the same way twice, I guess. Langsung was away from Terra, and changes could begin in the Senatorum. The way the Senatorum worked prevented one or two of its members to hold power. With Langsung away, she would start her plan with the Lord Commander, exactly where the rot started and ended. The Lord Commander is supposed to protect the Imperium, but Ullanor was deferring the lead to Langsung. But removing him would cause civil war. Rendenstein, her new bodyguard, or current bodyguard, whatever, was at the door. Rendenstein started in the Imperial Guard, but thanks to training and therapy, she had now had sub-skin armor and a reinforced skeleton. Thanks to some other implants, she was also faster, and she could never forget a face, name, or date. And she looked like a middle-aged woman. Oh yeah, they are occasional lesbian lovers. Redenstein and Vienad. Weird, but okay. The book mentions it. Not my fault. The bodyguard said she has a visitor, and lastam ne magium veritus, and a few others. These were inquisitors that came, and a pain in the butt for the representative. She would see them quickly in a place called the Octagon. Now put your MMA gloves back, because this Octagon was in a chamber with ward protection against psychers. Such places also serve the purpose for debate, so that the inquisitors would so that the inquisitors wouldn't fight each other physically. But if anything, places like the Octagon helped raise tension between them. We get a presentation of the inquisitors that came to see Vineyard. She enters the room and greets her guests. The inquisitors were here to replace her, thinking she became just like the senators. The inquisitor wanted her out, but she brought up the threat of the beast upon the Imperium after a few more exchanges, and another inquisitor came into the discussion. And this inquisitor was more objective, and proposed that to give Vinya time to think things over before starting a conclave to replace her. Chapter 11. Porc Sanctus Outer System. Admiral Prince and Akaria were caught up in their feud. Now Akaria's fleet joining with Price's would ensure the survival of both, but Akaria ordered the Price's fleet to come to him. And Price wouldn't do that. Price wanted to assert command over his superior, but he was unsuccessful. Kulik told him not doing anything was worse, but Price wanted to let Akaria suffer. He put his head into the news, and now he could suffer for it. His fleet's ships could come and stay where they are in case things go wrong, and they could translate to the Mandival point. Lives would be lost, but the orcs were too cunning. Akaria gave Price the Emperor's grace and told him that events are overtaking us, before going black, leaving Kulik and Price wondering what he meant by that. Langsung was translating into the system. Price ordered the ship to go to where Langsung will appear and have the rest of the fleet remain where it is. By the way, important note, Langsung hated Price. I don't know why I call him Prince. For 2 days, Price tried to talk to the Admiral, but he was ignored. The orcs tried to goad the navy into their traps, but they would not move. The orc moon got closer to the port. Kulik tried to avoid his admiral's mood swings as much as he could, giving orders from officers to petty officers, and made stupid laws like no whistling when outside of the dorms and stuff. He really wanted to avoid the guy. But they received orders from the High Admiral finally. Schaffenbeck, Kulik, and Price stood in the communication room to decipher their orders, but the lieutenant learned that Akaria was leaving the system. The orders from the High Admiral told him to prepare for immediate battle. The plan was simple but dangerous. They had to attack the asteroids where the orcs were hiding. A personal message came directly for Price from Langsung, and that message said that they needed to win. It was a long one that divulged the fact that the Imperial Fists were almost gone, except one but still decimated, and that no matter what, it was necessary to win this war because the Navy was the only one that could win it. In the end, Price agreed, and so they would attack as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Terra, Imperial Palace. Bees reported to Vangarich about the Inquisitors. Veritus, the one that wanted Vienna, was in the ecclesiarchal wing. Vangarich stopped Bees from talking and looked out the window, only to see the sign that he agreed with Vienna that they should meet in the Sigillites' garden. Vangarich got up and asked Beast if none of them were an easy target. The assassin said nothing before he told Vangarich that one of the Inquisitors was missing. They leave and go to the meeting place. Beast tells him there is only one psyker among the Inquisitors, and that was mostly on their side. Vangarich corrected him that nobody was on their side. The two split up, Beast to go to rest and Vangarich to meet with Vienad. After a long section about his way, Vangarich reaches the garden, and there the Inquisitor is waiting for him. Vangarich asks which one she wants dead first. She refused his offer and told him that a new representative will be put in her place during the conclave, even if she gets out of it well. She managed to convince Udo to grant Vangovich temporary senatorial privilege. The Grand Master wondered if that was the urgency, but no. In fact, that was the missing Inquisitor. Apparently, the Inquisitor could change his appearance, and it was the duty of Vangovich and his men to find him, because Veritus wouldn't bring him here without a reason. Chapter 13. Porc Sanctus, Vesperiles System. Again butchered. Never in his life has Kulik seen such grand army as he did now. On the hololit projecting the images of space, he saw red and blue runes, and knew that they represented Imperial and Orc forces. His ship was to provide carrier support to the bombers and small fighting ships. The Orcs had built anti-ship batteries in asteroids, and made the bigger space rocks into fortresses with engines and shields. The goal of the Navy's attack was to catch the Orcs from the asteroids in a pincer maneuver. At some point, Price's ships reached the asteroid and ordered torpedo volleys. One moment, the asteroids glittered in the sunlight. The other, they got enveloped in a blue and white blast. Red dots disappeared from the map, and cheers began around the deck. But Price didn't let them enjoy it, deploying the fighters to take care of the Orc stragglers. Some surviving Orc ships tried to escape, only to get blasted whole, while others threw caution to the wind and started to attack, only for them to get blasted too. Price ordered all carriers to keep their position. That agitated Kulik, because that would mean they would be slap bang in the front of the next one, probably referring to the Orc attack or the Orc moon. Chapter 14. Fall. Orbital. The battle barge Abhorrence was bigger than the Achilles. In orbit, many vessels of different chapters came. Not all of the chapters had responded to Kurland's call, but he decided it was time for the meeting. Marshal Bohemond, agreed for his vessel to be the site of the meeting. That, and he was the longest serving commander there. Gradov accompanied Slaughter for appearance's sake. The lieutenant asked what he hoped to accomplish. He would make an enemy out of the High Lords, the Inquisition, and others. And true, Kurland was reluctant, but he wasn't sure of his plan. Since Gradov was there, Slaughter used him as a confidant. He wasn't sure he could reach to the Marshal, but Gradov told him he is the last of the Imperial Fists, and that makes him Chapter Master, and the Marshal's equal, which apparently means that they are treating the Marshal as High Marshal now. Whatever. But being Chapter Master by default isn't that great of a thing. Gradov called his survival miraculous, a blessing from the Emperor. Kurland apologizes for taking the vessel and says he respects Gradov. They arrive on the battle barge, and Kurland talks to Gradov. The worst that could happen is that he will be ridiculed and his chapter will fall into both extinction and infamy. At best, the successors will unite to stop the beast. The reward outweighed the risk. The two exchanged a few words and shook hands before the door opened and a squad of Black Templars entered the room. The Black Templars saluted Kurland and Castellan Claremont to Kurland to the Marshal and Chapter Masters. Slaughter told the Castellan it has been a while since he has been in the presence of Space Marines, to which the Castellan responded that he is among brothers now. They reached the hall where the meeting would be held, and Kurland entered. He could recognize the Marshal instantly. There was also Issachar of the Iscariot, with his mental hand. Opposite Issachar stood a man Kurland didn't know, but his grey unpainted armor could tell him he was of the Fist Exemplar. Last at the table was Chapter Master Quesedra of the Crimson Feast. Fist. Yeah, Fist would be good. Slaughter started to doubt himself. Who was he to call upon these men? Nevertheless, he went to the chair opposite to the Marshal and presented himself to the Fist Exemplar. Maximus Stain, Chapter Master, responded back. The Marshal took the initiative of the discussion. They had already went over what they know of the Orcs and Beasts, and while he didn't like wasting time repeating it, he would do it for Kurland. Nobody objected, and the Marshal began, and he told Kurland about how they rescued the Fist Exemplars, and how he tried to contact his Marshal brothers. But it would take them some time to gather. The navy was sitting idly. The guard was doing basically nothing. The marshal would fight them, but it wasn't the time. The orcs are getting close to Terra. Cassandra spoke next about how the Imperium can help itself. How they slay hundreds when they should thousands. Thousands when they should millions. The number of the orcs have not been seen since Ullanor. Or the numbers of the orcs have not been seen since Ullanor. I don't know why I repeated that. Thought it was funny. Then mentioned those that died defending their home. And all members lowered their head in gratitude. Issachar supported the formation of the last wall. The marshal agreed and said he was surprised it wasn't the chapter master that proposed it. Slaughter told them that Mirhen was dead. Dane interjected and hosted sympathy, and had sympathy for Kurland. The marshal didn't like that, but he wanted to know why was he alone? Where were his brothers? Kurland did mention he was the only survivor, but what the chapter masters didn't know was that he wasn't the only survivor at Ardamantua. He was the last of the Imperial Fist. And once they knew, silence fell on them all. A mixture of anger and confusion and pity was gathering in all the Space Marines present. Kurland surged and told them that the Imperial Fists are no more. Save for him, they are all dead. He looked at all the members at the table and spoke the words that would mean nothing for anyone not of Dorn's line. But to them it held powerful and deep meaning. The final wall has fallen. Chapter 15. Port Sanctus. I was thinking about Sanctus Reach for a moment. Whatever. Port Sanctus. Inner system. Schaffenbach yelled on the internal comm that a message was coming from the High Admiral. Others in other ships bellowed the same message. The ships were getting close to the Orc attack moon. More Orc attack ships appeared on their scanners. 48 capital-sized ships for the Orcs. Kolick was wondering how could he build so many, but Admiral Price showed him images of the ships. Many were glued together, but Kolick could recognize some of those. They were Imperial ships that have been destroyed and repurposed by the Orcs. Kolick wondered how could they have more of their ships than Battlefleet Solar. Price responded that they seemed to have been stockpiling for some time. The idea was unbelievable. I wasn't sure if the Orcs did that or how, but the surprise was still there. Price presumes that they have a larger objective. Maybe not overall, but here in Port Sanctus. Kolick dismissed this in a way. At most, it was just an intelligent Orc. The transmission of the High Admiral began. This time, he no longer had a grandiose and long, pompous message. It was just one, short and sweet. The Emperor expects every man to do his duty. And so it ended. Price presumed the High Admiral was scared that they wouldn't win today. Surviving would do for Kolick. But if they didn't win against the Orc moon, there would be no surviving. Chapter 16. Terra, Imperial Palace. Vienna entered her room and realized somebody was here. Her bodyguard was not there. Renstein was missing. On the keypad to her chambers, she saw a little smidge of blood. On another door, she saw that it was slightly open, kept that way by a boot. Considering her options, she decided to flee and reach the transport hub. She suspected Veritus was accelerating his plan. But in the Southport fortress of the Inquisitors, she had friends and an army. So she went to the transport hub. There she jumped on a vessel and set course to the Cathedral of the Savior Emperor. Using her ring, she unlocked the compartment of the ship and picked up a bunch of weapons. She knew her bodyguard was alive. She had a pulse implant that didn't activate, which was a sign she was still alive. Maybe she was captured, but she wasn't dead. She felt herself being followed. It never didn't matter. She went to the cathedral to hide in plain sight among the people. But she was scared of what Veritus was doing. The more she thought, the more she realized that Veritus was right. The Inquisition has become stale and complacent in playing the games of the High Lords. She also came to the realization that Veritas wanted to turn the High Lords into the Inquisition's puppets. The vessel reached its destination, and Vienad hoped she could survive the next hour. Chapter 17, Port Sanctus. Orcs swarmed the void like a nest of hornets. Kulik saw their brutal attack as proof that they are not as sophisticated as Price thought. But the orcs had a clear target, and that was the Colossus, and a few other ships. At Price's orders, cruisers came to defend the flagship. But things weren't looking that great. The orcs were targeting the engines of the ship to cripple them. Kulik thought this a sign that the attack moon was not invincible. But since one bad news doesn't come alone, more grim news announced that 3 small orc ships were preparing for translation. 2 decks below the bridge and the Colossus. They were trying to board them. Orders to stop them were given. Captain Kulik drew his pistol and his sword and wanted to fight the enemies. Some small remarks and frustrations happen with Price before the captain leaves with the lieutenant. While en route and waiting for their armsmen, Shuffleback told Kulik he thinks the admiral was buckling. Orcs were already on the ship, and 2 more were bound to teleport in. The armsmen joined the captain and the lieutenant, and they ran towards where the orcs were. Once they reached the fighting, Kulik was glad he did not charge by himself. He couldn't count any orc casualties. News came from the bridge that the tech priests have barricaded themselves in the sensor array room, but that the orcs got cutters with them, and they will be in a matter of minutes. The lieutenant asked if the orcs knew what they held there. That was a thought that frightened Kulik, that the orcs knew more about their ships than expected. And so they ran to the sensor array room. Once they reached it, they saw only 2 orcs with cutters and a handful of others, a sign that more orcs left them to open the door, and they went their merry way to butcher more of the Emperor's citizens. A firefight started, but the last shots did nothing to the orcs, and more armsmen died. The orcs charged with their cutters. Kulik opened his sword and shouted in a mix of hatred and terror, and that sounded more like defiance. His men charged at the orcs, desperation pushing them on. Kulik managed to stab an orc through the chest, and Shuffleback to the head. Kulik managed to stab an orc through the head. I don't know why I wrote chest here. Shuffleback gutted another orc. It was not swordsmanship that was at display here, but pure butchering skills. They managed to kill the orcs, but they took heavy casualties. Kulik then went back to the bridge, while leaving Shuffleback to command the orc search party. And after a short exchange with Price, the captain looked at the star map. The orc teleporting ships have been destroyed. The cruisers have managed to push through the orcs' attack. A message came from High Admiral Lamsung, asking Price what he was doing, not pushing towards the orc moon. Price justified that the Rimworld flotilla needed help. Kulik agreed vocally with the High Admiral. Lamsung ordered Price to do what he is ordered, else it would be considered mutiny. But Price ordered to ignore that and come about. Kulik overrid his admiral's orders. The admiral asked the arsman to arrest Kulik for insubordination. But of course, Kulik overrid his orders. This was his ship, and he would respect the order of the High Admiral. Kulik tells him to go to his quarters until he regains his composure. He whispered to his admiral to act like officers. Price agreed and left, helped by an insignia. Kulik then gave the order to have all ships meet with the flagship, and in his mind he prayed that the Emperor protect him from orcs and admirals alike. Chapter 18, Terra, Imperial Palace. Vienna did not like humanity's desire to see the Emperor as a god, though this belief started to be echoed in the Inquisition as well. For now, she thought that the church might have its uses. The Inquisitor walked among the people and saw the gigantic line where pilgrims gathered to be allowed entrance in the cathedral, and observed the holy relics for 3 seconds. She tried to get past them. Many believe she tried to jump in line, and they, of course, were angry at that, trying to grab her. But the sigil of her ring and the bolt pistol dissuaded him from doing anything. The crowd gave her cover while she was looking for a place to change her clothes and her appearance. She passed by an elderly couple that offered her something to drink, and that lifted her spirit and gave them a coin with the Inquisition mark and her symbol, and told them to tell the guards that Inquisitor Winnet wants them to jump in front of the line. And this was nice. A hawk of a man, though, started pushing through the pilgrims, and they didn't like that, making weird noises, getting Vienna's attention. She couldn't risk a shot with so many people around. The man got in front of her and punched her away. She flew over the elder couple's brew and then it hit her. This man was Esad Wire, Beast's crew. Vanguich was making his own moves. The old man grabbed his shoulder and blood started to flow from it. Vidna saw what Beast saw, the lens flare of a telescopic gun. She rolled to her right, making the sniper miss his shot. Beast grabbed her gun and pointed at the assailant. Wire shot 3 bolts that hit their mark. The elderly woman held her husband in her lap. An Imperial guard with a sword came at Beast, but missed the mark with his fingers and with his fingers extended, Beast cut her throat. Another one joined the fray. The Inquisitor shot at him, but he had an energy-absorbent field. Beast kicked his legs, breaking his shins. Another one jumped on Vineyard, and she shot her last pistol at point-blank range while they fell. She felt something at her right hip. She was stabbed. Then Renstein came and lifted the man away from the Inquisitor. They got rid of the last one and started running. The woman followed Beast. They reached a room with one bed and they started to patch the Inquisitor up. Virad was missing parts of this puzzle. Beast was following her to protect her. Reinstein was following Beast and her to protect her. That's the gist of it. Beast and the assistant get a cue moment when they talk over each other before the Inquisitor orders her assistant to talk. The assistant caught one of the assassins that tried to break into her room. Beast was following the Inquisitor since her meeting with Vangorich. Some shenanigans of missing each other later, and once Beast saw the sniper, he had to act. It was Veritas that wanted her dead. Her body double was dead, but they could use her to convince Veritas she was gone, while she changed her appearance. Chapter 19. Port Sanctus. Inner System. Glory or death. That was the motto of the Navy. Unofficial motto. And Lang Sung took it to heart. Either he reaches Terra with a victory, or everybody dies. His plan was simple. Send every unit of the flight wings to attack the Orc moon and disrupt their weapons. It was a risky move, and many ships and men would die, but Lang Sung was ready to sacrifice the Navy for this victory. Kulik had to believe Lang Sung still held the beliefs of the Navy for him to risk his life and those of his men in this operation. He needed that. They got closer to the moon, and it was a deserving name, for it was like a moon. Big. From the pylons on its surface, a green flame hit one of the closest vessels, constricting it like a tentacle. Kulik thought that they would have to recharge their weapon. The ships got closer to launching their flight wings, but another whip of energy struck 2 ships at this time. Kulik ordered all attack wings to be launched. The small vessels came out of the ships to attack the moon. Lang Sung took charge with his battle barge. Another arc from the pylon started to appear. The Colossus was the closest ship. It was clear that it will destroy them. We get a scene with Kulik and Shaffelback where the captain asks why the lieutenant didn't become a captain. And the answer was that he was scared of exams. I understand him. Torpedoes started to hit the moon. Some hit pylons, others created craters. The Colossus hit the moon with everything they got, and so did the other ships, surviving the whip. A green glow appeared from the ports of the moon. It was going to overload. They defeated an Orc moon, but possibly at the cost of their lives. The order to retreat was given. The pilots would not survive to come back to the ship. The moon exploded, and the shockwave reached the Colossus. Chapter 20. Terra, Imperial Palace. Lang Sung would make his grandiose return to the Senatorum. Everything needed to be pompous. Fanfare wouldn't begin to describe it. Vangerich stood with the other High Lords, awaiting the return of the High Admiral. Things weren't looking that good for him. Vienna had gone missing and declared dead, as has his operatives and her bodyguard. Without much knowledge, he couldn't protest against her successor. Veritus had named himself representative and told the Senatorum that the Inquisition is coming to check the dealings of the Senatorum, and they would start with the Officio Assassinorum. This served a double purpose, giving time to the other High Lords to hide their dealings, and putting Vangerich in his office under scrutiny, because nobody liked him in his office, on Officio, and office. Lang Sung's leave made the Senatorum united against the Orcs, but the coming of Veritus returned them to the old dog-eat-dog politics. Veritus came in his suit, the power armor that he always wore. Vangerich found out that the suit was also a life support system for him, and now started to wonder if he ever left the suit. Lang Sung reached Terra. Message of his victory came 2 days ago, but there was no information about how and how many casualties he had suffered. Vangerich knew that disputes will start between Lang Sung and the Inquisitor, and everybody would have to pick a side. The Admiral reached the podium made specifically for him, and he started to give a speech, telling everyone that the Orcs can be defeated. In his speech, Lang Sung addressed not the High Lords, but the armed masses that cheered him on. He mentioned that they now have defeated one Orc attack moon. Veritus looked angry, but that's how he always looked, and walked to Lang Sung. The Admiral continued his speech, asking for the support of everyone. The Inquisitor started to climb the steps of the podium. Lang Sung wasn't surprised, though Vangerich had hoped that the two would clash heads. In fact, they were in league together. The speech was stopped because the world lurched. The planets started shaking, people fell over, and Vangerich knew what that meant. He looked at the sky, and so did others. Oh yeah, the Inquisitor Veritus falls over, like a turtle. I think that's funny. So the others looked at the sky alongside Vangerich. Until that moment, the Grandmaster has never known fear. But he watched the false moon rip its way into existence above the Imperial capital, and he felt a cold trickle of dread. The Last Wall. Chapter 1. We start in Terra at the Imperial Palace. All the pilgrims screamed and ran. It was a manifestation of terror. Has hit the pilgrims with her power maul, while Ottomar Kord yelled, "Get back!" They had killed a few pilgrims. They struck with their mauls. The electricity of it was supposed to shock the nerves, but the blunt force opened skulls. And true, the arbiters were not controlling the situation. They were to strike back at the chaos. They yelled at the crowd because they too would give in to fear if not. The Orc Moon was close to the most protected of Imperial planets, to Holy Terra itself. The ground shaking didn't help the scared crowd. The arbiters pushed through and tried to find an island through which they would regain control. But the crowd pushed over a food wagon that released burning promethium on them, and the screams took a note of pain. Now we move to Vangerich. The High Lords meet in the chamber of the Senatorum. They held their meeting there because it was a comeback to tradition, but also because other places were filled with Lang Sung's vainglory or the moon locked over them. Vangerich then goes on about how the High Lords still worked against each other, and how they will continue to do so even when the Orcs breach the palace. Vangerich told the Lord Commander Udo that he was creating a precedent. Meeting in the chambers would mean that others would want to be heard. Udo said they will be heard in due time. Then the Lord Commander asked Lang Sung what does he advise. It was a clear exercise of trying to throw blame on the Admiral, while also not being direct. Lang Sung ordered the fleet to come to Terra, but the options were limited. They had very few vessels left to fight with, and they were a long way ahead. Juskina Tul, speaker of the Charvis captains, said that he defeated the Orc Moon once. Lansing mentioned how the moon was smaller and they had more ships at Port Sanctus. Messring joined Udo in deserting his former ally by asking for a solution. Lord Militant Verald said that if the orcs got on Terra, they would lose. Everybody wanted to believe that, but the orcs exterminated the whole chapter of the Imperial Fist still. Udo tried to move the blame to Zek, the Provost Marshal, blaming the panic in the streets as too much of a problem to make decisions. Zek hadn't moved since he took his seat. Udon mentioned that the orbital defenses were manned. Suddenly, Zek rose up. The Arbiter was taking in reports from the planet, calculating everything. He told the High Lords the situation was flexible. Messring didn't like that, but the Arbiter told him he could go speak to the crowd instead. Zek left, mentioning he has a job to do. Vangovich was left with the High Lords without a plan or words. We move back to Haas. Remember that Prometheum? Well, like any fire, it expanded and the burning pilgrims, a flame spread it even worse. Haas's plan was gone. The ground shaking made some of the old buildings collapse, killing thousands of civilians, but also reducing the fire. Not by much though. The tenements of the Avenue of Martyrs were in flame. Smoke came from the ruins, and as you can expect, that did little to help the population. But it did stop them from running though, so that's good. The Arbiters wanted to leave. The smoke was affecting them, but they would hold their duty. Court spoke that they needed to bring the fight to the Greenskins. Haas reassured him that their oath was another, and should orcs reach Terra, they will be needed like never before. He also mentioned how everything has changed, and she agreed with the sentiment. No segmentum has been spared, not even the home of the Space Marine, Red Talons, or Ultramarines. Chapter 2. Terra. Outer Palace. Finally, we're outside the Imperial Palace. Vienna, Drenstein, and Beast took a vessel to where the Inquisitor didn't tell the assassin, but she trusted Beast in his judgment that he will take them where none of Veritus' agents are. She did not trust him to come all the way there. They reached the transport hub when the moon appeared. Going to the hive, the lower they got, the less terror was present in the population. Mostly because they couldn't see the moon. She wished she was properly armed, despite Beast and Renstein being weapons in themselves. Eventually, Veritas would discover she isn't dead. The body double could only fool someone until a physical part was examined, and it proved that she wasn't Waynard. They stopped at an intersection. The Inquisitor pointed to the direction, and Beast went ahead to scout. She wanted to get rid of him, but not kill him. Vangovich was her only ally at this point. Both women concluded that Beast knows they are going to the Inquisitorial Fortress. They would have to escape him. If not, there were worse things than the assassin in the heart of the fortress. Next comes a long section about how they walked and where they walked until they were on a conveyor. The Inquisitor knew that this conveyor led to nothing, and she was hit with the realization that they found her. All three jumped from the conveyor, and Beast went to do what he does best, while the women ran away. They ran until 5 assassins were behind them. Beast appeared out of the shadows and killed 3, while 2 of them ran towards the Inquisitor. One of them was Veritus' political ally. One of those 2 assassins found his awful end into an abyss. The other one used the web shooter thing to neutralize the Inquisitor and her bodyguard. But Renstein would make sure he wouldn't live that long. More assassins came, and Beast remained behind to deal with them, while the woman ran. Vienna hoped he would take the hint, and they could outrun him. Chapter 3. Klostra. Klostra Primus Colony. Such a smart way to name planets. Anyway, they would hold Klostra Primus as long as they could. Klostra Secundus had already fallen. Garen watched over the rampart and saw the orcs coming. He hoped the lords of Klostra would come to help. He had to. The moon was above the planet with its iron face launching ships to destroy it. Gera and his men fought as if they could still win. They shot at orcs repeatedly, but they wouldn't die. Some tensions were abound, men were losing their hope, but the sniper Roth commanded them to continue firing. But the orcs now had tanks, unfortunately. Tanks. Orcs in tanks. It would take a dozen rockets to stop one tank. The closer they got to the more accurate the orcs began to be. Geran prayed that the lords will come. We move now to a character named Kalkator that walked around the Strategium. The hololiths showed the greenskins almost taking over the planet, but he was determined to crush them under his boot. No reinforcements would come fast enough, and so it was here they would have to defeat the orcs. His men didn't like fighting on the defensive, but it was a siege only if you would let it be one. Back to Geron, he hoped to stall the orcs for just a few more minutes before the lords came. Suddenly, from the sky, bombardment shells dropped everywhere, including on their defenses. Geron flew and broke his body. With his last minutes, he saw the lords unleash vengeance upon their enemy. The plan was a trap against the orcs, set by the lords themselves. The Iron Warriors had arrived. Chapter 4. Fa. Orbital. The final wall has fallen. Those words brought silence to the hall of the chapter masters. It turned one defeat into an even greater one. The chapter masters looked at Kurland. They represented their chapters, but he was the Imperial Fist. It was a dark reminder of the extermination that has not been seen since the Horus Heresy. The Marshal of the Black Templars told the second captain that he offered his condolences and regret. The use of his title was not missed on Kurland. He thanked the Marshals and his brothers for their condolences and for answering the call of the last wall. The destruction of the Imperial Fist needs to be the spur of action that the chapter masters needed, though they didn't like that wording, to be honest. Communication has been a problem when dealing with the orcs, so he proposed to have one leader command their united chapters. This surprised all chapter masters. Kurlan knew he would have Thane on his side, and because they had a connection of loss. Issachar of the Exocariators showed no sign, but he wasn't outright hostile. Questedra was sharp, and now it was between Kurland and the Marshal Bohemond. The Crimson Fist said the sounds kinda bad, like recreating the Legion bad. Kurland mentioned that there would be no change in color or banner or name, that they would act like fingers of a fist until the threat was defeated. Of course, the assumption that provisorial measures have been taken before and they led to permanent changes was brought up, but it was dismissed. Thane and the Marshal understood that the Imperium needed cooperation and purpose, because that's what the orcs had and they were lacking. Issachar wondered who would best be fit to command them. Kurlan wanted to be direct, but being close to the High Lords rubbed off on him. The Marshal instead had no such experience, and he proposed himself. His plan was to take the fight to the Orc moons. When Thane asked about Terra, the Marshal said Lansung has his precious fleet there. Kurlan wasn't sure it was a good idea to leave the Marshal to lead. He knew the Imperial Fist would disapprove of the Black Templars' every decision and would challenge them without a moment's thought. The discussion then changed to the deployment, until Slaughter realized he was a chapter master without chapter. He had no interest or agenda to push, no warriors that would benefit him being the leader of this formation. He would fight for what he had to, but the terrain was not his to contest. When the council ended, the Castellan showed Kurlan's quarters, but he took note of where Laurentius and the rest of the delegations were. He found Quesedra in a small observation chamber. The two talked. The Crimson Fist knew Kurlan didn't think the Marshal should be leading. He made fun of Kurlan wanting to be leader, saying he should do the Marshal for that position, but he can ask Issachar how that ends, making fun of the Exocariators' chapter master's bionic hand. Kurlan was determined to do so if need be. He also mentioned how the High Lords failed the Imperium with their politics. First news came of the victory at Port Sanctus. New chapters joined the meeting, and then later came the cry from Terra. The council was more solemn. The marshal informed the other chapter master what was happening. And for all they knew, Terra might have fallen already. And so, Kurlan stood up and made a pretty decent speech about how the Imperium would survive, and how the Imperial fists aren't gone because the Sons of Dorn still live. And he claims the right to leadership, not in his name, but in that of Rogol Dorn, of the 7 Legion whose values they still hold. Thane got up and called him brother, chapter master, and captain, while shaking his hand. Then Thane said he would gladly follow him in battle. Issachar also supported him, but Kurlad wasn't so sure he was 100% in it. It might have been just a pragmatic decision. Quesadra only said agreed. The marshal smiled. His was the last vote, and he said he would not break the unanimity of the table. He got up to Kurlan, grabbed his arm, and told him, "Lead us, brother." What Kurlan had made here could easily be destroyed if he was uncareful, or not careful. He was building a wall, but he wondered if there was anything left for the wall to defend. Chapter 5. Terra. Imperial Palace, of course. The moon stood above the palace, yet after days no orc came. The panic created by the moon's appearance did the orcs' job for them, thought Vangarich. The Grand Master hated himself and how he let things reach this point. But nevertheless, he had to fight for as much as he could. When he entered the great chamber, the Sanatorum was full. Petty nobles and lords screamed, demanding answers and making threats. The Sanatorum was never this full since a long time ago. Decades, in fact. It looked like the death cry of civilization. Veritus came to him. At first it looked like a threat, but Vangarich walked it off. Veritus had no high opinion of the High Lords, but he knew Vangarich was no fool. The meeting began, and the uproarious crowd became silent. The High Lords looked as if they were dealing with a political crisis, not extinction itself. A talk was had about why the orcs didn't invade, but they had very little data about the orcs' plans and behaviors. Oh boy. Juskina too wanted action to be taken. When Lansun asked if she had the solution, she replied that yes, she did. All gazes turned to her. She said the defense of the Imperium isn't only in the hands of the Navy, Guard, or Astartes, but in every one of its citizens. She would not refuse this call and ask if anybody else will. Of course, everybody cried no, as you could expect. Vangarich wasn't sure where this was going, but he was impressed. Tool talks about how they are billions and how they will invade the orcs. Lansung asked how will they do that without the Navy. She responded that they don't need the Navy, they have the merchant's ship. So many that the orcs wouldn't know what hit them. She then declares a proletariat crusade. Which isn't really a proletariat, what she was gathering, but politics and knowledge don't always go hand in hand. Or brains, for that matter. The Lord Commander Milton protested, whatever. But Tool smiled at him, as if inviting him, saying that the Guard will also join the invasion. That's how she got another ally. Lansung and Vangarich questioned her plan. Lansung asked how will you fight with unmanned ships? She says it's going to be an invasion. Infantry fighting. The Lord Commander Milton joined in the proclamation. Many lives and ships would be lost. This Commander Milton was more political than Het has ever been. Yet he didn't realize he was only a junior partner in this alliance. Not even the High Lords believed this plan would work. The Guard on Terra was few in numbers, and the other regiments, while called, were engaging with the orcs in different parts. The Administratum and Nistorum representatives joined Toll in her basking of glory. Following came the support of the Fabricator General Kublik, and even Sek approved. Toll mentioned that the support of the Navy would be required. This put Lansung in a corner. He would either sacrifice his navy or become even more of a pariah than he already was. The High Admiral agreed. Vangarich realized that they were doing the work of the orcs for them, and they were cheering on their own destruction. The Grand Master asked what if the invasion failed. Tull condemned his lack of faith. Veritus called this course of action folly. Nobody listened to him. Vanguard almost felt sympathy for the Inquisitor. At the end, Veritus came to Vanguard and called them even bigger fools than he thought initially. Vanguard snapped a few words about how their doom is already here, and how killing Tull wouldn't stop it. He then left the Inquisitor. Vanguard's only hope was Vinad, and on that knowledge she was in the dark. He hoped the Inquisitorial Fortress might have a solution for this problem. We'll have to see. Chapter 6 Terra Orbital. We start with a description of the Militant Fire, a transport ship that once was in ruins, but thanks to Narcissus, is now living up to its name. They made a good team. It was a shame they would both die. First mate Kondos entered the ship's command bridge. Narcissus signaled to her that they must talk in private. The merchant asked her so, and the answer came that it wasn't doing much for morale. The ship was being stripped to be transformed into a transporter. Kondos felt bad for the ship. She had an even longer history with it, being part of the crew of the previous owner, and deciding to stay with Narcissus once he bought the ship. Narcissus agreed, but he tried to reason that this makeover wasn't that bad. Kondos said his death will be. The merchant corrected her that would also be their death. They tried to joke, but the situation didn't let them enjoy humor. The merchant played Tull's message for the crew and asked Kondos her opinion. She wasn't that sold on it. She thought it could work. If they throw enough ships, some might get through. They will be going in first, so surely theirs was not going to make it. Narcissus said he feels bad for the troops that will die. The merchant told his first mate to gather the crew. She left to do so. He wasn't a soldier. He fought in a militia once, but Kondos had experience in the guard, and that scared him, the lack of military experience. Other vessels, merchant vessels, had received the same order, and they tried to run away. But their ships got destroyed thanks to strikes from Mars. There would be no escape from here. He reached the dome structure of his ship, where he would talk to his crew. Through his viewport, he saw a gigantic armada made of merchant vessels. He heard his crew come in, and after they took in the awe of the armada, they looked back at him. He gave a speech about the necessity, and how they will die regardless, and it's better to die while trying to fight than just simply die killed by the orcs. And his men cheered him on. Chapter 7 Take a gander. Terra, Imperial Palace. Veritus was in the octagon with Inquisitors Makatanin and Najurita. Najurita asked where was Vinad, and the other Inquisitor responded that they don't know, a sign to Najurita that they knew once, and they were tracking her. Veritus tried to explain that Vinad was a danger to their goal. She was going to the Inquisitorial Fortress, where Veritus had allies, but Vinad had even more. Veritus thought the real threat to be the arch-enemy, Chaos, not the orcs that stood idly in their moon. Najrita might well be justified to consider him crazy in this, but he knew better what fighting Chaos meant. His armor was testament to that as much as it was his weapon. Najrita left the two Inquisitors. She didn't pick a side, but Veritus was already thinking about the third assassination attempt on Vinad. The other Inquisitor was skeptical. The first two not only failed, but also created some commotion. Veritus left the octagon and made his walk through Proscription Way, until he was fired upon. The first shot hit his cheek, and the other one his scalp. The Inquisitor was furious and tried to think past the rage. Those were the only two shots, and he couldn't fight what he couldn't see. He was reconsidering the deployment of his forces. Auto jump in POV to Vangarich. 3 hours would pass until he went to Proscription Way, in the room of Farron Reach. That left his sniper rifle to go back to his scholarly duties. The two talked, and it was the first time Reach shot to miss, but the Inquisitor was counting his blessings. Vangerich told Reach of his intentions about keeping Veritas alive, and how killing him will start a civil war in the Inquisition, and later on upon them will be brought their punishment once they are found out. Leonard was their only hope. Chapter 8. We go to Mars in, I think, a few books. Surprising. Mars. Noctis Labyrinth. Sclera Veraxus saw potential in Magos biologist Eldon. When speaking with Argus, he looked agitated, even in the cold stillness that members of the Cool Mechanicum had. Yindo of the Temple Vanus found that interesting, and said they should cultivate his acquaintance. And so she did, despite the other assassins not really being on board with it that much. Eldon was assigned to the excavation of the Noctis Labyrinth the moment he came in. Yindo left a few gaps in her disguise, subtle enough that only some in close proximity could spot them. She approached him, and Eldon was open to her. There was something that others should know, he would say. He took her down the labyrinth, hundreds of levels down, and through a screen he presented her the great experiment. Yindo looked at the screen for an hour. It showed different parts of Mars that started to be filled with more and more servitors, until light started to emanate from the machinery on the pict feed, and she saw Phobos, the moon of Mars, glow with a violent, radiance, and the planet shook and trembled. Then it calmed. The moon disappeared. Eldon didn't talk to her for 4 hours while they assessed the state of the planet. She presumes they have moved the moon to the other side of the planet. After 6 hours, they left. Eldon was stuck in a throne for all those hours, so he might have been in pain even if he was a Mechanicum. During their leave, they meet Argus, and he and Eldon discuss the Fabricator General's plans of moving Mars, and the fact that they would lose 22% of the planet and billions of lives, and how that would be acceptable. They exchanged words. Eldon wouldn't disobey the Fabricator General, but he didn't agree with his decision. After more talks, he leaves with Yindo, and the two discuss about what is happening, and how Eldon will not interfere with the Fabricator General's plan. But it would be an unfortunate event if someone followed him without his knowing and sabotaged the engines of the Great Experiment, or Grand Experiment as they name it. Chapter 9. Fall in Orbit. Krillin tried to repair his armor, but he wouldn't erase the scar and damage. Those would serve as a reminder to what his brothers had sacrificed. Ten appeared at the door of his quarters, and Kurland would learn that an orc moon appeared over Terra. Dread overcome him, but he pushed it back and asked Thane about defenses of Terra, of which there were very few. When asked about the other chapters, they were all engaged with the orcs, but we learned that other chapters had it good. The Blood Angels even destroyed an orc moon. Even if they were on the other side of the Imperium, they couldn't help. 3 companies of the Iron Hands went to Terra, but they were further away than the Fists were. Kurland put his armor on and asked about the Marshal. They would not be going to Terra, despite the fact that the orcs didn't attack the planet yet. Kurland didn't like that, and Thane tried to stop him, telling him how they knew so little and it would be rash to attack the enemy without a full force, one they still did not possess yet. Kurland envisioned the worst and understood that. Then he went to Laurentis' chamber. Laurentis turned his quarters into a mini laboratorium, to the ire of the Marshal. Laurentis was talking to himself in binary, holding a dialogue, which was weird, but anyway. He saw Kurland and greeted him. He was asked what his theory about the orcs not attacking Terra was. He had 2. One, that they couldn't because of wasted resources, and that they choose not to, being the other one. The Space Marine asked why wouldn't the orcs attack? Laurentis then presented the situation on Terra. Confusion, panic, chaos, and Kurland understood. The orcs were engaging in psychological warfare. There was a question of how and why, but Laurentis couldn't answer that. The 2 Space Marines then left, and they went on the bridge. The ships of the other chapters joined the space of Fall, and Cassandra and Issachar went to their own. Kurland wanted to tell him about the current theory, but the Marshal told him first that one of the Black Templars' crusade fleets couldn't come, and that was because the orcs were engaging others in their campaign. Kurland asked if the Eldar for some reason, but the Marshal told him his fleet was fighting on the fringe of the Maelstrom, and that meant the orcs were fighting chaos. Chapter 10. Terra, Imperial Palace. Mesring's voice boomed through the vox speakers of the Imperial Palace. It followed Arbiter Haas for days. She could barely sleep, and lately she hardly got to close her eyes for 1 hour. When her shift ended and she was in the command post, or the barracks of the Arbiters, Cord asked her if she will come to the recruitment field. Everybody was going. The Arbiters took the call for action to be for them also. They had a little exchange about their duty, and finally she agreed to go. Moving on a little, the Clanium Library looked the same as it did before, but it looked like a place of a defeated man now. Lansung didn't look up when Vangerich approached. He was too busy drinking. There was no love lost between the two. Vangerich asked his opinion about Tull's crusade. The Admiral responded that it was doomed. The Grandmaster wanted to know why Lansung was willing to die. It was also to save face, but the assassin argued what good would that be? He tried to convince the Admiral not to go, that Terra and the Imperium would need him should the civilian fleet fail. The fleet would reach the moon, or it wouldn't, no matter the assistance of the Navy. Lansung asked if you could quote the Grandmaster for his cowardice. Vangerich corrected him by saying, "You mean your sanity." Another point of view we go. The field of the Winged Victory had not seen battle since the siege of Terra, but now countless volunteers were pouring in. Haas told herself she was here only to watch, but it was an impressive sight where individuals became part of a greater thing. Juskina Tul appeared as a giant projection, welcoming the volunteers and thanking them for the victory to come. Unknowingly, Haas got pulled into Tul's charisma, and she was in line to the recruitment tables. After a few exchanges with Cord about going to the moon was above them, and was above the fields of Winged Victory. Hatred and rage bellowed inside Haas, and she made her decision. She would go. Chapter 11. Terra, Imperial Palace. Veritus brought Mactanin to a place where he could take a perfect shot. Veritus' plan was to assassinate the Grand Master. His fellow Inquisitor wasn't that sure. It was dangerous, and they had not verified who tried to kill Veritus. Even if it was Vinyad, Vangerich was still her ally. Plus, should the Officio Assassinorum lose their Grand Master, they would struggle to find a new leader, making them easier to control for the Inquisition. Mactanin said that sometimes it feels they are doing the work of the ruinous powers for them. Veritus did not like that, and he got in his face and told him to never utter those words again. Mactanin agreed, and he did so out of fear, not that Veritus would harm him, but because of his rank and position. The plan was for Vangerich to get sniped while walking with Veritus to make people believe it was another attempt on his life. Vangerich played his usual theater for the High Lords, though nobody cared now. Tul and her crusade was on everyone's mind, and he hoped they would succeed. Once he came out of the chapel, he was greeted by Veritus. They started to walk together. Mactanin was ready to pull the trigger, until someone took his gun and slammed it against his head. The Inquisitor thought he could defeat his assailant with his speed, but he found himself with a hole in his chest. In Vangerich's office, he was glad Beast was back. He learned that Cruel lost the Inquisitor and her bodyguard. She was their hope, and now they had to wait and see her next move. Chapter 12. Klostra Primus Colony. After the Iron Warrior's first charge, that was now a retreat, came the Vindicator tanks, weapons used for siege wars, but now used for breaking the siege. The tanks brought great devastation to the orcs' own tanks and infantry. Kalkator killed orcs with his bolt shells and one hulking beast with his chainsword. The other Iron Warrior brothers joined him. Kakator realized they were trying to stop an ocean with a knife. Should they push back, the orcs, more would simply come. They continued killing the orcs though. They could only conclude that the orcs were after them. In fact, not the planet. Soon a mountain cranking noise started to be heard. It was orbital bombardment. The orcs brought their heavy toys, super heavy tanks, and those gorgonauts that they use. You know, the equivalent of the Imperial Knights. To make matters worse, it seemed that the orcs were laughing at them. If hatred could burn, Kalkator would have incinerated the planet. He gave the orders to retreat. They got contact with 2 cruisers. The rest of the Iron Warriors' fleet got massacred by the moon in orbit. Kalkator asked for evacuation, but they still had to run. It was easy to outrun super heavies, but the infantry slowed them down. Thunderhawks appeared though, and released fire upon the enemy. This victory was short-lived. An orc grabbed Kalkator by his left hand, once of flesh and now of bionics after Chaos granted him a gift. He killed the orc with a shot through the head. The Iron Warriors embarked on the Thunderhawks, but the orc's walkers started to shoot them down, destroying many of them. By the time Kalkator reached the extraction zone, he had less men than he planned to have at this point. While going in the air and reaching orbit, he saw one of the 2 cruisers got destroyed by an orc ship. When the orcs decided that it was a good idea to mess with their Thunderhawk, they shot them down immediately. Kalkator reached the cruiser and took command of the ship. There he would learn that they lost 1 system to the Black Templars. There was little they could do. They couldn't win against both. Chapter 13. Terra, Imperial Palace. Justina Atul had a view of the fields of winged victory. Her quarters always changed to impress her guests with the riches of her fleet. Langsung was there. He told her that he won't be joining the crusade, and neither would his ship. Langsung knew how this would look. She called him a coward and threatened that if he does pull out, she will destroy him. Langsung called them threats. Empty ones at that. She wouldn't be going with the fleet, Langsung said, and she agreed because she wasn't a commander or a leader for military forces. Nevertheless, some more threats to destroy the Admiral were sprung, but he was sure he would outlive all the fools on the crusade. Then he left. Tul went back to her window. All her allies had pulled in the crusade, but she had access to strategies and tactics. The fleet was hers. She wondered if she was making a mistake. She studied the rewards versus the risk and realized should the crusade fall, political punishment would be the least of her worries. She was proud of what she had accomplished, and she believed they would succeed. Moving to the Arbiters now, Cord wasn't happy to be on the ship they deployed, the Militant Fire. It was small, but Haas said that there were even smaller ships. Kurd had hoped for a bigger one. They were cannon fodder, he realized soon, and Haas understood that well. They reached the Militant Fire. Cord started to doubt they would win, but Haas wouldn't let him disgrace the Arbiter's uniform, so they both left the shuttle and went on the ship. There, the captain of the ship, with his first mate, awaited the recruits. He gave a speech and made a few jokes, but Narcissus was willing to survive as much as he could, and his speech revealed a hint of optimism. Back to Tol, that was in the Great Chamber and held a speech to the Crusaders, saluting their bravery and dedication. It was a speech that answered the fear of the populace. Vangarich admired her artistry. It was hope-filling, but also brought dread to the Grandmaster, because that meant the crusade was commencing. Langsung listened to it from his ship. He wouldn't give her the chance to gloat over him in person, though he hoped a little that they would win. Her speech was heard everywhere on the planet, and people hoped and prayed. The population at the field screamed at the moon that was frightening them. It was a shout, a roar of desperation. Those speeches reached the volunteers in their ship, but they paid little mind to it, for some realization came about what they were doing. Haas and the others on the ship were inducted into the Jupiter Storm Regiment. They had a commanding officer that was an Imperial Guardsman, and the hopes and screams of Terra. Desperation. Chapter 14. Terra, Inquisitorial Fortress. You thought it was gonna be the Imperial Palace, but it isn't, thank God. Vienna and Renstein reached the gates of the Inquisitorial Fortress. She had nothing to hide. Her message was clear. The road to the fortress was made in such a way that would neutralize weapons and psychic abilities, including Renstein herself. She wasn't that keen on that front. In front of the gate was Castellan Kober. His position was not a political one, but he wouldn't be an obstacle the Inquisitor had to get past. They greeted each other and talked. Kober was worried about the death of 2 Inquisitors and the assassination on Veritas, and while he did not think her to be the mastermind of such attempt, he thought it had something to do with her. She said if anything had to do with her, she will be tried for her transgressions, but now wasn't the time to act like the High Lords. The Castellan let her enter the fortress. Kober accompanied the woman. It would take them 2 hours before they reached the entrance of the Camera Stellata, an octagon of sorts, the psychic protections and stuff. Conclaves would happen here, and now it was Winya's time to take the dais and speak. She mentioned about the great folly of the High Lords and said they have to act now. Then she left. There were other places that needed her. Renstein told her about the information the Castellan gave her about the orcs. The Black Templars relied information that the orcs attacked a system in the vicinity of the Eye of Terror. The ruinous powers were now part of this war, and Renstein thought if maybe Veritas was right on that. They walked on and met an Inquisitor that Vinna knew to be inflexible but fair-minded. The Inquisitor told Vinna that the orcs won the day and they would be the focus for now, but chaos should never be a distraction. Chapter 15. Soul System. Narcissus and Kondos wondered why the orcs did nothing. Surely they would know the humans were going to attack them. The merchant wanted to believe the orcs killed themselves by wasting their resources or blowing up. Of course, that didn't happen. Narcissus had his ship follow a bigger ship as a shield. It was a cowardly tactic, but he wasn't in the Navy or the Guard to care that much. His job was to send troops on the moon, and that was what he would do. The ships were halfway there, and nothing happened until it did. The orcs took action. Gaps opened on the moon. The orcs sent squadrons after squadrons of fighters. They encircled the armada from every side. 2 orc cruisers joined the battle from behind the moon. Narcissus started to wonder why he thought the crusade could win. The orc ships got close to the ship Narcissus was using to hide. They did not attack, and Kondos knew that they were going to board the ship. Smaller ships got destroyed without questions. On board of the ship Expanse of Destiny, that Narcissus used as a shield, everything trembled. Colonel Elrich knew the sound. The orcs were boarding, and nobody envisioned they would fight the orcs before reaching the moon. The colonel ordered his troops to start firing once the orcs breached. The plan was to overwhelm them with numbers, and they could still do that on the ship. The orcs took a slow approach, cutting into important parts of the ship, but not boarding them. Civilians cried and realized that would be their death. Elrich would take dying with honor against pointless flight. The orcs boarded the ship finally, and they made the Crusaders. First it was a firefight, then a melee. Swords dull while clashing with orc blades. After a gory and brutal fight, numbers won in the end. Elrich had a broken rib, and he would be lucky to survive until the wound got him. Their goal was the deck, but once they got close to the deck, they realized it was taken by the orcs. One orc war boss came out of the deck and ended the life of Elrich. The militant fire flew at the directions of Narcissus, flying past orc vessels, and it was not alone. It was followed by other merchant ships. The way was filled with dangers, but thanks to the helmsman and the captain, they managed to leave behind the slaughter and get the ship close to the orc moon. Narcissus looked for a place to land where no launch ports existed. The dream of Thor was brought by the militant fire and other vessels that were behind it. Chapter 16. The Orc Moon. Surprisingly, the moon still had an atmosphere, but it smelled very bad. Has thought that it was like the smell of the underhives, but the stench of Xenos made it foul. The orcs didn't need to give the planet an atmosphere, but they did, and mostly because they could. And that was a frightening thought when thinking about the orcs. Has had the feeling the orcs raided the moon from other moons. While civilians and guardsmen went down the ship, Cord didn't. He couldn't. A commissar came and shot Cord the moment he refused. Has thanked him for preserving the honor of the arbiters. Captain Fernald thought the orcs got greedy and made a mistake. Gatan grunted. He wanted to believe the captain, but he didn't dare. More and more soldiers landed on the orcs' moon. The might of the crusade was upon the orcs. They lost all higher leadership in the big ships destroyed by the orcs, and nobody on the ground was a higher rank than that of captain. Luckily, their plan was made before leaving Terra, and their target was clear. A squadron of orcs flew overhead. Gatan wondered why they were doing it if they didn't attack them. Fernau said simply reconnaissance, which was a weird thing for orcs to do in all respects. Fernau thought the orcs were doing more mistakes. A chimera appeared and Gatan climbed into his command vehicle before he and Fernau declared for Terra and the Emperor. The march of the Crusaders began. They had over 100 Lemanrus tanks, 50 or so chimeras and hellhounds. It was an immense force. Going back to Haas, she was behind the heavily armored vehicles. The Orc Moon besieged the soul of the Terrans, and now was their turn to besiege it. Haas considered that a victory. She fought for Terra and felt the Emperor's hand pushing her back. The mountain range they met was unclimbable. They walked between the mountains until Gatan mentioned they had a target, and the march became a charge. The orcs charged at the humans. They had battle wagons with them. The human tanks outnumbered the orcs. Even by numbers, the orcs seemed fewer. The Lemanrus tanks fired, and the orcs continued unfazed by their losses. The orcs fell under the numbers of the humans, but the mountain gate that released the orcs started to shoot at them. It was an orc tank, 4 times the size of any tank. It was a super tank. Gatan ordered the ranks to surround the orc weapon. Many tanks were lost trying to take the orc mobile fortress down, but Gatan saw an opening that glowed red, then yellow, then white. He thought it was too easy. Unfortunately, he did so too late, and the orc tank exploded. Back to Haas. They recovered from the explosion and continued fighting against the orcs, but their strength started to overwhelm them. Of course, the Crusaders still had numbers to keep balance in their favor. They were fighting like the orcs. That was quite a frightening thought. The orcs started to retreat, and they died as they did so. Haas was glad they won ground. It was a miracle. She basked in the glory and rage of defeating the orcs with fate alone, alongside the other humans. Some question of course remained, where was the orcs' heavy weapons and the artillery? But that was less important now. They continued their rush against the defeated orcs. The doors that led the orcs out closed, and the mountains started to move, shaking the ground and making Haas fall to the ground itself. The commissar ordered them to delay the orcs' victory, and Haas ran towards the doors that still had an opening. But it was too late. The mountains started to move. Somehow she reached inside the orc moon when all others had died, crushed by the mountains that had started to encapsulate the infantry and the tanks and everything, and crushed them. Now to Narcissus and Kondos. They looked at the death trap sprung by the orcs. Above them, the orc fleet awaited. 2 cruisers and the captured vessels. The militant fire's heroic dash to the orc moon was a farce. They let them do that so they could kill the Crusaders. We gave them the Armada, he thought. The captain, his first mate, and whatever crew they still had barricaded themselves in the command bridge and armed themselves. It was pointless, but Narcissus wanted to die fighting. He wanted his life to have had that much meaning at least. And the pounding started. Chapter 17. Terra. Imperial Palace. The time of great silence had come. All that watched the moon saw the end of the Armada and the Crusade. Vanguard saw it from the library. The rest of the High Lords were stuck in the chamber. The war lasted less than a day. It was a frightening sight to see the moon mountains move. When he entered the great chambers, there was only silence. Gone was Stool's majesty and grandeur. She now laid in herself. Vanguard remembered when the idea to assassinate the High Lords came upon him in his discussion with Veritus. He thought it might have been a good idea now. For this day, he bared part of the shame. Lansung appeared on a screen next to Udo. There was a ship coming from the moon. A Terran one. The militant fire. There was no certainty what the ship was. Hope or weapon. Messrings started to pray, and so did the chamber. Power plays were still happening once more, so Vanguard left them. The Lucifer Blacks took the place of the Imperial Fists as guards of the palace. Another sign of the disaster that had befallen the Imperium. Vanguard would be there when the ship arrived, and he would take in the news it brought. The vessel landed and opened its doors. For minutes, no one came out. The Lucifer Blacks that were sent to welcome it stood with their rifles prepared. Out of the ship came Narcissus. Vanguard approached him. The merchant didn't escape, and he brought emissaries from the orcs. A thought that was as laughable as it was frightening. They wanted to be brought in front of the Senatorum. Vanguard didn't care much for religion, but his stomach turned when he saw the orcs being on holy terra. The Grandmaster studied the orcs from the many reports of the Mechanicus made open, or not. The orcs came unarmed, one leader and two subordinates, and they didn't look like warriors that much. Vanguard told Narcissus to follow him. He led a dark procession, one of humiliation, to the great chamber. He was as guilty as the other High Lords, he thought. The orcs were ambassadors. A laughable thought once. They entered the chamber, and they were greeted with gasps. Udon asked the captain what had he brought here, and if he was their interpreter. The orc answered they didn't need one, saying, "We tell you how to surrender, you surrender. Easy." Chapter 18. Imperial Palace, of course, in Terra. It was a weird sight to see an orc speaking Gothic, like it was his natural tongue. The orc even had a name. He dictated the terms of surrender. Surrender or die. The High Lords were in uproar. Vanguard saw that the orcs threw civilization in their face. Some screamed that they should be killed, but the Lord Commander Milton knew that would sign their death warrants for certain. Udo threatened that he will exterminate the orcs. The Fabricator General was too excited, studying them, which was a little bit weird. Veritus gave up and left. The orcs were now the sign of majesty and civilization in the Senatorum, and Vanguard hated that. But the orcs realized they couldn't talk to the humans, and so they left. With the orcs gone, the High Lords started bickering once more like nothing happened. Suddenly, an explosion detonated under the Senatorum. Vanguard ran out of the chamber and asked the commander of the Lucifer Blacks if it was the orcs, if they somehow managed to plant the bomb. But it wasn't. It was the Eldar. Throneworld. Chapter 1. Last Wall Gatherers. Ships came into the void, each having different banners and heraldry. While it was a big force, Corland feared it was not enough. The greatest numbers of space marines gathered into one place since the Scouring, and yet compared to the orcs, it wasn't enough. Issachar came in the observation deck. There is a nice part where Corland feels alone despite being among the other sons of Dorn. And that is because each chapter gathered had their own rituals and traditions. They were brothers but also strangers to him. Issachar was glad to see such a display of power and force gathered here. They talk about their numbers and how basically Issachar wants to bring back the Legion. But their numbers wouldn't really allow it, since they were like 4,000 space marines strong. If you put the Iron Knights that did not reach the meeting point yet, they would be like at 5,000, around that line. They talk about how some of their brothers have fallen into superstition, like the Black Templars, and the implication of the Emperor's divinity. And if he was a god, the Primars and the Space Marines would have to be divine too. They would argue a little about this, but Issachar would call Kurland Chapter Master. Initially, Kurland refused the title, saying he didn't master himself. But Issachar judged him worthy to be equals. We have more talks about their current position, and it seems the Marshal was only rarely listening to Kurland. They didn't have a talk about politics being a necessity, despite creating, this situation thanks to the High Lords. And later Issachar asks Kurland to honor him and spar together. Kurland refuses, telling him they'll do it later, and he walks off to confront the Marshal and appeal to his honor. The Marshal received Kurland in his quarters. Kurland decided to be direct and tell the Marshal they would leave tomorrow. The Marshal said no because they didn't have the numbers. Kurland agreed because they didn't have the numbers. That was the truth. They didn't have the numbers to win, but they did have them to give them a chance. Terra was under the threat of the Orc Moon after all. They exchange a few words and the Marshal tells Kurland the story of the Eternal Crusader, the ship granted to Sigismund by Dorn himself, the jewel of the Black Templars, and how now it sits in repairs. Of course, there's a little bit of a story about how the Black Templars say that they don't build walls, their other brothers build walls, they are made for crusades. But as you can imagine, Kurland was not impressed, and he asked the Marshal if he takes all his oaths serious. Of course, the Marshal agrees, and Kurland tells him he takes the oath of Sigismund more serious than that of Dorn himself. That kind of moves him a little bit, since of course Kurland was impressed with the story about Sigismund, and he appeals to the Marshal's honor. Some more harsh words are then spoken, and Kurland leaves, content that the Marshal will support him in the decision to move to Terra. Chapter 2: The Palace of the God Emperor. The Eldars, led by Farseer Eldrad Ultran, were walking through the webway in a tunnel that has not seen passage in a very long time. Waysingers would give their lives to open the path. Most of the Eldar party with them were scared of the Harlequins, except the Dire Avengers. Those never really showed any emotion at all. The last of the Waysingers would die, his soul going to the Spirit Stone. 20 had to be sacrificed, so Shadowseer, They're not Farseers, they're Shadowseers. So Shadowseer Ray could do her duty. Eldrad gave her a tooth on a chain, which was supposed to be a sign of friendship of sorts. And she took her troops through the opening. But inside the palace, they didn't feel comfortable. The psychic presence pushed at them. The stench of humanity disgusted them. There was also the Emperor's presence. The Emperor protected the humans of the planet by keeping the ruinous powers at bay. And Rey felt uneasy. And that's mostly because she felt she might be observed by She Who Thirsts, or one of his minions. Some more things about the Emperor and how Rey laughed in the presence of Slaanesh, but the Emperor filled her with a sense of dread. The other members of the troop suffered the same, and once they managed to recover, they started their mission. A passage about how Rey hated humans and their world while running starts happening. The next part, they get discovered and are fighting the Lucifer Blacks, but the troops manage to avoid their shots and, their attention. Deciding to meet in front of the Golden Throne, the Eldar troop splits up. Oh, they also had another Eldar with them named Bo, who was a death jester. He didn't talk, and no one else knew why he was there, but Rey was glad he was there anyway. Chapter 3: Cruel's Dance. After the explosion, the Great Chamber was in pandemonium. Vanguard grabbed the commander of the Lucifer Blacks and asked him where the Eldar were and how many there were. There were 5 levels below them, close to the Sanctum Imperialis. Vanguard went to deal with this himself because he didn't trust the elite guardsmen to do their job properly, as they've demonstrated a few times already. He walks Beast, telling him he needs him, and then he did so with Veritas so they could meet. Vangarich got out of the chamber and met with Cruel. There was no activity on the Orc Moon. Both assassins grabbed the pod and made their way to meet the Eldars. They stopped the pod at the vent spire, jumped from it, and ran down the stairs. Below, where the machines that provided oxygen to Terra worked, they found their target, battling a group of guardsmen. Vangarich wanted to question it. Beast thought they wouldn't get the chance since so many guardsmen were on it. But the Eldar killed them all. Happens. Beast would have to kill it then. Vangarich warned him these were dangerous foes, the elite of their own kind. Beast ran at it and it somersaulted above him. The assassin's implants kicked in. He could have avoided raindrops in a storm now, but the Harlequin was still faster. The fight scene that followed is quite a good one, to be honest, deserving of the chapter's title. In short, Beast and the Harlequin have an awesome fight, and Cruel manages to disarm the Eldar and break his elbow. But Vangarich uses his digital weapon to kill the Eldar because he was close to killing Beasts. The two assassins talk a little about the Harlequins and their numbers. Apparently they were like 7 or 8. And that they need to hurry up because there might be no Xenos left to interrogate. Chapter 4. Before the Throne. Rey came to the outer precincts of the Sanctum Imperialis, followed by Bo, the Death Jester. They avoided combat as much as they could and got closer to their target. The Emperor's power overwhelmed her abilities to see in the future, so now she must act cautiously, like a rooster. She felt her troop members die, and while sorrow tried to overcome her, she put that down. There would be enough time after the mission is done to laugh about it. Once they got close to the throne room, there was nowhere to hide. Gone were the human guards, and here now were the Adeptus Custodes, towering giants of gold. She did expect to fight them at some point. Ultran had told her about them. They moved and the Custodes fired at them. The Death Jester fired back. Rey screamed to stop, that she had to deliver an important message to the Emperor from Eldrad Ultran. The Custodes came and they traded blows. Rey screamed friendship, friendship. Many came to her, and the two Harlequins killed the Custodes. They looked at the door, and more Custodes were coming out. They jumped over them and killed those in striking distance, while Rey said the same thing over and over. My name is Laheria Rey, Shadow Seer of the Ceaseless Song. I come here at the command of Eldrad Ultran to deliver a message of great importance to the Emperor of Mankind. Friendship, friendship. The closer they got to the throne, the more angry the Custodes got. Rey hoped she could get close enough so her mind could touch the Emperor's. Using an Eldar device, she kept the huge gates from closing in front of her. They were close to the Emperor, just one long way stood in front of them, and two Warhound Titans. In their back came the Custodes. Rey tried to reach the Emperor, but to no avail. Bo got surrounded and died first. Rey continued on until she realized it was useless. She dropped her weapon and screamed peace, peace. The leader of the Custodes came to her while the others made sure she wouldn't leave or move. She tried to say her line again, but the leader of the Custodes slapped her. They almost killed her right there and then if it was not for Vangarich. Initially, the Custodes blocked his way, but once he mentioned who he was, Captain General Beirut of the Custodes told his men to let him pass. Vangarich wanted to interrogate her. The general didn't want to let her go so close to the throne, or alive, for that matter of fact. Rey repeated her line once more. The general wasn't willing to listen and told Vangarich none command him except the Emperor himself. Veritas came in the chamber, with his inquisitorial seal held high. The Inquisitor and Vangarich talked to each other about how Veritas could have at least announced he got the message. Nevertheless, they looked at the Eldar on the ground. Veritas asked why should they believe her. She said she had a token given from Vulkan to the Eldrad Ultron. The tooth was from a Nocturnian salamander. Veritas would take the Eldar to the fortress, and there he would deal with two problems at once, one of them being Vinad. Vangarich told him to hurry, because there wasn't much time left for the orcs in the sky. Ray told them they have less time than they really think. Chapter 5 Woman on the Moon. Has had nightmares of the death of the Proletariat Crusade. She had managed to escape the crushing mountains and run through the moon's cave until she was too tired and found a secluded place where she could sleep. She heard high-pitched voices, and when she looked down from her position, she saw the orcs minion pushing each other in a malicious spirit. She realized the little creature smelled horribly, and it was a surprise they could smell her. The leader of the creatures poked his head to where Haas was hiding, and she rocked his head with her maw. She jumped and killed the goblins. Hunger came to her. It had been days since she had last eaten, and the thought of searching the bodies of the snodlings for food came to her, but she would not lower herself like this. She saw another one of the small creatures looking at her from a hall. It screamed and ran. She went after him and finally got him before a wall. When she was prepared to strike him, an orc hit her in the back of the head. Then he lifted her up with his jaws. She tried to strike the orc, but the orc electrocuted her. Two voices talked while Haas recovered her head heavy, and, well, they gave her water. She was grateful for the water. She was scared though when she saw the two voices turned into faces. Apparently they were Longshanks. Say that a few times. Longshanks. Humans of sort, abhumans, probably legal ones, with stretched bodies. Of course, they didn't really say it's their fault since their gravity was low, so you know. They didn't know where they were, and all started to murmur when they found out they were in Terra's orbit, the holy place. For what it's worth, the Longshanks were loyal subjects of the Emperor. Haas learned the ropes. Don't look the orcs in the eyes, or else they will beat you, kill you, or take you to the meat pen. No rescue was coming for them, especially once you see the gate where more orcs come from. As many as they needed, in fact. At the edge of the Soul System, coming from the warp, fists appeared. Their jump was successful. The High Marshal, yes, because now that's what we're calling Bohemond, High Marshal, while the other books he was just a Marshal. Oh well, I guess. Asked his brother chapter masters how was their jump. The warp was unusually quiet, and they all managed to get through with no problems. Thane was surprised that Mars had immobilized its forces. Issachar asked what were their orders. Kurland told them they will go to the Orc Moon and to send message to both Terra and Mars. Chapter 6 Dance's End. Ray was bound to a chair in a very bright room. An interrogator was screaming at her. Veritas deactivated the Vox so Vangarich couldn't hear what was being said. Vangarich and Veritas talked about the young-looking Eldar, how they don't really age unless they're very ancient. And even then, some of them don't do it at all. And how they are immortal. But Vangarich corrected him that they were not immortal. Viernad entered the room. Vangarich saw a pair of stormtroopers outside. They were not there when he and Veritas got into the room. Clearly this was protection against Veritas. The two Inquisitors exchanged remarks about assassination attempts and collaboration with the Xenos that apparently Viernad was guilty of before. Vangarich tried to make them stop, but they wouldn't do it. Veritas tried to apologize though, but Viernad told him there were other options besides an assassination attempt. You know, when it comes to his faults. They bicker about and Vangarich asked if the glass is physically psychically warded, telling Veritas that the Eldar was looking at him, at Veritas, and laughing. Finally, they decide to speak with the prisoner. Veritus, Vangarich, and Vinad entered the room. The interrogator bowed and took his leave. The Eldar grew more defiant, maybe because it lacked the silver mask it usually had. They asked of her to tell them what the message for the Emperor was, because they were his will. She speaks how once the Emperor and Eldrad were associates. Oh, I guess that's putting it in a more friendly way, but they knew each other. But their paths have diverged. Ray also said that the Orc threat will pass, but the true enemy was close, and Veritus knew that. Both Inquisitors were right. Ray also spoke of a gift. The Calm of the Warp was done by Eldrad and his seers, so the Fist could reach Terra in time. She said to not underestimate the threat of chaos, for it is never ending. Ray spoke some more about her empire and their need for humanity to survive, because they once coexisted and they would like to take back their planets and their huge empire. Vineyard and Veritus started to fight again, until Vangarich interrupted them to ask if this was really the time. Veritus said yes. They exchanged more threats, with Veritus willing to kill the Shadow Seer, while Vineyard protested. But Vangarich stops them and appeals to their desire to defend humanity. How they are the only ones, them three, that get what this threat really is. Both Inquisitors are right in their assertion of the Xenos. In the end, both Vineyard and Veritus agree to make peace, and the fact that Veritus will continue to be representative, while Vineyard works from the fortress to help humanity. With that settled, they leave Ray forever. Chapter 7. Conversation with Terra. During the journey to the Sol system, Kurland found peace sparring with Issachar, the exhaustion taking his mind away from the grief he felt. While going to Terra, they got information about the disastrous proletariat crusade, how the Navy kept its small forces back, and how Mars mustered his defenses but did nothing. Messages to Terra and Mars went unanswered. Kurland kept to the training cages with Issachar, and there was one answer to all his questions: the High Lords. While sparring, a bondsman came and told Kurland and Issachar that the High Lords made contact. From Mars, no news came. Kurland told the bondsman to keep trying. Tell Mars they would have to pull the fleet to the Forge World to investigate the silence if not. Kurland would take his armor and talk to the representative alone. This meant authority still existed on Terra. And that was good, but if it was the same old one, there wasn't much hope for it. Issachar told the chapter master that he's learning. While preparing for the meeting, a thought came in his mind of having the Space Marines take over the rule of the Imperium, of course, but he threw that thought away. Kurland entered the Chamber of Communications. He apologized for keeping the man waiting, but he waved it off. The representative referred to him as second captain, but Kurland corrected him that he was chapter master. The man with the scarred face wanted to know if more survive Ardamantua. Kurland told him he is the last, and when he falls, so will the Imperial Fists. The man brought the discussion back to his plan. He presented himself as Drakan Vangorch of the Officio Assassinorum. He had a message for the chapter master. The High Lords don't want him near Terra, fearing he will undermine their power and authority. Some more talks later, and Vangarich brings in Veritus, Inquisitor representative, and one of the High 12. He orders Kurland to bring the fleet to Terra and destroy the moon. A weird request because this was what Kurland planned. But before that, Vangarich told him he would have to go to Mars and bring the Fabricator General Kublik, out of hiding. They would tell him what to say to the Mechanicus. And now Vangarich would tell him of what happened since Ardamantua. Chapter 8. The Calculation of Suspicion. Kubik addressed Kurland from the heart of the so-called Diagnostiat. It was a chamber where Magusses and Magi would be connected to the planet and become part of its world engine. It was a high honor to become part of Mars. Higher though was the position of Fabricator General. Kubik insisted Kurlan talk to him from a confined place on the ship Abhorrence, where only he could see him. The two talked and they greeted each other. Kurlan told Kubik they were here to ask for his aid. They would be moving on to the attack moon immediately and smash them from the sky. Kubik had said Juskin Atoll thought the same, and we all know how that ended. Kurlan retorted they were the hammer of the Emperor, not some rabble. But the Fabricator General advised caution. Mars had great weapons on it, but when brought up, Kubik didn't like the idea of destroying the Throneworld to save it. The mind of Mars spoke to the Fabricator, telling him Kurland was in contact with someone from the system. Prime suspects were Grand Master Vangarich and Inquisitor Veritus. The Fabricator agreed in the end to send support, 5 battalions of Skitari and a few other troops. Kurland wanted to speak to Laurentiis and Eldon, but the Fabricator told him, in fact, that they are caught with different duties. Kurland said as long as the Imperium stands united, they will not fall. Kubik told him that Mars stands with them. The voice of Mars told him that Kurland suspects he is lying. Kurland asked when will his troops be ready. The Fabricator acted insulted and dispatched troops right away to join the last wall. He only asked for all technology and material on the moon. Kurland wanted the information they got. He knew of the explorer vessels collecting information on the universe about the orcs and the attack moons, saying that what they have currently now is rather thin. The Fabricator defended himself, saying this is all they have, and once they have more, they will share it happily. The two men agreed to end the discussion. Kubik's throne lowered him, and he was now in front of the Synod of Mars, waiting for him. Moving to Eldon and Laurentiis, they were deep in the Forge Temple of Olympus Mons. They were taken to the Fabricator General. Once Eldon would have loved the opportunity to gain more influence in the Synod, but that was before he became a traitor. The coming of the fists in the system have turned Kubik into an even bigger politician. Laurentiis' thoughts were his own. The operations necessary to save his life have left him detached a little more. For what is worth, the biologists try to find a balance between machinery and flesh compared to the other cults of Mars. But while Eldon was anxious, he couldn't tell of Laurentiis. In a way, he envied the biologist, who was now able to be so detached. They entered the room of Kubik. He was in the same room as when he spoke to Kurland. He asked the two biologists what they know of Second Captain Kurland. First, he asked Laurentiis, but Laurentiis could not speak of Kurland ill. In fact, slaughter saved his life. He did threaten Eldon with violence should anything happen to him. He went to that lengths to protect him. Some more talks about the necessity of their actions, and the Fabricator sends Laurentiis to a new experiment while keeping Eldon on the teleportation system. He told the Magos to be careful and shows a picked image of a woman with a rebreather that was a member of the Officio Assassinorum. They watched drones coming to attack her. She threw her robes aside and shot the drones down. But the Mechanicum had Rust Stalkers, their own assassins. And while she killed them too, in the end they were too much and they overwhelmed her. The Fabricator tells the two that they had to be careful with intruders. And Eldon knew he had to talk to Yendo. Chapter 9. The Last Wall Attacks. The Orc Moon hung above Holy Terra, but it was no longer the master of the void. 7 battle barges, dozens of strike cruisers, and lesser ships of the Space Marines were joined by the fleet of Mechanicus, and they stood outside the range of the weapon's gravitational impulse range, whatever. Among these armies stood the flagship of Langsung, the Autocephalus Eterno, who did not join the battle again. Kurland asked again to contact it, but the ship did not respond. The High Marshal promised Langsung will answer to him once this is done, But Issachar told him over Vox that there were more pressing matters and to ignore it for now. Kurland gave the signal to attack. Orc ships appeared out of the moon and attacked the Space Marines. The Marshal wanted to be in the middle of the battle, and Kurland would have preferred to be on Issachar's ship right now, but he had to make sure the Black Templars didn't go far alone. Kurland told them to stay back, let the orcs come at them. The moon unleashed a huge power whip and destroyed a vessel of the Exocaritors. The chapter masters were surprised at such display. The orcs unleashed the weapon again, damaging the Remembered Sin, the flagship of Issachar. They would live, but another hit on them would be devastating. The order to attack the moon's surface was given. The Marshal took charge on the decision without consulting Kurland. All ships launched cyclonic torpedoes. Before they could hit their mark, the whip lashed again, destroying one of the Black Templars' battle barges. The Marshal wanted to strike the Orc moon again, but Kurland stopped him so they could launch a coordinated attack. Once they did that, they realized the whip was not destroyed, and this time it struck at the Abhorrents. The vessel tilted, and thanks to the bondsman at the helm, but by the time they managed to put it back into shape, the whip charged again, and it was close this time towards them. But, throwing nuclear bombs on the surface of the moon, appeared another ship. From Terra, it was the Iron Knights, who apologized for being late. They managed to destroy the whip. Malphon, the chapter master of the Iron Knights, obeyed the command of Kurland to help the Fist Exemplars and offer his condolences for his losses. 88% of the orcs' defense systems on the planet were gone, and their ships lit up the moon's surface. Orders to prepare for boarding were given. The Marshal told Kurland to better remain on the ship, but Kurland will join and lead a party of his own. In that case, the Marshal had a gift for him. The Marshal took him to his room and presented his gift, a striking yellow Terminator armor, one of the first ever made during the end of the heresy. He said he doubted Kurland in the beginning, and he still did, but Slaughter proved he had the abilities, he had the leading abilities, so the Marshal extended the Terminator armor as a gift of friendship. Kurland appreciated the gift and said he doesn't know how to repay him back. The Marshal told him he can be repaid by Kurland by avenging his brothers. Chapter 10. The Gate. Kurland teleported in the midst of the Orc group. The weapons did nothing to his Terminator armor, and once all orcs were gone, he voxed Team Slaughter, other members of the team that strike with him. Their mission was to destroy the generators of the Orc moon. That would make the remaining weapons useless. This team was formed from one Fist Exemplar, one Iron Knight, one Exocaritor, and 2 Black Templars. Kurland took the lead. Behind him, other Terminators followed. He would receive reports from the other teams on the moon about how they stood with their targets and their locations. Kurland and his men got close to their target, but awaiting them were orcs prepared for battle. Kurland raised his sword and screamed for the Emperor before battle. In her dreams, Has labored. She couldn't tell how long it has been since she arrived on the moon. There was also no way to tell what the hour was or when did the day pass. In the daytime, if you can call it that, she and the Longshanks carried supplies that came through a green fiery gate. The gate always brought more orcs. She was dragged there to work, and she returned to that place in her dreams. The orc gate shimmered, and the orcs they called One Tooth, Has's capturer, walked about. All of the prisoners lowered their heads. Snotlings ran around the orc's legs, mimicking his words. Marsat, one of the first of the Longshanks that Has met, touched her shoulder, telling her that something was happening. Outside the prison cavern, screams and gunfire could be heard. An explosion then happened close to them, and that got followed by the sound of gunfire once more. The Abhumans all screamed. Has tried to see what was happening, but the orc named One Tooth came to her. Don't worry, nothing bad happened because she got saved thanks to a Black Templar and his Stormbolter. Marsat jumped at the feet of their savior and thanked him. Their murder had an interesting reply to the Longshank. Non-standard human phenotype identified. Loth the mutant. Terminate. The Longshanks didn't get the chance to be surprised before they got cut down. The noise almost made Haas deaf. The Space Marine didn't see her, but he could hear her, and once he saw that she was a human, well, the Space Marine told her to come with them, and also that the Emperor protects. And protect he did indeed. More Space Marines gathered with different colors and heraldry. The only one she knew was that of the Imperial Fist, the only yellow one. She was put alongside other terrified human survivors. Her savior went to the Imperial Fist and told him of the survivors they found. Kurland told them to tell him what they knew of the moon, but almost all of them were useless and said only thanks and prayers. Haas told him that his men had killed the people that had saved her, the Longshanks. They were legalized abhumans, they were not mutants at all, and Kurland asked her savior if they killed them. He answered yes, because they were mutants. But as I mentioned earlier, they were permitted abhumans, not even mutants at all. Kurland told them to save all humans no matter the variant, and not to harm them until he said so. Others would have to hear this order as well, so he gave the leaf to the Black Templar that saved Haas and told him to spread the message. Kurland would not approve of needless slaying of innocents. When he got back to talking to Haas, she finally mentioned the gate. Chapter 11. Servant of the Beast. The Space Marines fought the Orcs. Haas was right. Kurland Tain and the Marshal saw the gate through picked images from a servo skull. Orcs poured from the gate. Kurland realized this is how the Orcs won. The moons were not only weapons, but also transport bridges. Tain mentioned how if they don't destroy it, there will become an eternal battleground. Their numbers will dwindle, but the Orcs wouldn't. Plans to destroy it were made. Some would cost more in gene seed and life than others. They decided to redirect the Orcs' attention by introducing tanks into the moon and have the Orcs drawn to them. A Vox call signaled the start of the assault. Tanks were inside the moon, and the Space Marines were there to stop the Orcs from invading the Predators, Land Raiders, and Razorbacks. The Orcs took the bait, coming out of the gate and going directly for the tanks. The Space Marines flanked them and cut them off. Kurland fought alongside Tain, who mentioned that on Eidolika they used ammo to slay the Orcs, but he preferred his vengeance at close range. Plus, he conserved ammo. Once they reached the gate proper, they started to smash the pieces of it that were closest to them. Kurland ordered the gate to be destroyed. The Orcs realized kinda late what was happening, and they started to attack the Space Marines. Tain decided this was a proper moment to use the guns, and he ordered his first company to fire. Kurland and the rest of his men continued trying to destroy the gate. At first, their attempts made the green fire of the gate flicker, and then it stopped. The Orcs bellowed their rage. For every hero of the Imperium, 20 vile Xenos fell. 3 Melta charges were put on the gate. Kurland initiated the teleportation countdown. It would take 5 minutes before they could leave. He ordered his men to fall back to the teleportation coordinates. While moving, Kurland met with the biggest war boss, I guess, but it's still an Orc boss, to the biggest war boss he ever saw. Bigger than a dreadnought, with a cleaver the size of a rhino's side. They ran from the huge beast, and while it roared, it seemed to coordinate the other Orcs. Soon, the Space Marines found themselves cornered by the Orc. Many battle brothers died, but they continued fighting. The great beast Orc started fighting Kurland, and the Orc almost killed him. The melted bombs started to detonate. The Orc tried to tear his arms from his body, until Malphonse came to the rescue. He got kicked backwards. The Orc and the Iron Knight chapter master pulled a fight, but the Orc got the better of the Space Marine. By the time teleportation happened, he saw the Orc rip Malphon's head off. He was now in the Dark Teleport Chamber. Roland Vox the Marshal, Tain, Issachar, and Quesedra. The Malphons was dead. Chapter 12. In Pursuit of Vengeance. The Black Templar cruiser Obsidian Sky had just completed its translation. They were now in the Klostra system. The Dreadnought Marshal eyes opened and ordered a scan to be done. Hails to be sent so their enemies could respond to the challenge. They received transmission back. It was not from the traitors, but from the Orcs. There were traces of the enemy. Well, there were traces that once the enemy was here, but only days ago. The Dreadnought was furious. He wanted to kill Calcator. But the Castellan thought the Orcs did their job for them. Though the Marshal didn't want to hear it, he wanted more scans to be done, to be sure of what happened. He was not scared of 1,000 Orcs. 100,000 Orcs, but really, what's the difference? The Castellan wanted to talk to the Marshal in private, and he granted his request. The Dreadnought did not like the Castellan challenging his orders, though that was the role of a Castellan. The Marshal had refused the call of the High Marshal, even if the last wall had been invoked. The Dreadnought had not taken his maintenance sleep in 6 months, and he looked to have gotten a little bit more unstable, shall we say. He continued to refuse doing so. Only when he would have Calcator's head could he rest. Of course, the Castellan sighed, and they went back to the deck. Delzenic 4 used to be the name of this planet, and Calcator remembered. He saw his destruction. The Iron Warriors went to the planet in their Thunderhawk. The planet was a ruin. Once it was green and had civilization on it, but during the Horus Heresy it was turned into this. The Thunderhawk landed, and Calcator put his helmet on, telling his men to do the same. Not only could the air choke you, the lack of an ozone layer brought heavy radiation upon the planet. The Space Marines formed behind the War Master. He now only had 50 men under his command, a small number compared to his former great company. Tensions could rise if he would not give them a victory. They were looking for a supply cache on the dead planet. They reached a former hangar of the Imperium since before the heresy. An Iron Warrior went to search for valuable supplies more into it, but he found nothing of worth, till he realized he was followed. He got attacked by an Orc, and had his double heart cut out. For this Iron Warrior, the long war was over. Calcator was really having a bad time. More Orcs were starting to appear in the facility. They had only found half of the supplies necessary, but that will have to do. And, worse yet, their ship detected more Orc pirates incoming. Chapter 13. This is the unlucky one. Iron and Faith. The Obsidian Sky followed the scent of blood to the Delzenic system, where it found its target. There were also Orcs there, but in small number. Opening the hull light, they set their eyes upon the ship of Calcator. The Dreadnought Marshal Magneric recognized it from a time long past. The Castellan advised to let the Iron Warriors fight the Orcs and do cleanup duty afterwards, but the Dreadnought wouldn't hear of it. It would give Calcator the luxury of escaping. The Marshal decided they would attack both the ground forces and the ship at once. The Castellan showed the Orcs were transporting troops to the ground. The Marshal did not take heed and proceeded with his plan. The traitor ship tried to Vox them, but they ignored them and proceeded with their attack plans. The Orcs noticed them and tried to hit the ship, but their goal was the traitor ship, and they would not stop until they took it. Moving to Calcator, who was crushing an Orc skull with his servoclaw. Their supplies were getting transported. Casualties have been at minimal, only serfs and servitors. The Orcs look like infiltration specialists with painted black faces and camo gear. Nevertheless, the Orcs were gone, and the last of the supplies were getting moved. The ship couldn't lower itself for them, so they boarded the Thunderhawk to get out of the planet. Without expecting it, orbital strikes fell upon the traitors. The pilot thought it was the orcs copying Imperial Navy strategies, but Calcator knew it was the Dreadnought Marshal. It's very clear that the Black Templars had followed them. This strategy followed on a drop pod assault after the orbital strike. The Iron Warriors had lost a ship to the orbital strikes of the Black Templars before. I mean, a Thunderhawk, but you get it. But they still had a plan. Back on the Obsidian Sky, more orc ships started to appear. Worse yet, the ship of the Black Templar had been boarded. And they had been boarded by teleportation. Thank you, orcs. An order was given to arm every bondsman and lock out the invaders where they appeared. More and more ships appeared when all hope was lost. The traitor's ship fired at the orcs. The shipmaster of the Obsidian Sky told his crew to vox the traitor's ship and offer him a truce for the moment, if they weren't gonna shoot at them. Better the Marshal have a ship to return to and a shipmaster to execute than no ship at all. Chapter 14. The Dead of Mars. Yendo got off the transport hub. From there she had a view of the Pavonis Mons. She held her data slate tight like a lowly acolyte that was running late with her tasks while walking. She reached a set of stairs where acolytes used to walk. Unfortunately, they were now walking in a line because a giant servitor was walking slowly in front of them. And the servitor did not care for the shouts and curses of those he inconvenienced. Yendo's temple was one that didn't bring attention to themselves. But this time, she did, asking if she could jump in line because otherwise her Magos would be angry with her again. This was a necessity. Red Haven has been compromised. She had to meet with Verox, but she didn't come. A few hours later, she knew why. And, well, she presumed why. Yendel took as many of the roads as she knew until she found a spot in a secluded alley to throw her robes down a hatchet. And she became an assassin once more, slipping in the shadows. We moved to a ventilation duct that had no exits that Yendo could open. Well, except one that she found, but it was hard to pass through. Until she dislocated her shoulder, that is. When she got out of the duct, she popped her shoulder back in and started to jump around and be unseen. In a warehouse. Servitors carried white plastic bags, and when she got the chance to open one of it, she saw the body of a dead orc. By the size of the warehouse and the refrigeration unit in there, she calculated that they had 10,000 orcs. What did they need so many for? She had to inform Vangarich. She tried to get back, but some Skitari found her. She dispatched of them quickly, but the alarm was sounded. She changed her clothes to look like a lowly adept again. A silver skull was following her, and when she quickened her pace, so too did the skull. Finally, she managed to capture the skull with her robe. The skull screamed it was a message. It was Eldon. They talked about the orc bodies and their secret project that Argus was working on. And then, the skull left. Chapter 15. Lord Guilliman's Decree. The day after the attack on the Orc Moon, the last wall was waiting for Lord Commander Udo. Lord Guilliman, as he was called. As if he was the real Primarch. His ship arrived on the Abhorrence, and 1,000 Space Marines of different chapters awaited him. The leaders of the chapters were there with their chaplains. The Lucifer Blacks came out of the ship and formed the corridor for the Lord Commander. Kurlan knew this to be an insult, a show of power for the Lord Commander. Udo's entrance was as pompous as it was ridiculous. Once he reached the chapter master, they all kneeled in front of him until he told them to raise. The Lord Commander then honored them with a badge for the defense of Terra. Scribes were writing down the events, and servitors with pick captures were recording. Kurlan knew this was a show of strength. 6 chapter masters bowing down to Udo would help his political career. Udo said they now have to start a war council. In the strategium, picked images of Terra were rotating slowly. The Orc Moon, its ugly twin. The chapter masters listed what they did, destroying the Orc weapons of the planet, killing 2/3 of them. They presented the Orc gateways and how it allowed the Orcs to travel from position to position. But Udo knew of this from Kubik. The Space Marines knew the orcs could repair their blown-up gate, and they would be in the same position. The solution was simple: to attack the moon again. Udo told him they won't do that, and he referred to Kurland as second captain of the Daylight Wall Company. The High Marshal found the idea stupid, but Kurland told him to listen to Udo. The Lord Commander told the High Marshal to listen to the second captain, for he had wisdom. Issachar told Udo that Kurland is a chapter master, and that he sits with them in brotherhood, and that it pains him to remind someone of Udo's stature of this, or position. Udo said that Kurland is not chapter master by customs of his own chapter. He wasn't picked as successor by the former chapter master, nor elected by the chaplains of the chapter or wall captains. Bohemond asked how the hell could that happen when he is the last Imperial Fist. Udo asked if this would be the same case should he have been a neophyte. Of course, no, it wouldn't. Tensions were high. Udo picked on the High Marshal and his rumored excesses of warriors. Terra did not approve of this gathering of Space Marines, and they wondered what to make of it. Quesadra was revolted. They came here to save the Throneworld from their own stupidity at this point, and now they accused them of treachery. Udo argued that a force this vast has not been seen so close to Terra since the heresy. Kurland commented how if the Senatorum cared more about their jobs, his brothers wouldn't be dead, and an orc attack moon wouldn't be over them. Udo argued that this fans the flames of his doubt, asking Kurland if that is a threat. Kurland got up and asked if this is why they were left to die on Ardamantua, because they were scared of them. Udo insults the chapter masters, saying they were bred for war, and while they were intelligent, they forgot that they were made for conflict. Verpal, first captain of the Iron Knights, and now acting commander of the whole chapter, tells Udo how his chapter master died to save his office, and he should not insult them. Udo mentioned this was another veiled threat. The Lord Commander tells them the plan. Tomorrow they would enter Terra, and Kurland will be recognized as chapter master by the will of the Senatorum. Then they will proceed to make a plan. Kurland asked about the moon, and Udo told him Kubik wants it intact. The High Marshal was revolted that Terra now dances to the tune of Mars. Udo glanced at him with contempt. Before leaving, he told Kurland and his brothers that the High Lords will decide the fate of the moon, and once the Navy comes, they will all receive different orders to break up the fleet, and this display of confraternity. Also, each chapter will give members to the Imperial Fist to protect Terra once more, in a way rebuilding the chapter. Kurland's brother would be forgotten, and their sacrifice uncounted for. When he left, the High Marshal said they won't break the fleet. Quesadra said they can't defy him. Verpal said that they can. What can he do? Issachar agreed. Their goal is to save the Imperium. Kurland advised against such thinking, since we saw what happened last time somebody thought like that, and where it led. Chapter 16. The Welcoming Heroes. The walk towards the center of the Imperial Palace was filled with cheers. 3,000 Space Marines, more than have ever been on Terra in the years after the Horus Heresy, were now applauded by the population that waved banners with their symbols. Kurland walked in front of the Space Marines with no helmet, of course advised by Udo. He envied his brothers now that wore the colors of his chapter. They got to keep their helmets and now listen to the screams of the public. Kurland would not give in to pride though. Even his damaged battle armor had to be replaced with a new one. Of course, at Udo's politicking. When they reached the hall, they were greeted by a feast, then a reception, that saw a few dignitaries come to him. When Vangarich approached him, Kurland didn't recognize him in the beginning. They shake hands and talk, Kurland calling Vangarich the most dangerous man in the room, both assassin and politician. Vangarich tells him they are on the same side. That made him different from the rest of the politicians. Kurland said they are all on the same side. Vangarich wouldn't take it. He knew the Imperial Fist didn't like what he was seeing on Terra. And he was pretty much correct. That was true. Vangarich then presented the agendas and follies of the High Lords. Some, like Zek, were good at their job, but not good as politicians. Others, like Mersing, were self-serving politicians. Lang Sun kept his fleet, or his ship in this case, I was about to say fleet. No, Lang Sun kept his ship at bay during the Proletariat Crusade and the Space Marines attack. At the end of their talks, Vangarich mentioned how only the two of them are on the same side, and it would be better for Kurland to save their hides because the Assassinorum wasn't made for that. Vangarich left, and they say they will continue talking later. Thane came to Kurland's side. Udo tried to split them up, but as you can imagine, a Space Marine in full battle armor goes where he pleases. Both of them were sick of this nest of vipers. Ten said Vangarich was the biggest of them all. Few would dare to come to the Space Marines, now both of them side by side, but Mersing walked without a care. The Ecclesiarch greeted them and thanked them. Kurland asked if he was Mersing, and of course the priest acted surprised and went, "Oh yes, and I only interpret what the Emperor says." They wouldn't have any of that, saying that his chapter follows the imperial truth laid by the Emperor, and that neither the Primarchs, the Emperor, or the Space Marines are divine. Mersing hoped one day his angels would see the light. But after some more discussion about religion and how wrong Mersing and his ecclesiarchy were, they left. Well, first the priest left, and Kurland told Thane he had enough of this. He has seen the Emperor's name being used by every charlatan with his own ambitions. And the chapter masters left. Chapter 17. War in the Dust. Dreadnought Marshal Magnarik walked on the ruins of Desalik 4 and shot at the orcs that surfaced from the horizon. More orcs came on the planet from orbit. On dropships. Drop pods, I guess. Not all survived the landing, but the numbers grew nonetheless. The Black Templars killed orcs, and at some point they retreated. This was the moment the Dreadnought thought, and they rushed to Calcator's building, and he challenged him. Calcator wanted to parley with the Dreadnought. Magnarik refused. He wanted to kill his treacherous cousin. But the situation wasn't looking that good. More orcs were bound to come from space, and they would overwhelm both forces. Finally, the Marshal agreed to parley. The two former friends met once more, and first they talked about Calcator's betrayal, but of course the Warsmith did not see it as betrayal. After some more discussion, the Dreadnought reluctantly agrees to make peace with Calcator for the situation. The orcs will kill them one after the other if not. They would fight together like they once did, as symbols of unity between two legions. But Magnarik warned against being betrayed. Calcator said he would honor his part, for their former friendship at least. Chapter 18. Red Haven. -1, +1. Yendel stood hidden in a place that Mechanicus ignored for years. Only a servo skull laid on the floor destroyed. It was probably sent to investigate the leak, but the pressure the leak created didn't matter. While waiting for her fellow assassins, she was tense. Isolde appeared out of nowhere, quite proper for an assassin. Haas came last. She was followed, but then she caught the person and threw him in front of the other assassins. Yendo told the assassin that Verox was dead. They suspected that much. Tybalt was in his cryopod, still undetected. They ungagged the man and then realized he was an Inquisitor agent, one of Vinyad's sent to Mars to observe. A rat appeared and Isolde caught it, biting her. The other woman got bitten by it and the rat confirmed Red Heaven before dying. They then cut the rat and found a silver ball that had a message from Vangarich. He received the information about Kubik's experiments and they had to put contingency plans into motions. Yendo was to gather information. Haas, being the best infiltration specialist, would follow Kubik and learn his every move, while giving care of Tybalt to Isolde. Vangarich gave order to prepare to assassinate the Fabricator General. The Inquisitorial agent on the ground did not approve of this idea, but preparations didn't mean killing. Isolde was prepared to kill the Inquisitor because, he wasn't supposed to be there or find him. And he seemed pretty done with it as well. He accepted his fate. But Vangrich wasn't done talking. He told him of an agent named Raznik, the man that was awaiting his death right now, and he was not to be harmed, but to be worked with. The Inquisition and the Assassinorum would work together, and Raznik was the key to other inquisitorial agents on the planet. They freed him. Chapter 19. Witch. The Obsidian Sky and the Polymodes, the trader ship, drove to the Orc fleet brothers once more, if only for a brief period of time. Orc crafts got destroyed with ease. Some tensions were there between the two leaders of the ships, but if they wanted to survive, they had to work together. They met a gigantic Orc ship, and the two vessels avoided collision with it. More Orcs teleported on the sky, and they were coming for the command bridge. They closed themselves off, letting the Sword Brethren on board deal with the Orcs. They still had to concentrate on winning the space battle. With a combined attack from both ships, they destroyed a huge Orc ship. People cheered on the deck. They now waited for the extraction of the Marshal and the Castellan. On the planet, Black Templars and Iron Warriors fought as one. Calcator shot encouragements and curses at his men. Castellan Rastal shadowed his every step. The Marshal couldn't be inside the building, so he had his own little barricade outside. His rear was protected by Black Templars, and he would pick only the biggest of targets to kill with his autocannon. Calcator mentioned how the Orcs would have killed him. The Castellan said that wouldn't happen to them. But Calcator brought up how he lost 2 planets and most of his great company to the Orcs. Castellan thought that the Iron Warriors may be right. That was clearly a scouting force of Orcs, but it was a gigantic force at 5,000 strongs. The Obsidian Sky voxed the Castellan, telling him that they won the Void battle. The Castellan ordered them to be extracted and to help the Iron Warriors to be extracted as well. At some point, the Orcs stopped and retreated. The Castellan went to see what was happening, and from a distance he saw thunder and lightning breaking the sky. He knew it. Witch. The Orc Witch came. It was a being of gigantic power and a very peculiar appearance. They shot blast cannons at it, but he wasn't that effective. The Orcs sent a wave on the building, and what Iron Warrior or Black Templar it touched died instantly. The building was breached, and Orcs came running out it. Calcator wanted to keep their position, but the Dreadnought said that only fate could protect against the Witch. He called his men to him, and Calcator would provide support fire. It was either this, or die. Chapter 20. Faith and Iron. The Sword Brethren formed an escort for the Marshal. The Black Templar shot at Orcs with precision. With support from the Iron Warriors, Magneric made his way to the Orc Witch. Orcs came at the Marshal, but he killed them with his autocannon, turning them into a mist of flesh and blood. When he ran out of ammo, he used his fists to kill the Orcs trying to get at him, while the Orc Witch was prancing. The Space Marines said prayers and declarations for the Emperor and Sigismund. The Weird Boy tried to hit the Dreadnought with his magic, but the Marshal was protected. The Weird Boy raised his hands to the sky, and the Orcs around him started to say Gork Mork faster and faster until it ended up with Gorka Morka over and over again. Sword Brethren near the Marshal started to die from the energies the Orcs were channeling. The lines of the Black Templars was disrupted, leaving Magneric alone. The Dreadnought reached the Orc and smashed his head with his fist. The energies gathered by the Weird Boy exploded, almost toppling the Dreadnought backwards and making the Orc's head explode. Well, the other Orcs' heads explode. They all died. The witches are their weakness, proclaimed the Dreadnought. When he saw that all the Orcs were dead, the Black Templar spoke praises to the Emperor. Calcator took refuge from the energy wave as it hit the building. When it passed, he was now looking at the field of dead Orcs. The Dreadnought walked to the fort, or the building. The Dreadnought proclaimed this to be a sign of fate. Calcator asked if he had given up on the lie that was the Imperial truth to follow the lie of the herds. Thunderhawks were coming. Calcator mocks the Black Templars for their devotion, acting like Lorgar had once. but the Iron Warriors take their leave unharmed by the Black Templars. The Castellan proposed they could shoot them down from orbit, but the Marshal opposed the idea. They must uphold their oaths or be no different than them. Chapter 21. Three Partings. Kubik entered the temple of the agnostic covers, where the dead assassin was hung with a helmet on her head. The interrogator saluted the fabricator general and told him he would be done immediately with his interrogation. The information was ready, and the fabricator looked at it. It was one of the most recent memories, the meeting of Red Haven on Olympus. Kubik could identify the assassin by temples. It was surprising to see an Eversor assassin in the cryopod, because they were the most violent of assassins. 5 assassins on his planet, deployed by Vangarage, which also appeared in the image, showed the memory recording. Kubik was outraged, and he understood why 5 assassins were sent there. To kill him. The auditorium was bigger than Mesring remembered. He was already sweating before the sermon was done. When they left for his chambers, he fell ill. The Fraternis Templars wanted to bring him a Medicare team, but he refused. Alone in his room, he rambled from the poison Vangarage gave him. He had an antidote, but it would only work for a brief time, and it would not cure the poison. He took the crystal that dissolved in his mouth, and relief came. Viernat gave him that, but for what he knew, she was dead. So that was only a temporary solution that wouldn't last, now that he had only 5 more. He blasphemes against the Emperor until he thinks that the orcs are stronger than him. He found something to respect when looking at the moon. Kurlang waited to meet Thane alone in the minor shadow bay on the Abhorrence. Thane entered the bay, and Kurlang came out of the shadows, scaring Thane's bodyguards. The Imperial Fist wanted to talk with Thane privately. They talked a little about good tidings and how Issachar is very close to asking for the reformation of the Legion. Thane was sympathetic with that idea. Maybe bringing back the old Legion wasn't such a bad idea. Look at what they could do with 5,000 Marines. What else could they do with 10, 20, 100,000? A talk about power corrupting happens and about how idiotic the Senatorum was. Thane's goal and orders was to bring the Soul Drinkers to Terra. After a few exchanges, Thane left. They regarded each other as brothers. But Kurlan knew they had to do something about Udo's interferences. Echoes of the Long War. Chapter 1. Immaterial. Fall. In transit, of course. On the battle barge of the Fist Exemplars, Dantalion, First Captain Zeberin entered the bridge. He asked the shipmaster to report. The problem was a distress beacon. The first captain found that foolish. Countless worlds burned and Terra was under threat, and he was called for a beacon? Apparently it was Last Wall related. The first captain disapproved of the Last Wall greatly and tried to convince Thane twice it was against their chapter's doctrine, but to no avail. That even saw him promoted to the position of first captain, which really he considered more of an insult, as a punishment rather than anything else. They couldn't tell what the beacon was saying, but they found its coordinates. They didn't know if Thane or anyone else could hear that. Zeberin collected his thoughts and gave the order to make the jump to the coordinates. Also to inform Thane on the Alcazar Remembered and any other ship of what they will do. We now reached the Vandis system, Mendevile Point. The ship came out of the void into the system. What they found there were orc ships, and no sign of the Last Wall beacon. They also found another ship, one Imperial ship that seemed to have been repurposed by the orcs. The first captain ordered to destroy that ship. Chapter 2. Terra, Imperial Palace. A vessel was landing. Kurlan looked up to watch the shuttle approach. Kurlan was flanked by guards of the Royal Baroque, the best Navy had, and Skitari of the Mechanicus. Some ships flew overhead Kurland. He looked up, but even his enhanced eyes were too slow for them. Instead, he saw the moon, smaller than the one Terra had naturally, but it was so close it looked larger. Alongside him was daylight, formerly 7th Captain Denethor of the Fist Exemplars. Kurland realized that he looks good in yellow, but it hurt him to have him forced in his colors. But selfishly, Kurland was happy to share the wall with one of his brothers. The High Marshal came from the ship and gave Kurland the last coordinates of all ships of the Fist's successors and the blocked fleet. Kurland mentioned he was glad to see a friendly face, but the Marshal asked if this was a joke. As you can guess, Bohemond wasn't keen on Udo's idea to disband the fleet. Some more discussion about the ineptitude of the High Lords, and the High Marshal prayed to never be part of politics ever again. Haas was protecting the pad, and she exchanged a few words with Kurland, because, he remembered her from being that one human that knew what was happening on the Orc Moon. Kurland mentioned how he saw a riot outside the palace. Another Imperial Fist spoke that this was a sin. Haas tensed. Kurland told him to go to them and show them the Imperial Fist walk among them. Haas was trembling worse than when she was rescued by the orcs. Or from the orcs, should I say. Chapter 3. Terra, Imperial Palace. The Great Chamber was the heart of Terra, since Terra had been the heart of the Imperium. Standing above the 12 lords was a statue of Dorn that looked over the meeting. Vanquished wondered what would the Primarchs say if they saw how the High Lords tried to fill their boots. Before they could begin, sounds of gunfire were heard. But everyone promised things would be handled. The day's agenda had 97 pages. Vangarich got access to the original one that was much longer. From this one, there were missing parts of importance that the High Lords got rid of for their own interests. All the High Lords gathered with the exception of Zek, who sent his deputy because he was busy with the revolts on Terra, and of course the Inquisitor representative. The woman to Vangarich's right presumed she could execute them all. Vangarich responded that it was a little extreme, but it was tempting. The woman to his right was a representative of the Commissar Progetorium, Ursula Cage. She presented Vangarich with a confidential report from the Militarum. The ice world of Valhalla destroyed the moon. The Ultramarines did one above Khalt, and the Blood Angels with the Nova Marines another. In the last book, it was only the Blood Angels, but we're just gonna consider this is only the Blood Angels doing. This retcon I do not approve. 3 moons destroyed. No wonder they were losing. Vangarich asked why she showed him this. Apparently, she was told by Vinyad to do it. Plus, her Progetorium was in the way of the orcs' attack. Then the Inquisitor representative arrives. Both of them. Veritus walked to the dais accompanied by a grey-haired woman whose face looked younger than her eyes. Vangarich got a kick from his emotional rebook by seeing her. Udo wanted Vinyad kicked out because she wasn't on the list of aides. Veritus told him she isn't his aide. She is the representative. Udo told Veritus that can't be he. Veritus is the representative. Vinyard rebucked by saying he is until the Inquisition decides. And the Inquisition decided they both should be representatives right now. Of course, they would still only get 1 vote. The other High Lords were revolted at this. Beast Cruel told Vangarich that this makes things interesting, while resting his arms on the Grand Master's chair behind him. Chapter 4. Mars. Pavonis Mons. 2 Skitari marched Eldon down a corridor. These were not any Skitari, they were veterans. They reached an airlock door. They wouldn't kill him. They had the chance many times before. The biologist thought Yendel was captured, and Argus wanted to talk with her accomplice. The door opened, and they entered the cylindrical room behind it. The Skitari ordered Eldon to stop in the room. Then they left. The cylindrical room was a decontamination zone, and Eldon realized he was going to a laboratorium of the biologists. After getting hit with UV light and ozone, he was told to proceed by a female voice. When he entered the room, he saw a Skitari that was female, made of silver and very well armed. Argus's voice came. He asked Eldon of the 11th law, that the universe is uncertain until it is observed. Eldon thought Argus knew, until he started to speak about how Eldon wasn't fulfilled by working on the grand experiment. So his next job will be to find the orcs' planet. The Mechanicum have managed to reduce the number of planets to 6 or 7 locations. Ullanor was relieved. He could bring this information to Yendo and Terra. Chapter 5 Vandis System Mandeville Point. First Captain Zebrin's ship was in a dangerous firefight with the Orc ships, but their fleet arrived just in time when the situation was most dire. Zebrin didn't doubt for a moment that they would appear. Of the beacon they found no trace, yet. More ships arrived, including the Alcazar member of the Chapter Master, the sister battle barge of the Dantalion. Another transmission came to them. It was not from the beacon, but another Black Templar ship named the Interdictor. Zebrin wanted to speak with them even if he wouldn't be able to hear anything. Interferences from the Orc ships came through, and it sounded like they were saying Gorka Morka over and over again. The Castellans said words like Fall, Retaliation Beacon, Cruiser, Obsidian Sky, and others. The first captain learned that the Orcs wanted to keep the Obsidian Sky near them, and he couldn't understand why. A huge vessel appeared on the Opex. The first captain ordered a ship near him and his own to run, overriding the chapter master's orders. They wondered what the first captain was doing and if he was ignoring him. An excuse for that was the interference that the system had, because, it made communication harder. They found out at some point that the first captain mentioned something about the Black Templar's battleship Obsidian Sky, and about an Orc flagship. Thane's hand was forced, and he ordered his ships to attack. They got image of the Obsidian Sky in its final moments before blowing up. Behind it was another, Adeptus Astartes ship that looked like they fought back to back like brothers. But Thane immediately saw who the ship belonged to. The traitors of the Fourth. Thane wanted to talk to the Obsidian Sky, but it was impossible to reach. Yet he ordered his men to try harder. And then it came. Huge like the moon that destroyed Eidolika. An Orc ship. A carrier. Questions were made if they should save the traitor's ship, but Thane refused. Some walls can never come down. Finally, the Dreadnought Marshal Magnaric was on Vox with them. Chapter 6 Vandis System Mandeville Point. Thane had the Marshal on the hololith projector. The Obsidian Sky had lost most systems during the attack, including the lighting. Thane asked if he was the Venerable Magnaric, trying to talk to the Dreadnought. But they couldn't really understand each other thanks to the disruptions. Thane tried to tell him he studied his tactics during the siege of Terra, but the Dreadnought responded by saying not once but twice. A fixed exemplar vessel got split in half. The Dreadnought told Thane that they reached Denzelig 4 to kill the traitors that called him friend, and the Emperor showed him the way. This is the way. Thane asked if he got victory. Was that the reason the Orcs were following him? The Dreadnought responded, abhor the witch, deny the witch, destroy the witch. Some more praises to the Emperor later, and Thane left the Dreadnought to his ramblings. If the Orcs were trying to kill the Black Templars so much, it meant that they had knowledge that Thane wanted. Magnaric refused when he was asked that they would come and save him. He sent a video of his sarcophagus to use the information there gloriously. The data was sent, but not to Thane. Instead, it was sent to the ship Interdictor. Thane ordered his ship to escort the Interdictor, and promised the Marshal that they would save him the same way the High Marshal saved him. But the transmission ended, and Magnaric was gone. Chapter 7 Vandis. The lighting system on the Obsidian Sky flickered on and off. Most of the men on the ship now were dead. Magnaric wanted to deny the Orcs the ship until the Emperor called for him. He ordered to keep firing, but all systems were dead, so what remained of the crew had to launch the missiles manually. The Dreadnought Marshal could feel the Orcs on his ship. He and whatever men remained were prepared. These Orcs fought coherently, going back for primary targets like the command deck. The Dreadnought would have done the same in their position. One Orc got on the bridge, and bondsman died before the Dreadnought killed him. More orcs came through in black and white armor. He cut through them with his autocannon. The last bondsman alive told the dreadnought Calcator wanted to leave with the fifth exemplar. The marshal wanted to deny such thing. Either they will leave together or they will die together. But orcs came in countless numbers. The dreadnought marshal realized something. The armor the orcs were wearing was marked too. The colors were those of the Luna Wolves. And he knew of only one place where the orcs could really put their hands on such armor. He ordered the last bondsman to initiate thrusters and hit the gigantic orc carrier. They will deny the alien. More orcs came, and the dreadnought marshal went to fight them, screaming, "I am Magneric of the Black Templars. I denied the palace of my god to his wayward sons. I deny it to you, Xenos. Magneric denies you." Chapter 8. The Alcazar, remember, shot and destroyed orc ships. This was its arena. The orc giant ship was close to destroying a few other ships. They would not leave anyone behind, and the stubbornness that only the Sons of Dorn knew when it came to duty. They did not get any information from the Obsidian Sky, though. They received a message from the traitor's ship. They were expressing gratitude? Ten sent the message to come in front of them. He wanted to use it to distract the fire of the orcs while they got closer to the Obsidian Sky. The message they received back was respectfully no. Thane couldn't waste his time with them. He asked what of the first captain. They had no info, but he was getting close to the Mandeville point. A bondsman showed Thane they were approaching the Obsidian Sky, but the Black Templars were hit by boarding torpedoes. He ordered to get close, but Thane was not prepared for what he would see. The Obsidian Sky clashed with the orc ship and blew up. Thane was furious. They were so close that Magneric decided to kill everyone on board. What he didn't know was that, well, there weren't that many left on board. The orc ship now had a huge hole in it. Thane asked for reports. Apparently, 2 Black Templar ships were still intact, one of them being the Interdictor, accompanied by the first captain and 2 more Fifth Exemplars vessels. The orcs started to retreat. Thane wondered why. Maybe it was their leader case they heard about. Since the orcs are bad losers, they charged the fin-like weapon of their ship and fired it at the gas giant Vandis, creating a black hole. Yes, Thane ordered full reversal on their ship. Chapter 9. Terra, Imperial Palace. Vangerich knew he had his quarter under supervision by some lords of the Senatorum, and even his friends, if you could call them that. Vangerich appreciated the vintage. Tradition called to him. He had a body double disabled something at the Navy College. He asked Beast if he wanted to drink from something that looked old, but Crew refused, never while plotting. Their talk was about Mars. Vangerich asked how many they had left. From Red Heaven, they had 4 assassins left. Maybe 5 if you counted Raznik as their own. Yendel managed to cultivate an associate in the Mechanicus that knew of the teleportation project, but she lost contact. Her contact got reassigned. Apparently the grand experiment was a dead end for Kubik, like it was for the assassins. B suggested that putting the information forward would help oust the fabricator, but it was too soon, Vangerich reasoned. Beast asked what if they managed to make it work. And that was a scary thought. The navigators and astropaths would be hunted as mutants by the Inquisition. The navy and merchant ships turned useless by the Imperium. The balance of power would change completely. This idea created a somber mood. Beast tried to explain it's only a supposition. Haas and Isolde managed to infiltrate the household of Kubik on Mars or on Terra. As you can expect from the Mechanicum, Kubik was a creature of habits. Never alone, never really sleeps, and always surrounded. Beast could take him, he said. None of them have ever killed the Mechanicus. Vangerich asked about Udo, but they would have a guest. Vangerich hid under a table, and Beast walked to the door, his plasma pistol drawn. Veritrus entered the room and asked Vangerich What was he doing in his room? A little humorous exchange later, we learned that Udal called a meeting of the High 12 last night. Vangarich was surprised. Apparently they wanted to revoke the spot of the Inquisition, but the motion didn't pass. A little more talks about how the Primarch saved them once, but now no one could, and we learned that the Eldar Harlequin was helpful, or so Veritas says. Vangarich leaves and tells Beast to get his old armor back, and leave a message to the Provost Marshal that he won't want to miss the Senatorum meeting tomorrow. Chapter 10 Sycrax Cluster Unknown. During the forced transition, something went awry, and the first captain, Zeberin, hit his head on the ground, and he got knocked out for almost an hour. I think even over an hour. But, of course, he did wake up. He was indignant about not being able to move. He moved his head and looked at Mendel Roach. The apothecary respected the Codex Astartes, of course, because they were the colors of white. But Zebra didn't like that part, because it didn't match with the values of the Fist exemplars. Or maybe he didn't like Roach in general. Of course, this was also true. Both of them. The apothecary told him he will heal, and that the paralysis is induced and temporary. Roach realized the Battle Brothers didn't take the command to lay down willingly, so he came with a solution. The first captain asked to be released from it, and Roach obliged him. The situation was dire. They lost contact with the rest of the fleet. If anything remained of it, that is, and the orcs destroyed the system. The first captain was afraid that what remained of the Fist exemplars was now just the first company. He went to the Vox room with the shipmaster and tried to find any communication with his chapter. But Calcator responded and presented himself. The captain did not talk to traders, but Calcator gave him information about the location of chapter fleets, or ships in this case. Calcator was asked why he was helping them. He talks about his friendship with Magneric and about the world of Frax that would be a good bastion to defend against the orcs. Zebran did the numbers. 350 battle brothers, or approximately so, would be under his command. After thinking for a little while longer, he asked for the coordinates of the planet. Chapter 11 Brox. The ship of the first captain reached the system. Unsurprisingly, a gigantic orc ship also appeared near them the moment they went out of the warp. More orc ships were in the system. But after a quick scan, they found that the gigantic ship was unarmed, which, as you can expect, was surprising for an orc fleet. The first captain wanted to blow the ship up for the Xenos' arrogance, but was stopped. More orc ships converged upon the third planet of the system. He presumed it was Prax, and he was quite right. The orcs gathering there looked to the shipmasters like some sort of orc administratum, but a slow, painful realization came upon the first captain. The beast was close. What was the point of all this merchants and ship gatherings here? Communication came from Calcator and the ship Gulliman. They lost contact with a few ships on the road. Calcator told the first captain that he would not survive another warp transition, and he kinda needed the Fist exemplars to survive so he could survive. The orcs seemed to not mind the Space Marine ships. They discussed on what to do and make their decision. Zebran thought the decrees of Gulliman were already broken with the reformation of the Legion and the Last Wall Protocol, so what was one or two more rules broken? Chapter 12 Terra, Imperial Palace. Vanquish was at the humble chapel in the Imperial Palace. There was a curfew in place, but he had to play his part in showing piety. Normally he did this before Senatorum meeting. He would pretend to pray while going over certain situations and possibilities in his head. Vangarich would show the spies that followed him the Vangarich that they wanted to see. Kurland approached him and told him there is a curfew. Vangarich made a joke about the Senatorum working only when its interests dictate so. Kurland realized he was talking to Vangarich and apologized, saying if he knew he prayed here, he would have given proper allowances. The next part is interesting because it's Vanquish trying to make Kurland think about some, well, shall we say, heretical things. Well, we learned the Lucifer Blacks have started to incorporate some yellow in their armor, a sign of respect for the Imperial Fists. A discussion about the possibility of defending Terra and what to do next, and Vanquish says that politics is like a war. Sometimes, you have to go for the serpent's head. Chapter 13. Prax. The first captain reached the planet in his Thunderhawk. Veteran Sergeant Columbo gave a quick message, saying quickly in, quickly out. Zebran liked him, because he refused to be part of Kurland's new Imperial Fists. Every man knew his objective, and they went to it. Dust Devils didn't let them see that much. The first captain told the Thunderhawk the squad was on the ground, and the ship started its engines and lifted off. The Iron Warrior's Thunderhawk lowered itself, looking for a place to land. The first captain ignored it. In front of them was their objective, a building that looked to have been defaced with orc symbols. Next, we get a part about how Zebran always knew what weapon he wanted as a neophyte, and that was his Thunderhammer. They entered the building, and in its darkness, they found something that horrified them. Chapter 14. Prax. There was a man, bruised, shorn, naked, and unusually fat. Not what the first captain expected. The man's bruises came from standing in the same position for too long. While moving his head, he saw there was a stall, and almost 100 humans stood there, looking the same. Reports of more stalls came in from his squad. 1,000, 10,000. The first captain ordered Roach to come there. The others were ordered to look around the building. Roach came and used his tools to check on the humans. The first captain observed that they lacked hair, teeth, or nails. They were branded. He went to a woman that had a mark on her face. A snake. The apothecary told the first captain that the humans had high levels of enhancers, testosterone, and other steroids in their blood. Dangerously high, might we add. Roach will need to do more research on them. Zebran gave the order to retreat. They did not plan to find survivors on this planet. They saw another human cattle stand by a tube that excreted a green gelatinous substance. To his disgust, Zebran knew this was food. The cattle screamed like it was sounding an alarm. The Space Marines shot him down quickly, but orcs started to appear and a firefight began. Roach got hit by a bullet to the temple. The orcs were bare-chested, and Zebran knew what these orcs were. The orcs' exemplars. Some more firefighting later, and Roach got up, his augmentics on his head saving him. They would have to hold for 5 minutes until they could be extracted. The first captain told the apothecary to pick his subjects. The order to retreat was given. Chapter 15. Prax. Zebran and his brothers gathered around Roach and returned the fire to the orcs attacking them. A bunch of human soldiers came and started shooting at the orcs. The first captain compared them to Skitari, having one will and one intent. An orc battle wagon was going for them, but a burst from its behind made it flip and fall on its side. One of the humans came to the first captain and saluted him. His fingers were replaced by metal. The man presented himself as Major of the 17th Gamic Dragoons. Zebran asked if he was Astra Militarum, but the Major smiled and answered, "If you need something done, you call the Dragoons." They were Militarum Tempestus, Scions, sent here months ago to keep the orcs at bay as much as they could. Orcs were inbound, more to come on their way. Calcator came with his ship and destroyed the building with the human cattle. This of course created an impact that was devastating for the humans. Zebran pushed the Major down and covered him. Calcator told him to raise. Tensions were growing. The first captain wanted to save the humans and disproved of destroying and killing the human cattle. The warsmith wanted to kill the Tempestus soldiers. Tensions rose once more, but the warsmith gives up, knowing full well time was a precious resource, as were allies. Chapter 16. Mars, Pavonis Mons. Eldan could feel the silver Skitari behind him. He was gathering data and giving orders to servitors. The Skitari asked him why he is doing this again. He answered that they need to do this every time they reset. The Skitari observed that this time he spent 16 minutes on the process, when last time he spent 15 and 11 seconds. He knew. The Skitari asked again how long does he need. Eldan responded 2 minutes, but the Skitari gave him 1. She was informed by Argus about his suboptimal performance, and she was due to report to him if Eldan would do this again. Since his move to the laboratory, it took Yendo 3 days to find him. They couldn't communicate face to face, but he still kept in touch. She asked him if he had to leave Mars now, could he finish his work. Eldan opened a map of the Imperium and looked at it. The data was enormous. He sent a message to Yedo that the orcs originated at the galactic core. The Skitari warned Eldan that he was acting abnormal and she must report to Argus. An initiate came towards them. Eldan found this strange. Those initiates worked on individual projects and never reported to him. The initiate killed the Skitari with a last pistol. Another initiate came running in, and the other initiate dropped its last pistol and grabbed the arc pistol of the Skitari, shooting the other initiate. Yendo told Eldan, now, not later. Chapter 17. Prax. The Major told the Space Marines that the orcs used the substation communication net to complete their own orbital operations. The first captain knew that when he saw the firepower the orcs put around it. 5 Space Marines guided the Scions into the orc defenses. The first captain was impressed with their Vox chat discipline. They only talked about targets, calm requests, and Medicaid assistance. They managed to impress an exemplar, and that was victory enough in Zebrin's eyes. A looted orc tank appeared, killing a few Scions with melta charges. An Iron Warrior screamed, "Mine, cousin!" And the Iron Warrior in Terminator armor started to shoot at the tank, and he quickly disappeared again in the fog of war. Of course, the tank was no more. The first captain ordered his men into a pincer formation. He voiced the Scions that they have them covered. The Scions took their run without grief. They opened a dreadnought-sized door that led to the substation with an explosive. They entered the building, followed by the first captain. Zebrin would shoot and kill orcs that tried to follow them. Some would get close, and he would fight them with his thunderhammer. The joining of his squad made sure the orcs were defeated. Zebrin communicated that they were in and commanded to meet in the control room. Kalkator said it's a shame that their fathers were rivals. Their legions could have done so much together. The first captain responded, in another universe perhaps, and added the poisonous cousin at the end. They reached the command room, joined by Kalkator and the Major. From there they could take a unit and find out all the orcs' dealings on the planet. In front of the substation was the fortress created by Perturabo himself during a better era, during the Great Crusade. Smoke raised, and the first captain asked the Major if he saw what those are. The answer was yes, those were humans. They had tanneries, and the smell was, The first captain stopped him there. Kalkator knew the orcs were feeding an empire, and that thought was repulsive enough. They later decided to take the fortress for themselves. Chapter 18. Terra, Imperial Palace. On the Praetorian Way came the Land Raiders of the Imperial Fists. Land Raiders were machines of war, made to trample enemies and transport Space Marines. The lead raider stopped in front of the entrance to the Senatorum Imperialis. The Imperial Fists died at Ardamantua, but the chapter still existed. In fall, its weapons and gene stock still existed. This would be their last defiant shout. Kurland exited the Land Raider, and chapter sirs with weapons came out. He was joined by an Exocaritor, a Crimson Fist, a Black Templar, and a Fist Exemplar. Or, as he knew them, Hemisphere, Absolution, Eternity, and Daylight. They were proud of their heritage and their chapters, But now the calling of their origins brought them home, and together 5 proud sons of Dorn marched on the Senatorum. Arbiters, Lucifer Blacks, and other guards watched them from a corner. Kurland was in front of the door that led to the great chamber, and he could hear Mestring doing a sermon of sorts. The chapter master entered the chamber, and Lansung was the first who saw Kurland. Hemisphere and Absolution pointed their bolter at the dais. The few people in attendance screamed and jumped to the ground. Eternity and Daylight raised their spear and sword respectively. Kurland marched down the aisles. Under the eyes of Rogol Dorn's statue, he stopped. Udo told Kurland that they rejected his proposition of the last wall, and asked if this is how he wants the Imperial Fist to be remembered, as traitors during a coup. Once the Lord calmed a little, he began to speak, that his duty and that of his chapter is the defense of Terra and of mankind, that he sees before him only the enemies of man that call themselves a government. The High Lords were divided. The Provost Marshal nodded, sharing a glance with the equally thoughtful Inquisitor representatives. Mestring, on the other hand, was furious, calling blasphemy at the actions of the Imperial Fists. Udo said that they should have brought more men. Kurland asked Daylight his kill count on Aedolica. 980 Grinskins, with his sword and bolter, and he would have killed 980 more if not for his brother's Thunderhawk coming to retrieve him. Fun fact, a bunch of those he also killed with his bare hands when he had no more bullets, or his sword broke. Next was Eternity on Asperia. 30, but the orcs sent their best and he only had his Gladius. Udo said he commanded the might of the Imperium itself. Kurland says that the might of the whole Imperium is too much for a mortal man. Kurland told him he will be Lord Commander now. Zek growled that he supports Kurland. Next were the Inquisitorial representatives. And soon, more joined them, and Udo was left only with Mestring and Kubik. But Kubik might as well not have been there since he didn't seem to be moving at all. The Lucifer Blacks came and surrounded the Fists. Udon ordered them to have them escorted out of his chamber. The leader of the Lucifer Blacks kneeled before Kurland. I think it was Udo ordered them, whatever. The leader of the Lucifer Blacks kneeled before Kurland and said he would be honored to serve under the Lord Commander. Udo refused to leave. Kurland asked the Provost Marshal to escort him out, and he did so, happily. Kurland promised that the next time an orc sets foot in this chamber, it will be met by the last wall. And the members of the chamber started to cheer. Chapter 19, Prax. The orcs and Grishlings were loading and unloading boxes. The first captain was expecting to see the human slaves doing that, but he remembered they were cattle. This place could have been just as well an administratum depot with how well organized it was. An orky, if you will. Yes, they were inside the citadel of Perturabo. A thermonuclear blast distracted the orcs, and the Fist exemplars and Scions started their attack. A bloody axe orc came running for the first captain, but a bolt shot put an end to that. Another orc came for him, but Calcator killed him in a burst. Traitor Space Marines appeared now and took lead. The Major knew where they were going, and he knew a different route. The first captain told him to take his men and do that. He also gave him a few of his men to protect the Scions. Orc met the Terminators of Calcator. The orcs were gigantic and armored. Calcator screamed to break the orcs, to not show their cousins they are weak. The two forces fought together like in the days of old. Orcs poured in. The first captain thought Calcator correct when he said they will be invincible. In the battle, the first captain heard a guttural sound, the one that he had heard back on Aedolica. The beast. It was probably a recorded message, but still he was angry. Leering Moon and Bloody Axe orcs came now, along them something that looked like a dreadnought. The Scions made their way to the Space Marines and helped them fend off the orcs. The Space Marines barricaded themselves alongside the Scions in a building, and once more orcs came for them. The first captain decided that this will be their hill to hold, and convinced Calcator to take his leave. Chapter 20, Prax. I'm getting sick of this, so this will be short. The Fist Exemplars fight against the Orcs. At some point, the Orcs deploy their human cattle to fight, and the first captain realized why the Orcs wanted Terra to surrender, to turn it into a client race, much in the same way the Chrome were during Adamantua. The Orcs were too powerful and started to overwhelm the Space Marines. Orcs used jump packs to kill the Scions that reached a higher position, to help the Space Marines. A Thunderhawk appeared and the order to retreat and embark it was given. An Orc grabbed the first captain and tells him he dies now. The first captain was shocked to hear the Orc speak Gothic to him, and so well, because Orcs didn't speak. Anyway, the two of them start fighting. At some point, they need to cut the first captain's foot off because, they tumbled and rumbled around and he got his leg stuck and he couldn't move. And they leave to get to the Hunt Thunderhawk, following its locator beacon. Chapter 22, Prax Orbital. This one is short, but not because I made it like that, frankly enough. The first captain watches the planet die from the ship of the traitors. A mutant thing was at his stump of a leg trying to help him. Kalkator at first was scared of it and told the abomination to go away. But then he turned his view towards the planet. Kalkator asked if seeing the planet die made it better or worse. But the first captain answered that this was penance. Kalkator said they did good. They didn't kill anyone, they made a sacrifice to deny the Orcs. The first captain said that one day, both he and the Kalkator will have to pay for this sin. He just hoped the destruction of the planet would be worth it in the end. Chapter 23, Terra, Imperial Palace. In a recording, two figures stood side by side. One of them started speaking. It was Clementine Yendo of Red Haven, transmitting from Pavoni's hive. The other figure was Magos biologist Eldon. The Mechanicum managed to find the location of the Orc since Adamantua, and maybe even sooner. Her attempts to extract the biologist have failed. She hoped this message would reach Vangarich before the Mechanicus would get to them. She urged Eldon to say everything he knows. Kurland looked at the recording, and it stopped. The last image was Eldon getting scared and Yendo preparing to fight something. He asked Vangarich how long did he have this on him. He had received it moments ago and brought it to Kurland urgently. Of that, Kurland was thankful. If the recording would have given them the location of the Orcs, then Kurland could have dealt with Kubik later. But now that deal was off. He asked if the fabricator was still on Terra, but he had left moments ago. Kurland spoke about Thane and his ship, then asked Vangarich if he has more units on Mars. After a brief period of silence, he answered that yes. Kurland ordered to activate them. Mars, Pavonis Mons. The unit was dead. Eldon screamed. Yendo fought the Skitari units. She downed them easily, making Eldon have hope they might still survive this. But he knew that was folly. A missile hit Yendo's chest, burning her, dying in complete agony. What killed her was a Cataphrone destroyer. When the destroyer pointed at Eldon, Arger's voice told him not this one. Skitari came and they prepared to turn him into a servitor, but he managed to free himself thanks to his weapons and his, surgical tools. He went to the recording unit, and screamed while metal hands dragged him. Ullanor. The beast arises at Ullanor. The Hunt for Vulkan. Prologue. Caldera. Torrents. The horde of orcs flowed like lava. On top of the torrent's barricade, Becker could see jaws, armor, and muscle. The orcs were cutting through the jungle, going towards his settlement, towards his family. To his right, his daughter said there are so many. She smiled at him and said Caldera tests them again. But he corrected her. It wasn't Caldera. The planet took life without malice. What was going towards them did not. Torrens was a mining colony, protected from the violent fauna of the planet by barricades of plasteel. But that wouldn't be enough for the orcs. Tanks and giant walkers cut through the forest, followed by their infantry. Becker looked at the city. Lights still shined. He wondered why the orcs were coming for them. It didn't matter. He looked to his left and right and saw miners of every clan with weapons at ready. This gave him pride and hope. But when he looked to the west, that determination died down quickly. His daughter asked him how long does he think they can hold him off. He shrugged and asked what is her guess. She said until they died. Some on the walls still had hope. They wouldn't need to fight. But they would be proven wrong. First the infantry shot, then the tanks and the walkers. The shelling shocked their wall. A minute later, Becker saw it as a victory that they were still fighting. Orc bikers and trucks raced to them, but they met their end thanks to a hammer from a gigantic figure. Orcs tried to swarm the giant, only for him to crush each one like they were hit by a shell. The giant had jet black skin, green armor, and the head of a reptilian creature on his shoulder. He spoke, his voice booming. "Children of Chaldea, you fight with spirit. Fight on, and know you do not fight alone." The orcs changed their target to the slope where the man was. Nothing remained but dust, and Becker was disappointed. Hope had died just as it had flared. But he continued shooting. The warrior gave Torrens a few more seconds. The orc walker stopped in its way, and smoke started to come out of it. Out of its shoulders, out of its chest, out of everywhere. And then, its chest blew out. The warrior jumped from the chest and saluted the people of Torrens. He then went on to fight the orcs. Becker was surprised. He was seeing miracle after miracle. This warrior changed the flow of battle. The orcs lost interest and moved on. Some of them still remained on the slopes. Now the people of Torrens faced a war, not extermination. Everyone was in awe from a glimpse of eternity. Chapter 1. Mars, Pavonis Mons. The Alcaraz remembered stood above Pavonis Mons. Thane and his brothers were descending on Mars in their Thunderhawk. Turbulents were bound. At first, Thane thought it was the Mechanicus opening fire on them. They got a vox from Argus that told them they don't have authorization to land on Holy Mars. Thane presents himself as Chapter Master of the Fist Exemplars, sent by Chapter Master and Lord Commander Kurland, who supersedes Argus, and, well, technically, over the Adeptus Astartes, Argus has no authority. Of course, Argus tells them to not force a confrontation. Then said they don't plan to. They just want biologist Eldon. Argus told them they have to leave. Thane said that they can speak face to face, and close the communication. The Tech Marine, Aloysian, was conflicted between his oaths. Thane gave his word that he will not find war with Mars. Tech Marine believed his chapter master, but he wasn't so sure on the Mechanicus. And true, the Tech Marine wasn't sure if the Priest of Mars would be willing to give Eldon at all. If what he knew was that important, they would not give him up without a fight. Their Thunderhawk got closer to the ground. While looking at the structure of Pavonis, one Space Marine asked how will they find Eldon. Thane hoped they wouldn't need to find him. The Tech Marine, though, was familiar with Mars. They reached the Red Planet, joined by rhinos, land raiders, vindicators, predators, and whirlwinds. Thane had the force to level a city, but he hoped there would be no need for that. They marched to the hive, and Mars sirens started to sound. The Martians prepared for war. The Mechanicus army came from everywhere. The only way in was through the gate. Thane remembered what Kurland had told him, how Kubik was detached from the orcs' attack on Terra. Two forces reached each other. Thane told his men not to fire until he ordered so. Argus spoke to Vox calls that made his voice even louder, saying turn back and go no further. Thane asked in the name of the Lord Commander and the Emperor himself to give them Eldon. Argus repeated himself. The Tech Marine had doubts it was worth a war over a single Magos, but they had their orders and their oaths, and the Tech Marine was an Adeptus Astartes, an exemplar. His duty was clear. Thane talked to the Martians, telling them that this confrontation is senseless, that they all serve the Imperium and the Emperor. He asked them if they will turn their back on the Imperium in its moment of need. He then gave his men the order to advance slowly and steady and be ready to fight, but don't be threatening. Argus watched the scene from inside Pavonis. When asked about his orders, he told his men to now let them pass, block them with their masks, but do not shoot at them. They would give Eldon back once his mind was wiped, and they made sure they got the information. The possibility of escalation was high, but Argus considered the discipline of the Astartes to be stronger than the need for conflict. The Mechanicus closed ranks. Thane told his men to continue advancing. Now you can imagine, since Space Marines are so big, that they are quite threatening force and a powerful mass. And so they did. They advanced. The Skitaris had their rifles up and the Space Marines walked into them, forcing the Skitari either to fight in melee, shoot them, or step back. And they all stepped back. The robots and crawlers of the Mechanicus formed a wall in front of them. Now pushing the Skitari was easy. Pushing these robots, not so much. Thane decided to escalate the situation and gave an order to his ship. Argus ordered his men to fire warning shots until he detected launch flares from the Space Marines, and told the Skitari to fire the warning shots now, should I say, but don't harm the Space Marines. Boy, was that ever gonna go good, huh? Drop pods with veterans fell from the sky. The Skitari fired warning shots. Thane was close to calling them enemies, but he didn't. He ordered his men not to fire on them. Thane spoke to the Skitari and Argus that they are not at war with each other and encouraged them to be one with Terra. Thane's plan was to get them in a vice, then move for the biologist. But he didn't plan to have his men shot down from their pods. It wasn't intentional. One of the drone crawlers in his warning shot managed to hit a drop pod. It was just a happening of war. An error in calculation that turned a warning shot into a real one. Thane yelled to his men to hold fire. But he didn't know that his men from the drop pod were alive. And they thought the Mechanicus had opened fire on them. So, both the rifles sounded and when the rockets launched, Thane knew that his brothers thought they were under attack and that's why they opened fire. The Dune Crawler fired back. There was no more pretense now. Thane ordered his men to open fire. Immediately, Space Marine and Skitari fought each other. In melee, the Space Marines had the advantage, but the Mechanicus had numbers. Thane ordered a fallback and let the tanks advance. The tanks from both sides turned the battleground to a firestorm. Thane and some of his men found shelter and learned of the drop pod teams would need some time before they could enter through, the big gate. Thane lost one man thanks to a destroyer tank. The robot things. They ran from it and tried to distract Argus as much as they can. Once they got close to the gate, they realized there were no Skitari. Nothing ascended. In their Vox, there was nothing. It was just a static noise that filled Thane's mouth and ears with blood. Next, followed by the smell of blood and the smell of butchery. Yes, I tried to be very artistic in this one. Chapter 2. Terra, Imperial Palace. The Orc Moon attacked Terra by its presence alone. It was a reminder of bad fortunes and fear. The High Lord schemed and Kurland hated them. He thought the statue of Dorn looked with shame and disgust on the High Lords. And Kurland looked at them the same. But there was a shame though on him. By removing Uro and becoming Lord Commander, he put himself closer to the High Lords, their failings becoming his now. The last wall gave the defense of Terra to the Navy, and he felt this was a bad decision. But, nevertheless, he couldn't do anything else. Kurland took to the days and looked at Kubik, and told the High Lords that war has started on Mars. Not war, technically. The Fabricator General said that the expected happened. Vangerich asked how bad was it. Kurland held in contempt all members of the lords, but he respected Vangerich. Even if he was wary of him, he respected his wisdom. Kubik blamed Kurland for the war. The master of the Administratum accused him of starting a civil war. Veritus rose and told him to shut up. The Imperium will not see a civil war again. The Inquisitor scared the weak man, but yet the Administratum representative managed to ask the Inquisitor, then what is it? Kubik called it a skirmish that will be done soon. Kurland wanted to give in to his rage and pummel the Mechanicus, but he knew this would only escalate the problems with Mars. Kurland asked him if he was still part of the High Lords. Back on Mars, one of Thane's men came undone quickly. They were fighting a stealthy enemy. The Fist Exemplars formed a circle, trying to beat stealth with overwhelming brute force. Somehow, the vision of the Space Marines was blurred, until they had killed every Sicarian infiltrator with all its blockers. Now, the shadows had forms. Rust Stalkers. They shot at them. The Rust Stalkers came for them. They fought, and the Fist Exemplars formed a gigantic fist, killing Sicarians and Rust Stalkers alike. They went to the gate to help with the breaching of the hive. To Argus now, he knew of the casualties and the fact that the Skitarii couldn't stop the Space Marines. He sent data constantly to Kubik on Earth. What decision the Fabricator would take wouldn't matter in the immediate situation. He thought more forces could stop the Fist Exemplars, and he realized that he felt something in his chest. What he felt was desperation. Back on Terra, Kubik answered the question of Kurland. Of course he was part of the High Lords, else he wouldn't be here. Kurland decided to push on. Clearly he struck a nerve. Even if it was the only one Kubik still had left. Kurland said that the Imperium should act as one. Or did the Fabricator plan to leave the Imperium? Was he planning a secession? That is a good question. Something hit home though with that one. Kurland asked him what did he think the consequences of this path were. Kubik did no use, saying Kurland sent his troops there. Kurland tried to talk of peace and maintaining the Imperium and Mars strong. Two messengers entered the room, one for one for Kubik and one for Kurland. See what happens when you have too many K's in your characters. So again, one for Kubik and one for Kurland. On Mars, Thane and his men were on the exit corridor. Argus told the Space Marines they have 30 seconds to surrender. Thane ordered his shipmaster to perform an orbital strike on the following coordinates. On Terra, Kurland said an orbital attack was ordered. Kubik demanded it to be ended. Kurland told him it's on him. The two faced each other while destruction reigned on Mars. Talking about Mars, Thane and his men looked for cover from the Eradicator beams of the Droom Crawlers. The orbital strikes blow the Mechanicus forces up. Thane asked the sergeant if he was in. They were getting close. A message from the shipmaster came. They were under attack by many Mechanicus ships in the sky. On Terra, Kurland asked if this is how they honor the Emperor and the Imperium. He bellowed a strong no, and that brought another silence upon the chamber. Vangerich nodded in approval, and Veritus had something resembling hope in his eyes. Kurland spoke to the assembly that he will fight for Terra and Mars, and do his duty. Then asked Kubik if he will do the same. On Mars, they managed to breach the gate and pass through. Their tanks victorious awaited for the brothers to bring back Eldon. The shipmaster promised to hold the enemies at bay as much as Thane needed. The Tech Marines spoke of how the Mechanicus would rather destroy the city with them inside than let the Adeptus Astartes there. Which started to be true when turrets and Eradicator beams appeared. The two ran and Thane ordered another aerial strike. Orbital strike, you get it. On Terra, after a few calculations, Kubik sent a message to cease fire. Kurland did the same. But the problem was not if the message would be received, but if there would be anything left there. Back on Mars, Thane was worried. Inside Pavonis, they saw adepts in red robes. He hesitated to give the order, and when he did give it, he received a message from Kurland to cease fire. He couldn't be that sure, but he told his men to hold fire since Argus's men did the same. Chapter 3. Terra, Imperial Palace. In his quarters, Kurland played the interrogation of Eldon again. He saw it so many times he memorized it. They managed to get him before he was turned into a servitor. Of course, the process was already in progress when they got him, so he was missing a hand, a few fingers, had something on his head, but he was still there. His mind was still functional. He could speak clearly. He repeated the recording, and yet he could not believe it. Cubic entered the Celebrio, and there Kurland awaited for him. The room was empty, and the Space Marine looked at the Orc moon. To the Fabricator, he was showing political acumen. He was also respectful enough to keep the meeting private. Kurland had seen the truth from Eldon. Cubic was glad that the secret was out. The Mechanicus said they tried to replicate the teleportation technology of the Orcs. They managed to move their moon to the other side of the planet. Kurland asked what did he hope to achieve with this technology. Cubic had the answer already ready. Cubic already had the answer. Of course, their goal was to use it against the Orcs and teleport the moon away. The Fabricator fed him the truth and the lies. Their goal was not to move the moon. That would be impossible. That would be an impossible feat. In his chest, Cubic had a strange feeling. It was regret, in truth. His loyalty did not sit only with Mars. Nevertheless, he continued to lie. Kurland mentioned Ullanor as a starting point of the Orcs. The Mechanicus had kept this secret because they still wanted to test more theories, but releasing this information to the High Lords would spread in the galaxy and would create chaos like never seen before. Kurland understood the possibility of that being true, and this was useful information. Kurland had the determination to take action, but not the means. Yet, Kurland thought about the means and the path that he walks. It was bad enough that he ended up calling himself Chapter Master. But when he doubted, he looked at the moon and the absent leadership and the Celebrium. Of course, note of Tane's arrival came to him, and he left to this whole library thing to greet the Chapter Master. Tane got off the Thunderhawk and saluted Kurland. The two greeted each other. Tane doubted they would meet again after Mars. The information he gave was important, yet grave, but it was information they could use. The Interdictor was still unaccounted for, and Kurland had to face the reality that the knowledge of the Black Templars was lost to the warp or battle. Tane told Kurland he hesitated before he received the ceasefire order. He wanted to use the orbital bombardments again, but it was better that he doubted himself and held his hand than start a war with the Mechanicus and Mars. Tane was disappointed. No Son of Dorn should earn victory by luck. But Kurland had survived Adamanto after all. No Chapter Master is without doubts, though the High Marshal thinks otherwise. Tane asked what would they do now. Kurland responded, "We go to Ullanor." Tane knew what the answer would be, the same way Kurland knew the question. He had the solution for the lack of means. Alongside Tane, they would meet with Daylight, Eternity, Absolution, and Hemisphere. Kurland told them to wait for him. The Orc moon was in orbit over Tartanus. Gravity storms shook the world. Orcs descended on the planet in countless numbers, fighting against the Orcs at every chance. Was the biggest gathering of Ultramarines ever seen. Chapter Master Odanatus was on the bridge of the battle barge Carcala. He needed to change the course of the battle fast to win this one. The fear of ending up like the Fists haunted him. Captain Macrinus contacted him. They had their call from Terra, though the captain wasn't sure he read it right. Ullanor? The Chapter Master said he is correct, and ordered the captain to go to Terra. The captain asked if the current situation wouldn't need him and his strike cruiser more. But after some more hits from a gravity weapon, and, stabilization after, the Chapter Master told him they were late once to Terra, and that they will never do so again. The captain agreed, and that this will not happen. courage and honor. That name, Ullanor, it rang like a dark echo in his mind. Kurland had called them all Ultramarines, Dark Angels, Space Wolves, Blood Angels, all. It wasn't a call, it was a summon. After the meeting of the Senatorum, he walked with Vangarich. The High Lords still kept to their politicking, but Kurland was a clear leader, bringing Kubik around. Vangarich knew there were too many egos, and agendas. Once he would be gone, they would go back to their old state. Kurland felt he was overstepping. The last wall, the Lord Commander thing, and now this. Vangarich advised him that leadership is also symbolical. He wasn't commander of the last wall despite being the last Imperial Fist. He was the leader because he was the last Imperial Fist. It was that simple. Kurland thanked the Grand Master while Vangarich left. Veritus appeared out of nowhere, out of shadows, and Kurland presumed he heard everything. Of course he did, it was his duty. Veritus mentioned how he didn't think the orcs a real threat, but he must concede on the Ullanor point. Veritus told him they needed a myth to lead a fight against one. Kurland was skeptical and asked if the Inquisitor has a myth to do that. He answered yes, and his name was Vulkan. Kurland asked where he could find him, and Veritus responded, on Caldera, fulfilling an ancient oath. Chapter 4 Caldera, Across the Imperium. The warp shrieked around the Sanguinium Ignis. They were translating, but there was no Mandaval point. The translation was brutal. Computers bursted into flames. They managed to come out of the warp. Captain Valfor asked for damage report. The warp drive integrity was intact. The ship has translated in the wake of an orc moon. The orcs had suffered thanks to the traveling of the warp. Its southern part was gone. An explosion came out of the wound. Still, the moon was operational. Its ports were open. 3 cruisers attacked the ship of the Blood Angels. More cruisers followed the smaller ships. The enemy was injured, but they still had a fleet. Velford ordered for a retreat. Their battle was not here. The orcs could start repairing their moon, but Valfor knew the price he and his men would pay if they would attack it. The orcs were hitting them. Their mission was to reach Terra. Orc ships came at the Blood Angels. None of their ships could match the Sanguinium Ignis, but together they stood a chance. The city was in ruins. Grey ash fell from the sky. Hakon ice-gripped, asked his Wolf Lord if this was victory. But the Wolf Lord didn't care what it looked like, as long as the enemy never sees it. The moon fabric now only had population at its south pole. They could hear whatever remains still remained of the orcs in the distance. I know, very smart. The Wolf Lord knew the hunt was almost over. The wolves descended upon the orcs with fury and claw, cutting through them like the winds of Fenris. So big was their battle with the orcs that the destruction of fabric was caused by this very battle, and some small orbital bombardments to it. The two foes met each other with savagery. The orcs' numbers didn't help them, because you could shoot a bolter in the crowd and hit a greenskin. Thunderhawks rained bombardments from the sky, and soon the battle was over. Now was the time to count losses and injuries. The message had came during the battle, and the Wolf Lord Asgar didn't have time to listen to it. Ullanor. Asgard told his men of their next deployment. The Space Wolves were not that keen on Terra's weakness, and their other companies were fighting against an orc attack mode right now. A wolf priest came and told them their duty was to answer the call and move to Ullanor. Okay, this is gonna be a weird one. Adnakil was called to his quarters from the bridge. There he would receive the message. In his room, the master of the 4th Battle Company of the Dark Angels had a Vox communication reserved only for other company masters. He made communication with his brother, but his course had to be reversed. He couldn't understand it. He would have to join Terra for a joint operation with the Blood Angels, Ultramarines, and Space Wolves. He started to like this idea less and less. Once the forces had gathered on Terra, they would move to Ullanor. The company master wanted to help his grandmaster, but the grandmaster had things under control, fighting the orcs. Adanikil asked if there was any sign of them. They had no information on that, but the grandmaster thought it surely wasn't a coincidence. Adanikil would join the bridge and tell his brothers of their new course. A few orc ships came in, and, as you can expect, it didn't end well for the orc ships in front of the Dark Angels. The Imperium reached Chaldea. Kurland and Glass Wall were on the Alcazar remembered. With them, they had 2 more ships filled with Lucifer Blacks and Guard regiments that were in reserve during the failed, Proletariat Crusade. Yet Kurland thought about an attack in his absence. Thane asked if he doesn't like the chances of the High Admiral. Kurland asked if he did. The Admiral's vessel was a symbol of failure now. But Kurland was joined by some more Mechanicus fleet. Kubik was willing to deploy a lot of resources for Caldera, and Kurland wondered if this was him seeking redemption. The planet was under attack by an orc moon. Kurland wanted to get rid of the orcs right there. But he knew better. All this force behind him was to find Vulkan. This moon, this orc attack moon, was crescent-shaped and lashed gravitational whips on the planet. The moon was damaged, they realized soon, and they used parts of the planet to repair it. Thane thought he could attack it, but Kurland said they've fallen for this trap once. Kurland had a plan. To find their target, they looked at the population center that was still functioning in Caldera. The orcs never let a fully populated place intact. We moved to 2 captains of the ship, Grot and Bromius, and they talked on a secure channel about the Admiral sent with the Astartes to Caldera. Grot had served under Bromius before becoming a captain herself. They talked about doing what needs to be done if things get out of hand. The Imperial forces fought the orcs in the void above Caldera. The Alcaraz remembered shoots his Nova cannon, the recoil of the gun stopping the light inside the vessel for a few moments. The orc ship saw the Alcaraz, and the Nova cannon was not a weapon made for precision, but the Tig Marine promised he could make it so. Thane trusted him, and so did Kurland. The shell of the Nova cannon exploded, and its target, creating a sun that ate up the orc ships. Of course, orc ships were still left in the orbit of Caldera, and they started to flee with ballistic anger to their moon. Imperial forces managed to push the orcs back. Reinforcements would come for the orcs, so Kurland gave the order to disembark on Caldera before their next void battle. Vulkan awaits. Chapter 5. Caldera. Lacolit. The city has survived catastrophic damage. Kurland was surprised to see there was still population there and they were ready to fight. The survivors emerged once the Imperial forces landed. Kurland made his attempt at the edge of a crater that now replaced a landing pad. Kurland and Thane met with the commanding officers of the Lucifer Black, Imren, and with the Magos Auror. Imren mentioned how their position was hard to defend, and it was not really, that good for it. But they weren't here to defend. They were here to launch an assault, and once they got their target, they would leave. The Magos said that the orcs were now acting illogical, leaving the capital here and moving around the planet. Kurland proposed they must have been here for something, at least. Thane asked if for the Primarch. Kurland refused to believe they knew of Vulkan before they did. The Magos mentioned how this will be the first time they see an orc moon get constructed. They still did not understand why the orcs left the capital still standing though. Kurland went and spoke with the population. When asked how did they fight back against the orcs, the people said they got saved by a giant taller than Kurland. Kurland asked if the giant wore power armor, but he didn't know what that was. So he pointed to himself, and then the civilians answered that yes. They mentioned how their savior never died, always coming back no matter what the orcs did. The orcs stopped caring about the city and just went after him with all their army, and that would explain their logical movements. Kurlan thought if they rescue Vulkan, what would happen to these people? Thane shared his feelings. They were fighting for the Imperium. Thane wondered when will all the sacrifices be enough. The Imperial ships in space were not doing that good. They got attacked by Orc ships, and the Admiral was injured badly. He ordered his ship and the one of Bromius to engage the moon. It was suicidal, and should the ground forces find Vulkan, they wouldn't have a way to leave. But then again, neither would they have should the Orcs just simply destroy the fleet without a mention. The same message was sent to Alcazar. On Caldera, in the early afternoon, the Storm Eagle flew above the jungle canopy. Hemisphere and Kurlan looked for the Orc army, which wasn't that hard to find. The Orcs marched in a straight line until they stopped. The two Space Marines realized they didn't know where they were going. The Orcs saw the Storm Eagle and fired at it, but they were too far for that. Kurlan ordered to move to the next Orc group. From the confusion, Kurlan knew Vulkan was here, but the Orcs lost him. Kurlan ordered that Hemisphere move if he saw the same confusion on the other Orcs. They flew to the next group, and those were just as equally confused as the first one. They flew to two more, and it was all the same. Kurlan observed a pattern between them not deciding where they should go. Some of them wanted to continue their movement in a straight line, while others wanted to go northeast or a different direction. This was clearly the work of Vulkan. Their next stop would be in the northeast. In the north there was no more jungle, just a barren land covered by ash. Orc warbands gathered there, probably those that broke off from their main army. The Space Marines saw something in front of the Orcs. They were fighting something. The Orcs were prepared this time and tried to hit the Storm Eagle with their anti-aircraft weapons, shooting at them from all directions. The Space Marines barely escaped. These Orcs were not marching, they were at war. Kurlan sent Thane the coordinates. The path made by the Orcs made travel easier for the Imperial Fists. Kurlan wasn't sure if it was Vulkan fighting the Orcs. He was in a rhino with his brothers. The rear guard of the Orcs didn't care for the Imperials. Either they didn't know, or they didn't care about them. Kurlan gave the order for combat. Tank fire roared. The infantry charged at the rear guard of the Orcs. "I am Slaughter," Kurlan thought. His wall name was stolen from him by the beast at Ardamantua. He screamed, "I am Slaughter," when killing Orcs, in revenge for his fallen brothers. The Orcs fell in countless numbers. Bikes, walkers, and normal infantry all got decimated, till they started to retreat. Kurlan shouted to drive them into the ground. Hemisphere was on the Storm Eagle, and told Kurlan the enemies were not retreating. They had camouflaged tanks. An Orc walker shot at the ground where the Imperial forces were, and they all flew up. The Space Marines would survive. Some of the mortal forces wouldn't, though. Thane ordered to continue firing. The Orc infantry stopped and started to fire back. Kurlan thought of Ardamantua. Hemisphere's voice was the harbinger of doom. Two Orc forces came from the east and west. Kurlan knew this was not a counteroffensive. It was a trap. Chapter 6. Caldera, Lacolith. A choir of disaster sang on the Vox. Mortals were dying. The last wall did what they do best. Make a wall. Eternity promised no Orc shall pass. But Kurlan told him that they need to pass. He then ordered artillery to start firing on the Orcs. But they were relentless in their attack despite the fact that the last wall was close to its target. Kurlan ordered his ships to destroy the Orc sieges, but Hemisphere responded that their anti-aircraft weapons were too strong. They had lost 3 ships already. Kurlan felt rage and shame at the same time, and it made him furious at the Orcs. He was fighting against reality in front of him. The laughter of war mocked him. A shell fell near him and pushed him back. A volcano decided it's a good idea to erupt right now. In the void, the Admiral Rodolph was injured, but he brushed it away with painkillers and stims. The two ships fought together in their way to the moon. They cut through the orc ships, but their escorts didn't last. Half the Martian fleet was gone. Bromis had found an opening, and he wanted to take his ship through there. There was only one abandoned orc ship in that position. Groth and the Admiral disagreed with his decision. The Admiral fell to the ground, breaking his head. Since the Admiral was injured, Bromis took command by his seniority, and he was going to do his plan. Bromis destroyed the lonely ship and launched torpedoes at the moon. Which, let's give him credit, that's kind of interesting because it was not a trap to kill him right there. But his torpedoes got cut because the moon fired back. Bromis then voxed that they have surrendered their lives to the Emperor and will ram into the moon. Maybe hitting it in the exposed part will be helpful, but he wasn't sure. And it didn't really go that well because the orcs don't make unplanned mistakes. Remember the moon could eat a planet with a gravitational weapon, with gravitational beam? Well, when Bromi's ship tried to ram into the moon just put a giant mountain in front of it. Mountain he couldn't avoid, and he smashed into it. Darkness. Irem didn't see the battle wagon in time, but her instincts saved her as she went back into her chimera. The Imperial forces were on the retreat. She was here to bring honor back to the Lucifer Blacks and the Guard, but that didn't end well. The infantry in front of the retreat got attacked by Saurians of the jungle. Orcs tried to jump on her chimera, but she killed them. In front of her was Lacolith. In despair and rage, she roared, and the war answered back. There was no line to hold in the capital. They only had the hope of throwing them in canyons. They just delayed their own extermination. Kurlan led Last Wall down a narrow way. The orcs already started to siege the city. Hemisphere scouted the orc army. They were still there fighting, but he couldn't get close enough thanks to the anti-aircraft weapons they had. Kurlan realized the orcs really didn't want them to get close. The plan now was to delay the orcs there in the city and have an aerial force get close to their target. Thane had the Thunderhawks for the mission. He told his men they won on Aedolica, and now a delay is a victory. Orcs came in the city, harassed by predators. The Fist Exemplars detonated charges on buildings in front of the orcs, and that created huge walls. From on top of the walls in the surrounding buildings, they started to shoot at the greenskins. It worked in culling the numbers of the infantry, but 3 battle fortresses and a walker came in. The streets erupted in explosions, and the fists pulled back. The heavy weaponry and, machinery that the orcs had bombarded the roads of the city. Thane and his men fell to the ground beneath the city. The plan of the orcs was to create craters where to catch the space marines. The Fist Exemplars were in a bad position because now they were in a crater and they could only get out by the use of air carriers. Luckily, they also had some tanks there. They might have not been able to work like a normal tank, but their guns still did. When the walker and the battle fortresses reached the top of the cliff, they started to shoot at the wall, so they would fall in the canyon. Thane and his work would blow up one fortress, and the Mechanicus army would appear to turn the tides of the battle in their favor. The last battle fortress got destroyed by blasts from a Cataphron destroyer. Forgot to mention, one battle fortress got down in the rubble in the canyon. The walker fell in the hole as well, and it had its head blown up. Thane was glad. It looked like a victory, until he looked ahead, and this victory dissolved. The orcs were getting reinforcements. 2 walkers and a few battle fortresses joined them, the ground trembling as they came. Chapter 7 Caldera, Beyond Taurus. Two thunderhawks flew over the city. From above, Kurlan had a perfect view of the city's agony. The pilot of the thunderhawk, Preco, was uneasy. Kurlan talked with him about how he felt he is abandoning his brothers, and how this sacrifice was needed to bring them victory. The orcs tried to contain them, but they moved faster and passed over another destroyed city. They got closer to the barren field. There, the orcs were fighting and concentrating their power over a target that continued moving. The two space marines were in awe. Kurland had the last wall equipped with jump packs. The orcs kept targeting the Thunderhawk, and the second one got destroyed. After Peko promised Kurland they will have air support, he and the last wall jumped in the middle of the battle. Their bolters on full auto, and they started shooting down orcs from the descent. Last wall formed a crater of dead bodies under their feet. Confusion came over the orcs. Some turned against the last wall, but most continued to follow their target. A barrier of orcs stood against Kurland and Vulkan, and he would push through it. And push through he did. He now felt like a mortal looking at the Astartes. Vulkan was gigantic, a slayer of myth, wielding a hammer that was too heavy even for an Astartes, Kurland imagined. Vulkan acknowledged the last wall with a nod, and they continued the battle. Kurland was rejoiced, caught by the rhythm of this righteousness. Vulkan screamed for more. 20 space marines and a Primarch did the impossible. They defeated the orcs. The orcs tried to win with their bikes, but they died quicker than their non-bike comrades. Kurland saw a score of humans join the fight, all dressed in mining clothes. Their last rifles didn't help that much, but it was a miracle they survived. Vulkan was a heavy killing machine. Not even battle wagons stood against him. Kurland felt joy when he finally looked upon the defeated orcs. They would win. And Vulkan looked at Kurland. The last wall fell to their knees, and Vulkan told them to rise. He knew they were sons of Dorn. Kurland told him they came for him, but Vulkan didn't seem to think it's the right time. Kurland told him about everything that happened with the orcs. Vulkan seemed thoughtful whenever he spoke. When Kurland asked for the Primarch to lead them against the orcs at Ullanor, he refused. Kurland never imagined the Primarch refusing to save Terra. He did think he might not find him, but this was not something he ever thought of. Vulkan said not now. He had an oath to protect Caldera. Eternity asked if he would sacrifice Terra for Caldera. Vulkan asked if they will abandon the people of Caldera after seeing them fight. Kurland agreed. They would fight for both planets. Vulkan said yes. This is not the proper sacrifice to make to let the worlds of the Imperium die. And boy, this is going to be a good one. We now move to Zeberin, the first captain of the Fist Exemplars, who was thinking about the sacrifices that they made on Prax. All of them. All the sacrifices he and his brother had done before. Calcator comes in and talks with him about the sacrifices of the 4th Legion, and how they did on what they did on Prax was a necessity. Now, excuse me, this is a bunch of heretic. Basically, Calcator was poisoning the mind of the first captain with heresy. At the end, Calcator leaves and faintly calls the first captain brother. Not little cousin, brother. Chapter 8 Caldera, the Astia Rift. The chapter master needed more time. Rolov started to laugh. Another Mechanicus ship exploded, taking an orc ship with it. They received information that the campaign wasn't finished. The Primarch was leading an assault to take the planet back from the orcs. Now, the Admiral believed in the mission, but he didn't really believe it would succeed, that they would find the Primarch. The Admiral gave a message for the chapter master that they will fight until victory. Another ship got destroyed. The ship's void shields failed for a minute and a half, and they got hit by an orc shell. The ship survived, and the shield got back up online, only to 40% strength this time around. They still had steering functions, so that was good, but the gun batteries died one by one. The admiral set the course for the orcs' ship. In the capital, the situation was dire. They fought for time. Thane told himself this every time, and that every second was a victory. Suddenly, the orcs stopped and retreated, leaving the Fist exemplars confused. They knew they were not retreating. They were trying to stop the last wall. The two Thunderhawks flew between the Ashia Rift's guardian volcanoes. The orcs had a facility there, and Vulkan concluded that the goal of the orc was to keep him away from there. From the facility, smoke came out of chimneys. The orcs were using the planet's energy to destroy it. Thane told Kurland that the orcs are coming their way. This was a good sign. The Imperium finally had the initiative in this confrontation. The orcs used a two-way system for the gravitational weapons. One on the moon and one on the ship. Vulkan told Kurland that he will tell Dorn about how Kurland honors him with his actions. And he would jump before Kurland gets to ask more about that. He dropped and waited. He calmed his anger and thought of how Kurland wanted to preserve the Emperor's reign and how he was above the petty High Lords. He would wait until the final battle began. The Thunderhawk dropped the last wall and they made their way into the facility. The orcs were careful not to damage their own structures when they fought back, which meant the last wall had the advantage. Vulkan awaited in the darkness. Chapter 9. Caldera, Aschinia Rift. Vulkan started his assault with his hammer Doom Tremor. Orcs came for him, but it didn't matter. Most of them were preoccupied with Kurland. With his hammer, he killed the orcs and made his way into the Nexus. When he did enter, the defense systems opened. The turrets shot at him, but his armor absorbed the shots and directed them into his hammer. Next comes the silly part where an orc engineer uses the gravity weapon on Vulkan and it makes him bounce from the floor to the ceiling like a tennis ball. The orcs left Kurland and his men. They were retreating to the Nexus. They probably realized the Imperial Fists were a distraction. The last wall did not give them a chance to stop the Primarch and assaulted them from behind. At some point, the orcs had to start fighting back. Kurland screamed for Vulkan. If he would die here, he would be glad to sacrifice his life, so the Imperium could get a Primarch. Two Xenos dreadnoughts appeared to accept that sacrifice. Thane and the Imperial forces got to the valley. The orc walkers turned to guard the entrance. Their attack would start. The Space Marines in the tank would take on the walkers, while the Lucifer Blacks attacked the infantry. Thane made sure Imrim will not be disturbed with this outcome, or the following outcome, because it won't be pretty. The guard ran and killed orcs with the fury of many lost worlds and campaigns. Imran yelled to the orcs to pick her and her men like they were hearing them. The orcs chose to fight them. In the vortex of battle, she prayed to the Emperor for this to have meaning, so they can have a meaning. The Mechanicus were given their orders to win and collect data. They had to listen to the Lord Commander. From the facility, gigantic cables led to 4 huge coils. Once Vulkan would have done his job, then the Mechanicus would use the coils of the gravitational weapon against the Orc moon. Auror theorized that this might affect other moons and weapons as well, but he wasn't sure on it. Vulkan was still a ball going up and down. Vulkan had a moment of introspection, trying to find a solution. When he was hit to the ground, he had an idea. He grabbed the floor and he didn't go up anymore. He was rooting himself on the planet. He threw his hammer at the panel and it blew up, freeing him from being a ball. The Mechanicals saw that and Auror connected to the coils and lifted mountains. From orbit, Captain Grot and the Admiral Rondolph saw a mountain going for the moon. It shot the moon like a bullet. The ship's warp drives were critical now. So the two officers congratulated each other for a good victory. The Orc moon was still not down yet. The crew on board screamed with devotion for the Emperor, and they flew into the maw of the Orc ship. Seeing the hangars of the Orcs and everything else, the Admiral considered he didn't sacrifice that much, and as the moon blew up, he was ecstatic. The Magos did it. He had one more move, one he was supposed to do regardless, to cut the power from the weapon. The Magos didn't have any idea what was really happening at the facility, so he did it either way. Screaming, "The machine is all! Death to the blasphemy of the Xenos machine!" The earth was shaking. The Imperial Fist had a hard time fighting the Dreadnoughts, Eternity losing his leg to one. But they had won. Kurland gave the order to retreat. Thane had to deal with the walkers, but after some quick thinking, he managed to do so by blowing the ground under their feet. It worked 2 times in a row. General Imren would not be coming back, Thane found out when voxing her. The Orcs were overwhelming and they were hurt too badly. They didn't have much time. She asked for their memory to be preserved on Terra, to which Thane responded that it will be celebrated. Imran was dying from a gut shot in her chimera. Whatever was left of her dying men were celebrating. This was victory, and it was an worthy end. Honor is restored. Kurland and his men reached the Thunderhawk. Eternity was barely awake from the blood loss. "A good night's work," he said. But Kurland said, "A great dawn." Lava exploded from the planet, and it ate up the Orcs and their facilities. Eternity asked, "What of the Primarch?" But Kurland wouldn't worry for that. The last scene of this chapter is Vulkan with Becker and his daughter. Basically, Vulkan being proud of the Chaldean miners. Epilogue. Terra, Imperial Palace. This is the shortest one, so yeah. Valafor of the Blood Angels, Macrinus of the Ultramarines, Asgir of the Space Wolves, and Adanikil of the Dark Angels stood in the Montius room. Montius room that was, made in such a way that it observed the 9 loyalist legions that fought against Horus. They were in that room when Kurland had came to them. Kurland thanked the men for answering Terra's call, and then Vulkan appears. The Space Marines all bowed to the Primarch, but he told them to raise. He went to the window and said this is where they'll meet the High Lords. The administrator representative was angry, talking about how Kurland came back as a conqueror, and the Primarch he brought waited a full day to see them. In truth, Vangerich wanted to tell him the others High Lords agreed with him, but they were too scared to say it. The High Lords entered the room, and they were in awe. The Primarch said if not for the Orcs, he would kill them all. Vangerich prayed he would do it right now, destroy everything and build something new. But he wouldn't, and Vangerich was disappointed. Petty beasts snapped at each other, while on Ullanor, the great beast awaited. The Beast Must Die. Chapter 1. Terra, Imperial Palace. We fell and we burned, not just one but all. These are the ashes we are left, the splinters of broken glass left on the window through which we watch humanity die. This is not our world, but they are not strong enough. Why? What was his plan? A crumbling ruin, a crude joke. The blood in the veins is weak, but it is blood and it will bleed. It needs to bleed to cleanse this infection. Purgation, pain. Nothing is achieved without sacrifice. Was that his plan all along? Vangerich always says or saw the Senatorum as a circus. Now it had become a traveling one with all the changes to locations. The High Lords brought up the security reasons for these changes. The High Lords went on bickering, and Vangerich went over his plans for each member, should the need arise for them to be disposed. Poison for Messring, just to spite him. assassins for Lang Sung, despite how Vangrage would have liked it to do it himself. Kubik did not attend in person, though for him he had an operative on both Terra and Mars. The Inquisitor were missing. Then Space Marines entered the chapel, 7 of them, and after them came Vulkan himself. The Primarch saw Vangrage and gave him a smile. He knew the Grandmaster had a plan to kill him. No, even a Primarch could die, that was proven. Vulkan asked him why would he come to Ullanor. Vangrage answered because he is an assassin, and the beast must die. Who better than him? Even great beasts like orcs are vulnerable to decapitation strikes. Lang Sung wanted to shift the blame to the Fabricator General. Kubik said the fleets are ready and the best have been dispatched for this mission. Vulkan asked Lang Sung if the ships are ready and the Admiral nodded. Messring tried to interject that the Frateris will join, but Vulkan rebunked him. In truth, Vulkan hated Mesring's position, and the High Marshal Bohemond was a little bit ashamed. The Administratum representative tried to say that this war is illegal, unauthorized, but nobody took his side. And Vangrage laughed at him, because, as you can imagine, it didn't mean that much and nobody really cared. Chapter 2: Ullanor, Outer System. Peace is deception. It does not last. It cannot last. The enemy is always waiting. The fight is endless, relentless. A tide that rises. Even when it recedes, it takes away. It erodes, nagging, gnawing, grinding. Slowly, war after war, battle after battle, fight after fight. Every grain dropping away, washed into nothingness. Peace is the breath between shouts, the inhalation before the gasps of pain or ecstasy. Why can we not forge peace? Forges make weapons. Only war, merciless and constant, is true. The Space Marines were in the vanguard, as always. Ships of various patterns entered the Ullanor system. Astartes, navies, and mechanicas joined together. The system was full of orcs. Many navy and merchant vessels were defaced by orc symbols. The Deathwing of the Dark Angels teleported on a ship and slew the orcs on it. There, they found humans with barely any food or water. When they interviewed the captives, they spoke of how their ship was overrun by orcs. Some survivors spoke how many died, killing themselves, or got killed because of traveling through the warp. The survivors started to praise the Dark Angels, a fact that made the chapter master a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah, the chapter master of the Dark Angels also got there. Another Dark Angel asked the chapter master if they should give them the food, because there were still some on the ship. But Seychelles refused. They would kill each other fighting for food. The same process was repeated for every Space Marine attack on the Orc supply convoy. The sight of the Space Marines' vessels made the human revolt against their slaves. Many would die, but many more would be saved. Those that were unlucky, the ones on the Orcs that avoided the Space Marines, didn't have a nice fate, let's just say that. The Space Marine vessels dissipated more and more. From the Alcazar remembered, Kurland observed dissipation with unease. He left Aim with his orders and went to the armory that was now refitted as Vulkan's chamber. Vulkan told Kurland he can enter. He referred to him by his name, but Kurland corrected him by saying, "I am Slaughter." Well, he got his wall name back, so that's good. Awesome. Some little talk about the wall names, and Vulkan asked if he remembered what was the wall name of Dorn. And of course he did. It was Defiance. Slaughter told him the fleet is dissipating and that the orcs don't fight. They must consolidate their position before pushing for Ullanor. Vulkan asked him why didn't he do that already. Slaughter told him how he's the Primarch and how everyone fights under him. Vulkan gave authority to Slaughter. Some more talks and Kurland saying, "I am Slaughter," and Vulkan puts him in his place because he took the role of Lord Commander willingly, and he better act like it. He leaves with the approval of the Primarch. When leaving, he thought about his discussion. Last time the Imperium attacked Ullanor, Horus had 10 times the force Kurland did right now. And that kind of frightened him. Chapter 3. Ullanor, Low Orbit. The overture has begun. A hole remains until the main movement begins. Time is the enemy of peace. Peace the enemy of sanity. I do not need to ponder. I have many lifetimes of sorrow to occupy me. Let us be a matter and bring it to swift resolution. But it is not your place anymore. That was a disaster. Even before the corruption, we were poor lords. No leader save he alone should be greater than his followers. He must value them more than they value him. Why did we not understand that before? A Milta charge destroyed a door, and Valfor, Blood Angels, went in prepared to shoot back at the orcs. But it wasn't orcs that attacked them, it was humans. He ordered his sanguinary guard to not fire. He also yelled at the humans to stop firing, but they didn't listen. After a short scan, he saw that the humans wore teeth at their as necklaces and had orc symbols on their guns and themselves. And he gave the order to cleanse the traitor. They slew their attackers and continued on the ship, until they found more orcs in human skin. Of course, the Blood Angels killed them easily. Valfor noted that the humans were not captured, that they lived for a while with the orcs, or under them. Lost worlds that gave greenskin slaves. While fighting on the ship, Valfor heard a guttural speak in low Gothic that said, "Beast, beast, beast." These humans were lost to the Emperor. From a hatchet, the Blood Angels got attacked by more savage humans. They killed them and ordered their ship to turn the vessel into plasma once they were gone. Vulkan entered the command bridge. Thane and all his men were impressed by the Primarch's size and aura. Thane greeted him and told him a cruiser of the Salamanders waited in audience. Vulkan refused. He didn't want to distract them. Thane said that they will be disappointed to hear that, but Vulkan ignored him. Vulkan asked Thane if what he saw were all the orbital defenses the orcs had. Kurland stepped forward and told the Primarch he sent the Ultramarines and Black Templars to destroy the orbital defenses, and a few admirals for other tasks. Vulkan asked if they should believe this was all the beast had in his system. Kurland said orbital supremacy was important now, and that the Navy could block or blockade incoming ships. There was also the ground assault they needed to make counsel for. Vulkan gave Kurland his blessing. The Primarch then left. Thane asked Kurland why didn't Vulkan give the orders. Kurland said he will not doubt the motives of a son of the Emperor, but said he had good intentions. Thane asked who will be in the War Council. Kurland said everyone, from chapter masters to commandors. When he asked him of his plan, Kurland said they will find the beast and kill it. Thane doubted it would be that easy. In the briefing room stood more men than the room was made for. A Mechanicus priest, a Magos Dominus, was giving a data report. The High Marshal asked where was the beast. The Mechanicus responded that they have a few potential targets. It was 4 points on the planet Ullanor Prime. Kurland said they were here to kill the beast, not conquer the planet. Adanikel, the guy from the Dark Angels that was supposed to be on Terra before his chapter master, jumping over that, lowered his cloak and put the question everybody else was thinking. Why is the system so badly defended? The High Marshal said that the orcs don't think for the future. But Asger said he saw the reports, like the moon on Terra feigned weakness before attacking. Thane said he was a trap, and no one else argued with that. They couldn't avoid it, said Kurland. The idea of turning back to Terra came up, but Vulkan denied that. They will kill the beast or die here. Vulkan told them to have faith in themselves and in their mission, even if the resources that will be spent will be big. Kurland said they could not avoid Planet Strike. They had to think strong and powerful, or they had to strike hard and powerful. When all members left, Thane and Kurland stayed behind with Vulkan. The Primarch spoke in riddles for a moment before Kurland pressed him. Their fate was planned the moment they reached Ullanor, and the two chapter masters, well, Vulkan said they need to have a little faith. Kurland looked at the viewpoint of Ullanor. Thane came in and told him about how he ordered some ships and asked if he'd learned anything from the Primarch. Slaughter had to take his job seriously. Thane wanted to talk about the events at Vandis. They still did not have information, and his first captain was not responding, despite them knowing his ship was safe. And Kurland got an idea. Thane and the chapter master entered the room of the librarians. They were greeted by their psychic brothers and started to explain the ritual. A ritual that could break through the orcs' psychic disturbances. Once the ritual began, the leading librarians started to, slide into rage and fury and a storm of wrath. The rest of the librarians started to change a little, while saying, "The green powers us." Valfer stood upon his chair, prepared for anything. The librarians mentioned something named Gorkogrod, a temple of the green, and those were words spoken by the chief librarian of the Fist Exemplars. As it happens, when it comes to using the Materiarium, some of the librarians went wrong, and sought out to kill the Space Marines that were there. But once this was done, apparently it was an orc counterattack on their psychic. Kurland ordered the psychic activity on the ship, ordered it, made sure that they wouldn't really leave or touch the warp again too soon. Thane couldn't think their current location and situation could be more somber, but it could be worse. On the mechanical ship of Cortix Verdana, the attention was on its 8th flight base. Magos Dominus Zokov, the guy that spoke earlier, called for the Veridi Extractor. He did come. Apparently the Veridi Extractor got uploaded with the wrong schematics of the ship. Oh yeah, the Veridi Extractor was Laurentis. Laurentis got presented to the Strategos, who doubted the sanity and called Laurentis dubious. Laurentis responded in the usual manner of saying thank you. And in typical Laurentis fashion, he said that they could learn from the orcs. The Strategos now said that he is calling blasphemies. His unorthodoxy is why he was picked for this mission, though. And while Laurentis and Strategos argued, the Magos Dominus connected to the servitors and felt intellectual anticipation at the idea. The ship lowered itself into Ullanor's orbit. The Dominus remembered how the Fabricator General told him he would become a Tektrat of Mars should he bring the Orc teleportation to Mars and save it. Chapter 4 Ullanor, Low Orbit. The High Marshal looked upon the collection of relics, lit by candles. Marshal stood kneeling in front of him. He recites an oath where they have a duty no others have, something about the truth guiding them and the Emperor's divinity. He cuts his hand and let the blood spill on a yellow parchment. Then he draws the chapter symbol on it. He then cleanses his sword, on the parchment, as you do, kneeling in front of it, looking for a sign. And he found the meaning of the blood, a sword descending, piercing a world. The High Marshal told them to trust in the Emperor while they battle, and they will be protected. The parchment gets torn, and every marshal gets one piece. Claremont comes with a red candle and helps them stick the parchments on their armor next to their other seals. The High Marshal gave the order for them to return to their ship. They would prepare to attack. A prayer to the Emperor was made. Ullanor Prime had 3 continents and 2 shallow seas, if you could call them seas. Its population was growing. The Strategos asked why they didn't attack. The Dominus proposed that maybe it's because they didn't see them as a threat. But Laurentis came with some more uploads, shall we say, more completion. And this was because the orcs did not care for such things, because they didn't have weapons. Though there might have been some truth to what the Dominus said. Without weapons, would anyone care? The Dominus connected to the pilot of the ship. From his ship, he saw the orc cities, wastelands filled with fortresses, polluted waters, polluted for humans and Mechanicus, they flew over a gigantic city. Scanners indicated that it was deep as it was tall. Laurentiis was in awe. The orcs evolved such a nature that they created culture. He even proposed the idea that they might evolve to peacefulness. The Strategos did not agree with that. Suddenly, the orcs attacked the datacrafts, and the Dominus went back to his ship. Noting their power and fierceness, and contemplating mortality, before remembering his duty to the cult Mechanicus. Chapter 5. They must find their own way. So thinks the Father. Mistake teach us. Experience molds us. Who am I to deny them this? I learned at the feet of 2 fathers, and still my mistakes were grievous. I trusted. I hoped. I dreamed. That dream became a nightmare. Let them find their own path, wayward and wandering. They do not need my dreams to guide them astray. From the canopy of the Thunderhawks, the High Marshal saw the other gunships of his chapter and found it beautiful. He spoke that they will bring vengeance to the orcs. Yuris, the Tech Marine piloting the Thunderhawk, said those that come will envy them for this day. The High Marshal agreed, and he planned to bring the same vengeance to those that despoiled Terra. The High Lords. Yuris asked if that wasn't the Inquisition's job. The High Marshal sees the Inquisition with scorn too. If he had been picked Lord Commander, he wouldn't have the ships in orbit like Kurland. He would be attacking. He thought Vulkan was coddling the Imperial Fist. Some more talks about embracing the Emperor's light, not only carrying it. Bohemond looked for a position to land. Doing it in the Orc cities was dangerous, despite how much he wanted to. But the barren lands could work. The Castellan reached for the High Marshal. They were bound to lose contact in 5 minutes, and he needed a position to send the drop pods. He closed his eyes and trusted the Emperor with picking the right spot. He did, and sent the data to the Castellan. Others were informed of the Black Templar's mission. 3 other Space Marines promised they will join. That includes the Blood Angels and the Crimson Fist. The Ultramarines would listen only to the Lord Commander. The Castellan transmitted the same message. He did to the other chapters, to Tain and Kurland. But Kurland wanted to speak directly to the High Marshal, and he agreed. They made contact, and Kurland demanded he stop his planet strike, saying he has no authority to make such decisions. But he was High Marshal. He knew his authority. Kurland tried to tell him they can't attack in pieces. They need to coordinate with the Guard and Mechanicus. The High Marshal wasn't taking that. He had enough with loitering in orbit. They were Space Marines of the Emperor. Others follow where they led, and it was time to lead. The High Marshal hoped the Emperor's divinity would help the mind of Kurland. It did. Slaughter would launch a full attack in support of the High Marshal. But this matter wasn't over. The High Marshal was glad that justice prevailed. He voxed his men a speech to strengthen their morale. Okay, part of that speech is from the Feast of St. Crispin Day from Henry V by Shakespeare. It was nice, I liked it. Above drop bays of all the Black Templars' ships opened. The second assault was coming in. The battle for Ullanor began. Kurland was furious, banging on Vulkan's door. The Primarch finally opens and says he has his own things to do. Kurland tells him the attack on Ullanor has begun. Vulkan didn't see the location of the great beast to be found. Kurland told him the High Marshal launched the attack on the planet. He presented to Vulkan the option, but the Primarch told him Bohemond forced him with these options. Vulkan touched the screen and told Kurland this was the location of the great beast. It was the city closest to the High Marshal. Kurland asked the Primarch if he was sure, and Vulkan said, "Is my word enough?" Some discussion later, and Vulkan helped Kurland understand that was the place where the triumph of Ullanor happened. Now the seat of power of the beast. Kurland told Tain that they found the beast. Chapter 6. Ullanor, low orbit. Tech priests activate the machine spirit of the vessel, and combatants. Mechanicus vessels emerge in the void, but one of them did not respect its order. It went outside the normal protocol and formation of the ships. When the squadron commander tried to contact the vessel, well, it didn't respond back. He asked for permission to follow and, engage the ship. But it was denied. They had to continue their mission. That was more important. By the signs of it, the commander realized that if this ship was really trying to run from the battle to desert, it was going straight for the orcs' capital city, which was a bad idea. The deserting vessels went directly into an orc building. The pilot parachuted, killed some Gretchen, and threw away his mechanicus ropes, activating his chameleon suit. As that wire, they went directly for the center of Gorkogrod. Chapter 7. Ullanor, Primary Landing Zone. Detonating missiles announced the Black Templars had arrived. 3 Storm Eagles destroyed both Xenos and their buildings. Above them, Thunderhawks transported Predator tanks. Before Thunderhawks could touch ground, the men of the High Marshal jumped into the fray. The High Marshal and his honor guard were equipped with jump packs to cover ground. Other squads came out, gunning down the Greenskins. Predators launched their devastating shots. The High Marshal and his honor guard got in the trenches of the orcs and started butchering them. Somehow, those orcs were smaller, with poor armor and weapons. Bohemoth saw the city in the distance. There the beast awaited them. Some of his honor guard wanted to go there now, but the High Marshal told them to temper their zeal. They had to wait for the guard and the rest of their forces. Chapter Master Odenatus of the Ultramarines voxed Kurland that the highway is secure, and the guardsmen were incoming. Kurland confirmed and told him to continue until he meets with Issachar's companies. The Ultramarines deployed in full force with their vehicles of war, the Navy fleet above them. The orcs had given little resistance in response to their coming. The chapter master felt uneasy because of that. A venerable brother dreadnought voiced his displeasure, saying that consolidating their position was the act of an occupying force. They were here to kill the beast. The dreadnought, a veteran of the heresy, advised speed. The guard could fend for itself. The chapter master agreed to make haste to the city and voxed Kurland for confirmation. Fio legatus Otordor stood on the platform Praetor Fidelis, engines of war going by him. A tremor began. Before he could give proper orders, another tremor began, and this one more powerful. Galatan, his lieutenant, told him to look at the mountain's faces. Rocks began to fall, stone to split as something within it moved. A commissar was sent to escort the legatus out. The mountain split and revealed a dome painted with black and red. Ullanor was showing its fangs. Velfor could not panic. He knew no fear. The biological call to action still appeared in him. The desert had eaten 6 guard drop crafts. Dust and ash acted like water, taking it with it men and tanks. The vox of the mortals was filled with noise. He turned them all off and left the Astartes one open. In that relative quietness he could think. A chasm had formed. Land speeders acted like lifeboats. Action had to be taken. And their situation wasn't the only one like that. Chapter 8. Ullanor, low orbit. Once more, dear friend. Once more. Now is the moment. Nearly all the Cold Mechanicus was deployed. On the Cortex Verdana, alarms sounded and displays showed a movement on the ground. Laurentiis was in awe. Not an attack moon, but an attack planet. The Strategos said they are losing units by the number, by the thousands. The Magos told them they are under attack. The ship did its best to assume a defensive position, but a beam struck the ship. It passed through the void shields and destroyed its gravity well. The ship now was going straight for Ullanor. The Dominus used all his resources to activate the shield and angle the ship so it could land on the planet properly. Kurland ordered everything to be dropped. The Alcaraz remembered dodge strikes coming from the planet. Dozens of missiles were incoming towards them. The flat areas chosen as landing zones were in fact hatchets for gigantic anti-aircraft weapons. Kurland gave the order for evacuation. Thane asked about the Primarch, and Kurland told him he would talk with him. The ship was hit by the orcs' weaponry. Kurland signaled at Vulkan's door, but this time he responded immediately, saying the orcs have woken up. Vulkan wanted to know what Kurland would do. His plan was to get everyone on the planet and have the ships leave orbit. They could return to the ships once the orcs were dealt with. They came to Ullanor with a single purpose. That mission remains. The beast must die. The High Marshal watched 3 barrels come out of the chasm. In the sky, he saw the barrels take down guard vessels, skeletons and metal dropping everywhere. A gun opened fire in the sky, and Bohemond could trace it until it got lost. A mechanical ship fell from the sky, and now it was an orb of fire. It wasn't without control, though. The High Marshal voiced his men that now the orcs were vulnerable, and gave the order to destroy the guns. Beast killed an orc. He was covered in orc spores and blood to hide his smell. He used some of the orc's armor to hide himself, and until now it worked, giving him the chance to kill orcs with his fists or needle pistol. The assassins were sent to kill other humans normally, not Xenos. Vanquerage had to pull favors with the Inquisition to get information for, orcs. He went in a work wagon. Explosions started to be heard. He soon realized that's why the orcs were calm. He wanted to use the confusion of the invasion to get inside the city, but it seems the orcs were prepared from the beginning. He started the vehicle and trampled some orcs, and then continued towards the inner city. Chapter 9. Ullanor. Gorkogrod. I dared what others could not. I knew what awaited me in the inferno, and I stepped willingly into the flames. No other could. As above, so below, the fight without and the battle within. Endless torment, an unending perseverance. Not one of my brothers could have done it, in body or in mind. It was my agony alone to suffer. For what? For maggots to erupt from the corpse of greatness, devouring blindly the very thing that sustains them, consuming all until it's spent. The Imperium is a husk. Even the rot has eaten itself. The city was on fire. Debris was everywhere. Vulkan said to be thankful for small boons, as if there were any. Thunderhawks and drop pods were overflowing with marines, more than they were designed for. Thane asked about the small boons. Vulkan replied that their fall killed a lot of orcs. Thane did not see it like that. He made contact with his ship. It was out of orbit and suffered substantial damage. But it seemed Ullanor had problems with its power grid now, after those attacks. Orc ships were coming, but Admiral Akaria will take care of that. Half the fleet survived. Kurland had a plan, and Vulkan wanted to listen to it. Strike fast and hard at the city. Destroy the beast. The orcs will take some time before they gather a full force to defend the city. So first they need to disable the shields and weapons protecting it. The Astartes would have to wait before fighting, so the brunt of their chapters could be used against the city. Kurland knew a few people that would hate that. Bohemond, Thane said, and those that agreed to go with him. Kurland no longer saw the initial assault as that rash. Should they have waited in orbit, who knows what the orcs could have pulled out and used against them. Vulkan asked why there was no orc activity. Thane said he thinks Vulkan already has the answer. And he did. It was because the great beast wants them to come forth, so he can slaughter them. Kurland agreed. The guns may be manned by slaves, but they could kill Astartes and guardsmen alike. Tain said it was not the place of space marines to hide behind walls. Vulkan said they don't have to. Let the High Marshal be the spear if he wants to. They needed protection behind them. Kurland agreed with the plan to have the Mechanicus and Guard follow behind the Black Templars. Let it not be said that we were found wanting when the Lord Commander called upon us, Vox the Field Legate from his Baneblade, Dorn's ire. He told them they should be the shield of the Space Marine's blade. Artillery strikes hit the dome of the Orc city, but it was impervious to damage from ground, orbit, or air. Orcs charged at them, and they fought with every weapon that they had, from Sentinel Scout Walkers to Baneblades. Talking about Baneblades, Dorn Ayers got hit by an aerial ship. Lieutenant Gallant wanted to vox the anti-air units, but the legate stopped him, saying that they are better used in the front than protecting this metal behemoth. The legate tells him they haven't seen real fighting, but asks should the situation call for it when fighting orcs to promise him one thing. Gallant said anything. The legate told him to not forget his last pistol and pointed at the lieutenant's empty holster. The strategium of the Cortix Verada was well protected. That allowed Laurentis and the other high-tech priests to survive the fall. Laurentis watched the battle over the horizon unfold. Two warlord titans landed next to the crash site. The Dominus was offline, but he went online pretty fast. In something that resembled a dreadnought, he transmitted the data to his men about their mission, to disable the shields of the Orc city. Should they fail, they will be cursed by the Omnissiah. Chapter 10. Ullanor, Gorkogrod, Outer Defenses. This again? It all resolves the same way, in blood and mayhem, and the courageous or unlucky surviving to another day. Can a legend not just stay dead? After a day and night of fighting, Kurland was deaf to the sound of explosions. He walked over the ruins of a wall, followed by Tain and his men. Orcs shot at tanks from a bunker protected by their energy shield. The Crimson Fist say they can't afford any more losses. Tain asked about the air support from the Knights. Iron Knights, I guess. But Kurland told him they were busy exploiting an Orc weakness. Apparently they become sluggish at twilight. They would have to do this themselves. Vulkan appears and mentions the Orcs' fortifications. Next came the Black Templars with the High Marshal. Kurland gave the order to charge until they found themselves under heavy fire and under cover, in front of a gate. Bohemond was angry, and asked Vulkan why did he support Kurland. He barely would have made Chapter Master in a good day. Tain mentions they're still outside the field, and wonder how they could breach the gate. Vulkan said, like this, and he tossed his hammer a little ahead of their position. The High Marshal started his jump pack and went to the hammer. He tried to lift it with both hands, and he couldn't do it. Then Vulkan invited the Crimson Fist Chapter Master, Corsedra. He also tried and failed. The High Marshal called this a trick. Kurland asked if he wants him to break the gate with a hammer, because of course Vulkan would invite him too. Vulkan said yes. Kurland signaled to a squad of Fist exemplars to follow him. Tain and other Fist exemplars helped him lift it like a battering ram. He ordered for cover fire to start, and it did so. 3 Space Marines threw the hammer like a spear. Yes, the gate broke because of that. Kurland and his men started shooting the confused orcs. Vulkan told the High Marshal there is more to the Lord Commander than strength. Great warriors follow great leaders. Chapter 11. Still at Ullanor, still at Gorkogrod. We'll be here a while. While going the city, Beast saw evidence that the city has been built by humans, even Eldars, and a few species he could not recognize from their skeletons. In the former cages of the slaves now lived the Gretchens. He hoped the dead of night would help him but the streets were illuminated. Beast observed from a chimney the behavior of the orcs. They had music and entertainment and religion? They had an evolved society. He climbed upon a tower dispatched of 3 orc guards that were playing a board game and killed 2 Gretchens that could have called for help. He looked at the shield. Artillery is blasting it. Beast knew that thousands will die, tens of thousands even, but it was a sacrifice he had to accept, because his mission was to kill the great beast. Chapter 12. The High Marshal pulled his sword from the gut of an orc. He screamed for his brothers to continue fighting for the Emperor, and he killed another orc. A battle wagon came and crushed a few Black Templars. More orcs came on bikes and wagons. The High Marshal used his jump pack and landed on a battle wagon with one hand opening the top of the wagon like a tin can, which I understand it's a funny image. He would kill the 2 orcs and come down from the wagon. Orc dreadnoughts would appear next to fight the High Marshal. Claremont asked Vox Dor, the legate, they couldn't survive without air support or heavy weapons. The High Marshal killed one of the dreadnoughts and told the Castellan that sometimes you need to take a step back before a strike. Galatan looked over the data and told Dor things weren't looking that good. They had now only 23 vessels, and without the Space Marines they wouldn't have survived. The good news was that despite being outmatched and outnumbered, the Space Marines wouldn't have made it this far without them. Still, Dor now waited for the Dominus to break the city's shield. Chapter 13. Sometime the dream returns. A fantasy. A phantasm. Just one more year. One more year before Davin. What might have been? What might we have accomplished? Another year before Ullanor, perhaps. Another year in the presence of the Emperor. Another step closer to victory, he had seen. But it was false, even then. Do not tell me about falsehood. It lies in the hearts of all men and women, waiting to be nurtured by vanity and lies. But if mankind were not weak and broken, that would be even more dreadful. Though the engines of the Dominus stopped at the shield, the nobles of knight houses had sworn fealty to Mars, and they respected those ancient oaths. Walkers from the Night Scion looked for enemies in the ancient ruins. Knight paladins destroyed every orc mob or weapon with his cannon. The great beast hid its forces well, deploying them only when needed most. The Dominus yielded the men like puppets on a string, driving them harder and weighing losses with gains. Sometimes the Martians overpowered the orcs. Other times they outsmarted them. They took as much as they could from the orc city. The Dominus wanted to see the battlefront for himself. From behind came in an armored car Laurentiis and the other upper echelon of the tech priests. He was in awe at the devastation. The Dominus stopped. The orcs were preparing a counteroffensive. He sent the knight to intercept the orcs. Explosions happened, throwing away tanks and heavy engines in the air like toys. Destroying rubble and making the earth shake was the Gargatan. Taller than any Imperial knight, Dominus gave the order to retreat. The Gargatans cared little for the little soldiers they were stepping on. They wanted to fight the knights. Titans would come and they would fight Gargantans, while orc towers focused on the knights. Orc psychic towers. And those towers used psychic energies to take down the knights. Faced with such focus, there was nothing the Mechanicus could do but push back. Rune Priest Tordil could sense the Primarch's anger. When he heard about the Mechanicus setback, Vulkan ordered Thunderhawks and Librarians to be sent and help the Martians. Kurland had another plan, but Vulkan lashed out in anger, and Kurland had to agree. A Crimson Fist Librarian asked Vulkan what was his plan. They couldn't contend with the orcs' psychic might. He said that they must only distract the orcs. He would have to kill them. Vulkan told him during the Great Crusade that they faced many enemies that couldn't be wounded by bullet or sword, but the Emperor had a weapon for this. the Sisters of Silence, Anti-Psychers, what he wouldn't do for a squad of those. Vulkan was now in a really bad mood. When the librarian talked about temptation, he pulled the Horus Heresy card where he saw so much suffering and sorrow. They were getting targeted by anti-air weapons, but when asked where did he want to land, Vulkan said there would be no need. After exchanging a few words with the wolf priest, Vulkan jumped on a Gargantin, and the librarians unleashed their psychic might upon the orcs. Chapter 14. And at the end we must face the fact that immortality is a greater burden than mortality. The long death, a slow diminishing of meaning. Why curse us with the knowledge, with the faith that we would outlive all that we built? Did he think to outfox entropy itself? Was the pain that he had to share? Companions for eternity, empty totems raised up in memory of those lost in the mists of 500 lifetimes. And now I am the one that stands alone, and I can take no more of it. There is no healing the wound of the soul. Sometimes speed was better than stealth. He could hear explosions outside, a clear sign that the Imperium was getting closer. Even if he couldn't kill the great beast, he would at least cause enough confusion that the Adeptus Astartes could use it to their advantage. He walked down a corridor and killed orcs that appeared in his way. Beasts got to see orcs, bigger than reported, and see them chant their fury and power overwhelming, in a sort of cathedral, and he realized it was impossible. The orcs were the size of knobs were the size of war bosses, if you will. The fortress was so well defended that Beast doubted the Lord Commander and the Primarch could step foot on it. Years of training and expertise failed him in this moment. He couldn't think of a solution. He got discovered, killed some orcs, then left running, angry with himself. Kulan was so close he could feel the orc citadel. The Astartes, Guard, and Mechanicus had lost many numbers. Should the road continue like this, there would be no Imperial forces left to fight against the orcs. He gave the order to the chapter masters to prepare for the final assault. Chapter 15. We delude ourselves with the promise of a better tomorrow. If only begins the mantra of the week. We must strive without hope of succession of effort. We must hold ourselves above ambition, seeking to excel but not to conquer. To build is a fleeting experience, while destroying is eternal. Build not for tomorrow but for today. Fight not for your future but for the present. The past becomes meaningless in such consideration, but we cannot break free from its shackles. The universe knows what must happen, but ponders to whims that wish otherwise. Recognizing inevitability is not fatalism. How I loathe this waiting. Kurand arrayed his broken companies into new formations. Dor was taking his reserves to the next trust, and the Mechanicus got rid of pockets of the orcs from the city. Laurentius argued, too brutally, that the destruction of the shield was still their primary goal. Because of that, he got to lead his own expedition to learn how. He looked into a broken tower for information, until the knight assigned to protect him told of a ship coming from the shield towards them. Laurentius looked at the data and stopped the knight from hitting it. It was not an orc vessel. The ship transmitted a short wavelength message. The pilot presented himself as Esad Wire, agent of Grandmaster Vangrich of the Officio Assassinorum. His mission was sanctioned by the Inquisition. He said to not attack the city because a major counterpush was happening. Also that he wanted to speak to the Lord Commander and Primarch. And so that happens. Beast was tall, but compared to the chapter masters that surrounded him, and the Primarch, he was small. Beast crash-landed near the Imperial lines, and he was taken by the Crimson Fists. He was tired and exhausted, and also hurt. The Ultramarines chapter master asked by what right was he sent into their forces. Beast said it didn't matter because he was sanctioned by both the Inquisition and Vanguard. Vulkan asked why didn't he kill the beast. He responded because he couldn't reach it. But he saw elite orcs and their god emissary. The High Marshal didn't believe this. The chapter master talked about how this is a trap and there is no option. But Esad Warrior wouldn't have it. He asked them to think like assassins for once. Vulkan asked if he had any suggestion. He said to draw the beast out and kill it, which would be impossible because the beast refused all challenges. But Esad Warrior knew that the orc supplies are devastated. They are eating their own, and they ate their slaves already. They couldn't blockade the city. They had an orc force behind them waiting to attack. But Warrior suggested that they destroy all the supplies the orcs have on the planet. Corlan knew this wouldn't be as easy as it sounded, but Magus Laurentis had a suggestion. Chapter 16. Ullanor, high in orbit. Thane was glad to be back on the Alcalas Remembered. Laurentis followed him. All the way there, he annoyed the chapter master with his theories about the orcs and the shield. Thane ordered the shipmaster to take the data from Laurentis and to share with the fleet. Thane asked if the fleet maneuvered how he wanted it, and the answer was yes. The shipmaster asked Thane why they were there. Surely they would get hit by the orcs so close to the planet. Laurentis came and presented the plan. While the orc barrier was down, they would shoot at it. Then, that brief interval between shooting, when the barrier went down. The goal was to drive the orcs out, even if it took all the fleet. Thane gave the order to move on the planet. Orc ships came at them, and the chapter master ordered the admiral to take care of that. He could faintly hear his shipmaster say, "Emperor, protect us from the schemes of tech priests." Chapter 17. Ullanor, the Gorkogrod city. Dor led his guard forces through the city, followed by the Mechanicus with their Titan and Night Houses. On the ground, the combined might of the guard, Mechanicus, and Astartes. In the air, Thunderhawks and other flying machines stood outside the range of the anti-aircraft. Dor told the Dominus that since arriving, he finally knew or felt like they knew what they were doing. The dome opened. Seconds later, missiles and last fire fell upon the city. The Legatus gave the order to charge. He told his men that one way or another, by nightfall, they will know if they can kill the great beast. Valfor and his blood angels were the red tip of the spear. They reached the warehouse. They entered it with brute force and killed the orcs and Gretchens in there. Their orders from the Lord Commander were clear and concise. Break through as swiftly as you can. And the Land Raider, Crusader, the High Marshal, gave a speech to his men. Then he went atop the Land Raider and used its heavy bolters while continuing his speech. Chapter 18. Kulan joined the spear and the Thunderhawk. He saw the ground forces get inside the shield. The ground sacrifices were lower than he expected. He asked Thane on the Alcaraz Remembered about the bombardment and status of the fleet. 88% damage or destroyed. The rest of the fleet went higher into orbit, considering it's a bad idea to lose the ships for that low of a number. Kurland agreed and asked about the losses. They were severe. Kurland asked about the transport ships since they wanted to leave the planet when they got rid of the beast. Thane gave his report. Dor came on the channel quickly. He told the commander that they have a new problem. Portals were opening in the city. Kurlan looked at a huge army, and it came through the portal. The citadel opened and showed an orc statue dressed in full metal. Kurlan was dumbstruck that the great beast could deploy such forces and have the patience for this plan. The High Marshal gutted an orc, and Claremont called the assassin a liar and the orc scum for being so weak. Orcs with jump packs came at the Black Templars, and the Templars met them with joy, saying it's raining orcs. Dor told the Dominus that they found their match, but the Dominus had one trick up his sleeve. Remember Dor's big ship platform? Well, the Dominus turned it into a weapon. Yeah, a gigantic weapon of destruction. Dor said that he would light a candle to the Omnissiah if this worked. Chapter 19. What is the point of an orc? What mishap of evolution or derangement of design would bring forth a creature entirely possessed of the need to conquer? What purpose can it serve beyond destruction? And in such state it can serve no other purpose but its own eventual destruction. Was there ever any future for us? Were we intended as nothing more than destroyers? And at the end I became what I must, a beast to face a beast. The Rune Priest and 2 other librarians were fighting the psychic engine, but it was a hard battle. The Rune Priest gave instructions to the other 2 Space Marines and went to charge from his cover, letting the others fight that weird tower. He waved at the tendrils of the tower. A shockwave went through his body and his soul, but he didn't relent. Unleashing his might, he bit into the tower with his axe. Then he voxed Kurland. By the way, this all happened in his mind. It was a psychic battle. Okay. The Rune Priest told him the great beast might be making the orcs stronger physically. Or psychically, I mean. Because he was accumulating. Kurland didn't get to hear the rest of the message. What he saw left him speechless. The cathedral of the orcs was being moved. It looked like an orc in armor. When targeted by missiles, it looked to have an energy shield. Everything was thrown at the temple Gargan, should I say, but nothing worked. The Gargan had green energy eyes and used them to obliterate the new creation of the Magos Dominus. Kurland realized they can't stop him. They have no defenses for this kind of power. Vulkan looked at the devastating power of the great temple Gargant. The great beast has sent its best and was now forced to reveal itself. Vulkan smiled. Things weren't looking that good for the Imperial forces. Vulkan was in the Thunderhawk with Kurland, Thane and the High Marshal and their retinue. He basked in the glory of fighting this monstrosity. 3,000 Space Marines would stand against the beast now. By the way, the Soul Drinkers get mentioned here as part of the Force, but they don't really get mentioned on the course of the book ever again. Chapter 20. Momentum, direction, ruthless aggression. These are the true weapons of the victorious. Hesitation is defeat, and we hesitated. When the guns of our brothers roared, shock laid the first blow. We were lax, and they were not. The war lasted 7 years, but the dream was destroyed in that first second. What was left worth fighting for? Pride. Foolish pride. The Space Marines disembarked from their transporters. Kurland kept close to Vulkan, and they entered the Temple Gargant. The Space Marines fought with the Orcs' elite. When fighting them, everyone knew Beast was right with how deadly they are. Kurland understood the lesson Vulkan tried to teach him. Have faith in his weapons and his brothers and his position. And he had faith in the Primarch. If Kurland could pick any weapon of the Imperium, then he would pick 3,000 Space Marines fighting alongside him. They made their way into the creature and found objects from the Triumph of Ullanor, used for its building or desecrated. They reached 2 portals, and from them 2 Stompas came out. Vulkan and some men would take on one and let Kurland deal with the other. At some point, the chapter master Cassandra loses his head. They would destroy the Stompas and move on. The Space Marines would reach a chamber where a 10-meter tall statue would be hooked up to some wires. It was both a consumer and a distributor of psychic energies. The librarians with them started to scream, and one of them had his head explode near Kurland. The others didn't have a better fate. The High Marshal challenged the great beast, and the statue started to creak and move. Thane spoke of how they defeated their engines before, but Kurland spoke that it's not an engine, it's a suit of armor. Chapter 21. Survival begets sacrifice. How long have you sat immobile, my father? They speak in your name and know nothing of your mind. Is this what you wanted? I cannot countenance such a thing. It is a travesty of the imperial truth, the epitome of all that we wish to vanquish. Venile, selfish, corrupted. Did we not show the way brightly enough? Did our blood not wash the wounds clean? Why do you not speak out, father? Father, why have you forsaken me? The beast must die, no matter the cost. These were the last words of the Ultramarine chapter master. Vulkan ordered a stuck Kurlan to destroy the generator while he fought the beast. The two clashed and the Space Marines unloaded their weapons into the generator behind it. Valfor tried to hit the beast, but was pushed back. Not killed, but injured. The generator didn't die, so the Space Marines tried shooting at the beast to no effect. As you can imagine, Vulkan told Kurlan to leave. But he knew what he must do, and it meant the end of all of them. He was the last Imperial Fist, the last wall he had to survive. He gave the order, and Bohemond tried to stop him, to help the Primarch. So Kurlan punched him, and reminded him he was the Lord Commander. Kinda sick with his transgressions until now. Also, he said that if he refuses him again, his life is forfeit. If he wants to die, he can stay there, or if he wants to serve the Emperor, he can follow him. Chapter 22. Vulkan and the Beast have a nice fight, where Vulkan scolds the Beast that if he had a little more patience, the Imperium would have fallen easily. The Orc responds back that the son of the Emperor is right. That shocked Vulkan. The Orc could speak in Gothic. Vulkan got him in front of his throne and pushed him there. Now he was part of the war, because, he went with the Orc, so he was into the energies. Now he was part of the war, going back to before the Horus Heresy, with two Orcs punching each other. He understood now that the attack moons were projects, the attack on Terra, a way for the Orcs to regain the shame the Emperor brought to their kind. He absorbed the Orc energies that have killed the Librarians, and hit a great beast with Doom Tremor in his face before activating its shield. Kurlan watched from a former Salamander's Thunderhawk that, its former occupants were no longer, and he watched the Gargant die. Tain asked if the beast was dead, if the Primarch killed it, but Kurlan told him to have faith. Epilogue, or what was marked in my book as Chapter 23. Kurlan was the Strategio. No one wanted to celebrate the victory. They didn't have any contact with Terra in a long while, and they were not sure if they would find the ruin or not. They entered the Sol system. Many were with him on the ship. Many more were not. The Fist exemplars could see that. Kurlan told Tain they all will be remembered and celebrated as heroes of the Imperium. A transmission came from Terra, and it scared the tech adept. A guttural voice spoke when Kurlan gave the order to relay out the message. The voice spoke over and over again. I am Slaughter.
Daylight Wall stands forever. No other wall stands against it. Bring them down.
Watchers in the Dark. Prologue. The Void. The eye of the Imperium never rested, never slept. It always watched. There was nothing in the void. But if it was, it would see the Orcs. They bombarded the planet with missiles and shells. They did not land. They wanted to make the planet scream and die. It remained silent. And the planet responded, and it answered with fury. Chapter 1. Terra, Imperial Palace. Silence fell upon the chamber. Kurlan wondered if the same silence fell on the Sanatorum when the Proletariat Crusade had ended. The silence was deeper than mourning and stronger than despair. It followed him from Ullanor to Terra. It had a crushing weight. Tain stood with him in his own silence. The Tech Adept announced the data was open to be seen now. Eternity did not permit the High Lords to assist. Neither would have Kurland. The ship they were on was a lost Black Templar vessel. The data showed a recording of the Black Templars fighting an Orc Psyker. Once the weird boy was killed, a wall of energy hit the Orcs and killed them. Tain wondered if the energy came from the Black Templars, but Kurlan said it came from the Orcs. He asked the Tech Adept to replay that scene. The orcs were linked to their psychers. Kurland asked Eternity, a former Black Templar, if he was sure it wasn't a psyker. But Eternity responded that it was his brother's fate that did it. If only we'd known. It might have not changed the outcome at Ullanor, but he hoped. He thought of the same thing over and over. It would not leave his mind. Standing on Daylight Wall, he looked at the orc moon. It was big, and it threatened the soul of every mortal. It voxed the same words over and over again. I am slaughter, I am slaughter, mocking every attempt of defeating him. Vangarich came to Kurland and asked if this was a homecoming. Kurland says no, and talks about his duty not being related to just one wall anymore. Vangarich says it never was. The Grandmaster tried to boost the morale of the Imperial Fist, and after a few exchanges they talked about how Kurland was unchallenged, and how Vulkan was right. Kurland got an idea. They should learn from Vangarich. He could teach them precision, how to use the right weapon and target. The Great Beast died on Ullanor, but the orcs evolved to not need it or have something in place to control them. They were building an empire in the ashes of the Imperium. Vangarich said sometimes a knife is better than a broadsword. Kurland agreed and said they must learn from him and his official. Vangarich was skeptical. The Astartes were not assassins, and repeating mistakes from the past was an undesired outcome. Kurland agreed. From all the High Lords he felt he could trust in Vangarich. He did respect Vineyard and Veritas, but he felt they were too stuck in their Ordos politics. Vangarich was on the defensive. Kurland didn't want to learn about their weapons and secrets, but of their strategies of war. Because they did go to war, even if it had a different name. He asked Vangarich, teach me about the knife and how it strikes. Chapter 2 Terra, Imperial Palace. Vignat picked a spot in the Senatorum that was mostly invisible to others, except for the High Lords. They could see her perfectly. From here, she could get a clearer look at what the High Lords were doing. Flags flew at half-mast, and every member wore a green band around their arms, in memory of the fallen Primarch. She watched the Lord Commander speak, and get interrupted by the Administratum representative. The representative asked if a joint chapter mission would be the same as Ullanor, but Kurland said no such thing. He proposed a kill team, with members from each chapter, independent. The question of course appeared of who will they answer to, and Kurland said to himself. The other High Lords did not like that idea, Messring calling the idea monstrous out of pure religious belief. Vangarich and Vineyard found that what the High Lords believed, that all Space Marines united, was a stupid conclusion. Like Dark Angels and Space Wolves would give up their independence and identity. Everyone hated that idea. Kurland told them to vote and be damned. They voted. Only Vangarich supported Kurland. Cubic and Veritas abstained, and the others, well, of course they were against it. Kurland took his leave and said he will do what he must, and so will the other members. This next part is about two Navy captains talking about destroying Orc ships when they get attacked by the Orc moon. One dies and the other man tries to pull a defensive. Another meeting started in the Senatorum. Kurland did not take his seat near the High Lords. He was disgusted by them. The High Lords asked him why the moon was still in orbit, but Kurland would ignore them and their stupid questions. Cubic came with the idea that they used teleportation devices. Then the fabricator trailed off in his own research. Lansung asked about the teams, if they could do the job. The Admiral was losing ships thanks to the Orcs' new attack. The only one protesting was Messring, who called the idea blasphemy. Veritas asked how, and Messring just screamed blasphemy one more time. The High Lords will vote half-heartedly, out of necessity. Chapter 3 Terra, Imperial Palace. Robed, Avatar looked at his armor. Outside the Tech Marine's room, footsteps rang in the Imperial Palace section for the Dark Angels. He thought of Kurland's plan while looking at his flamer-burned armor. It was a decision of necessity. The full truth was that the demand he would put on the kill team would be huge. He thought of the warriors he would fight with, an Ultramarine, a Blood Angel. And the Space Wolf. Before Ullanor, this wouldn't have been possible. Kurland spoke of forgetting the old squad bonds in favor of strangers, and the Tech Marine wouldn't have shared a room with the Space Wolf on a good day. The good days were long gone. The Tech Marine told his servitors to not restore the color of his armor, only to his right shoulder so their emblem could shine. Dark Angels haven't worn black in a long time, but this time, this black was different. Kurland went to the fabricator General Kubik, who was watching over Magneric's feed. He asked Kurland what he wants, and he mentioned the teleportation technology. Kubik felt upset, I guess? Kurland proposed to use teleportation technology to send the moon away. The fabricator saw this as impossible. They could barely move their own moon last time. But Kurland proposed to use the orc's own energy for sending it away. Kubik saw it as an interesting proposal, but Kurland told him it's an order. Kubik said nothing, even as Kurland left. Abatar was in the Montius, where statues of the Loyalist legions stood. There in the room was Asgir Warfist, in black. The two regarded each other and stood in silence. They regarded sharing the same color as fate. An Ultramarine and a Blood Angel arrived, also in black. Quite a coincidence, because others were in their normal color. Asgir kept a speech about the unity of purpose and new oaths being taken, and how fate has done this, made them wear black, that they have become much more. All the Space Marines agreed, and Forkas, a Blood Angel, who was on Abatar's team, said he would paint his armor like them. Of course, his was still red. They were reforged from what was broken at Ullanor, and a new blade would come. They were vengeance, vigilance, and justice. They were the Death Watch. I can't do this part the honor it really deserves, to be honest, but I'll go on. At some point, they found their name, Death Watch. And, as the Orc Moon yelled, "I am slaughter," the Space Marines yelled, "Fear us." Kurland and Galatea were in the barracks of the Arbiters, and the Lord Commander wanted her to go back on the moon. She agreed and asked about her role, and that was to lead the forces to the moon's power source. Kurland was glad she accepted. He could have ordered her there, but he decided to give her the courtesy out of respect for what she suffered. He said he would have understood if she was troubled by this. Haz then goes on to talk about what she saw. She wanted revenge. The Death Watch was embarking Thunderhawks to leave the planet. Vangarich and Vineyard looked at them. The Inquisitors saw they all wore black. Vangarich said that it started with a few, and then everybody did it. They had a unique distinction, and that was good. Vineyard asked him if this wasn't his plan. Well, he conceded. Kurland and Tain came, in their armors, who were not black. Kurland thanked the Death Watch for their sacrifices and standing by him. Vangarich was surprised they formed an identity so quickly. Kurland talks about slaying the orcs. Vangarich and Vinya discuss the Death Watch and how it would stay with them for a long time. After some more exchanges, Vinya tells Vangarich he spent too much time with the High Lords, that their thinking now constricted him. Vangarich didn't doubt Kurland. He trusted the Space Marine, but he doubted his successor. She said to let the day play out. Kurland had listened to Vangarich and had forged his own dagger. Adanikel sent the data feeds to Kurland, who thanked him and apologized for not being on the bridge. The company master supported Kurland as Lord Commander and unifier of successors, but the company master respected him with a little condition. He would have preferred if he was in the position where he had control over the information he received. The Navy still held the orcs contained. The orc ships feasted upon the Navy. The company master hoped they would continue to feast enough for his ship to reach their target, the orcs' jaws. After some avoiding fire from the orc ships, they got close to the moon. Above its jaw, orc ships tried to intercept the Dark Angel's vessel. But when he was close enough, he ordered the launch of the Thunderhawks. When those were out, the company master ordered his ship to move to the poles. The orcs would come after him. His ship would be bait. Chapter 4. The Orc Attack Moon. 3 Thunderhawks entered the maw of the moon. The Ultramarine Tech Priest deduced that they are still keeping the atmosphere. He presumed their earlier damage to the moon was repaired. They had used some of the Xenos technology to create a teleportation unit that stood on the back of the Tech Marine. But they were suspicious of its functionality. It was supposed to bring them back on the Dark Angel's ship. Theoretically. Kurlan saw Haas didn't say anything since launching the Thunderhawks. She watched the viewport of her former prison. The Thunderhawk landed, and the Space Marines, with Haas, left it. The ship went out, and Kurland hoped that was a good omen. It went out alive. The part of the moon they landed on looked abandoned, but power still went into it. Haas told them the orcs build fast. She then led them to a shaft that the Space Marines had to crouch to be able to walk. 3 energy sites appeared on the data slates. One of them was the gate. They had reopened it. The third kill team would close it for good. Kurland picked one, hoping it was the power source of the moon, and asked Haas to take them there. Thane and his squad left their Thunderhawk and followed the passageway. But the more they walked, the more away from their target they got. Avatar found a way where 2 openings met each other, over a chasm above them. The Ultramarines thought there was no bridge and asked if the orcs just leap in the dark. The Tech Marine assumed the tunnel was no longer in use. The question of how they, get up there got raised, and the Tech Marine said by climbing, and using his plasma cutter he created handles in the walls. It took them 10 minutes to climb the ladder. Thane was glad he was part of the Death Watch, and that he got to see his formation. He also got to see the formation of the last wall, which was a different thing. And there they were all sons of Dorn, but here they were strangers, who became brothers in the service of the Emperor. They reached a split in the road that led to 5 different paths. Their target was on the left, and 2 paths looked promising. They waited for 5 minutes to see if a power surge would point them to the right direction. After 2 minutes, Kurland contacted Thane, telling him they found the power source and were waiting for him. The other kill team was also in position. In the 4th minute, from the far left passage, brutish voices were coming. Thane and his men launched into the orcs, killing them with ease. Some Gretchens were trying to escape, run away. Forecast unleashed his psychic powers upon them and burned them to ash. They moved on then until they reached a ramp. They would be discovered, but they had the time to time everything with the other squads. They screamed for the Death Watch and ran towards the orcs. The 3rd squad reached the gate. Squad Crozius was prepared to strike. Orc soldiers came through the gate. They had to wait for other squads to be ready. Thane voxed. He was attacking the control center. Seconds passed like hours. All squads depended on each other for the success of this mission. The squad leader, Jairus, an Ultramarine, used his theoretical practical deduction, gave Tan a few seconds, and then took his squad to the portal. Kurland and his squad were in the generator room. So much power and energy was produced there that it was the equivalent of a small sun. They did decide to damage the nearest generator and let Squad Gladius, Thane's squad, take care of the rest. Thane told them they will go now. Kurland and his men picked the nearest generator, slaying the orcs working on it. Orcs from above opened fire on them. Haas was avenging her defeats and the nightmares that haunted her. The team reached their target and Thane got to it. Thane and his squad were dealing with orc engineers, but those would be dispatched soon. 2 space marines stood in front of the entrance, fighting orcs. Another would join in. The tech marine who managed to cut the power from the generator damaged by the sword. By squad sword. The orcs used fires as alarms. Thane looked at their technology and wondered how they didn't blow themselves up. The tech marine deactivated the gate. Yaros confirmed it. Now all they had to do was wait for the other squads and teleport to the ship. Yaros and his squad were battling the orcs. They were nearly there. The Space Wolf was enjoying this feast of battle. The orcs fought on 3 fronts, confused and uncoordinated. But that won't last. The tech marine was done. Yaros told Thane to power it up. Kurland and his men were fighting the attacking orcs. Haas fought like a warrior prepared to die. Her screams turned to rasps. The Tech Marine did his job and told Kurland it was time. He voxed Thane, telling him now. Thane told his Tech Marine, and he started the power. Energy came back to the orcs. The gates started working again, and from it came a huge orc tank. The Rune Priest managed to use his psychic powers against the tank, but a show got him after he killed everyone in the tank. A wolf howled, and Yairus thought it was the Rune Priest. But in fact, it was the Blood Angel. He fought like a butcher. The Rune Priest got up. Yairus didn't know what got into the Blood Angel, but his fury made the orcs pause. The Tech Marine called his name. A hum began. Kurland and all squads were on the Dark Angel's ship now. It was a weird sensation, and everybody felt it. Kubrick was right with, his ideas. The teleportation worked. They all watched the moon, and something strange happened. It was dying. It broke apart. As you can expect, pieces of it hit Terra and killed people. A bunch of it. It was a dying victory. A choking one. Mesring got lost for 2 days thanks to the impact the moon had on the planet. Chapter 5. Oh no, not this one. The Metis system. The Fist Exemplars got out of the warp after the Iron Warriors. The Chaos Marines were already in combat with the Leviathan Orc ship. Zebrin ordered to help the Iron Warriors. The shipmaster didn't feel that right with, that decision. They were to preserve an Iron Warrior slave manufactoria after all. The first captain knew that the reasons were good and true for doing that. He was honor-bound to Kalkator. He would be helping him with taking down the orc ship. Another space marine that once shared the same position as the first captain, before when Thane was not chapter master, came. And well, all in all, wasn't that keen on the idea of fighting alongside the traitors anymore. The chapter master called them home to Terra, but the first captain said they need repairs first. A message was supposed to be sent to Thane so that they will do so. Saying that they will do so. And didn't go that well. It didn't got to be sent. The Fist Exemplars and the Iron Warriors would board the orc ship. And things were looking good until they met gigantic orcs. Those put up a great challenge. The space marine that questioned the first captain got killed by one of them. There was nothing he could do to save him. That's what the first captain repeated to himself over and over and over again. Chapter 6. Terra, Imperial Palace. Kurland stood on Daylight Wall. The silence he hoped gone still there. During the day, the whole damage to Terra was reported. When asked Kubrick why the moon split, he didn't really know, but theorized that the teleportation worked partially. It only sent half of the moon, and that half, had the same fate. Where it didn't really matter now. Veritas came to Kurland, congratulating him as Lord Guilliman. Kurland wanted it to be Vangarich, not Veritas, but oh well. Veritas and Kurland talked, and the Space Marine thought Veritas was the one wanting to unburden himself. By the way, the Death Watch became permanent now. They decided that kind of off-screen or off-book, so that's good. Kurland mentioned that Vulkan said something about the Sisters of Silence, and Veritas knew of them, and he knew some still existed. Thane asked Kurland if he believes the Inquisitor. He didn't have a choice. Small problem for Thane. He and Gladius Squad would have to go with the Inquisitor to where he thought the sisters were. Kurland couldn't because, Lord Commander and all. Thane agreed, but he was distraught. Kurland pushed for more information. Apparently, the rest of the Fist Exemplars did not respond to calls back to Terra, and Thane feared the worst. Some more talk about that and how Thane will find the Sisters of Silence. Maybe believing long enough would make it possible. Thane wondered if, when this is done, would all their myths be dead? Kurland told him they will make new ones. Vidnight invited herself to join the Death Watch in their mission. Thane agreed reluctantly. Chapter 7. Sakratos. It was a lifeless planet. Team Glanius and Vineyard followed Veritas. He was sure where he was going, though his road was a little complex and seemed random. Thane asked, "What is this planet?" It was one that kept mementos of the Great Crusade, abandoned by the Imperium in its long list. Vineyard asked if he was here before. He said no. In the end, they reached a chapel of sorts with a fresco on top that depicted the Sisters of Silence. The fresco also had the constellation, and that would point to the next location of the Sisters. When reaching the next planet, they saw orc ships and a moon, but it did not look like a battle, more of a retreat. They embarked on the Thunderhawk and went on the planet. Veritas and Vineyard wanted to go with the Space Marines to see the Sisters. In the end, Thane agreed, noting that if they die, he won't mourn them. They reached Voltus, the fortress of the Sisters, who was encircled by many orc ships. Team Gladius would enter through a door from behind the fortress where the orcs couldn't see them. Inside the building, they found no sign of the Sisters, but they did find signs of orcs. There were orcs there, and they dispatched them pretty quickly. Thane understood why the High Lords feared the Death Watch. They would defeat one more orc patrol and would hide from a third one because there were a lot of orcs there. An hour later, the orcs would leave, and the Space Marines and the Inquisitors would go to the dome. Since last time they found information at, a dome, they went to try here. Not much was there, but Vineyard found something. Another chart. When they looked at it, it pointed to nowhere. A place between systems where there was nothing but the void. Chapter 8. The Western Reaches of the Segmentum Pacificus. The Void. Remember that place where there was nothing? Well, apparently there is a frozen planet that was now besieged by orcs. But don't worry, the planet fought back. The Space Marines discussed what to do, and Thane had an idea. The Death Watch were preparing to hit an orc ship with a boarding torpedo. It was the biggest ship of the fleet. Before that, they had to talk about the technology they used and how dangerous it was. They came to the conclusion that only the Death Watch should use it. They hit the ship and left the torpedo. No orcs were around. They reached a big door that was locked, and blowing it up would be dangerous, noted the Tech Marine. So he made a hole in the ceiling and got up. On the ventilation ducts, he found the Enginarium, a big room that they used a miniature red sun as a power source. He would come down and try to power his teleporter. Unfortunately, orcs would find him. He would cut 3 down. One orc saw that and yelled the alarm. The rest of Squad Gladius would continue their way to the orc guns. They would kill orcs and plant charges on their guns. Feigning retreat, the orcs went back to their weapons, only for Thane to blow them up. And blow them up he did. Now the team was running towards the Tech Marine. They got there just as things were getting messy, because an orc the size of 2 dreadnoughts appeared. The Homer activated, and they teleported. Chapter 9. The Void Nidiris. The Homer took the Space Marine back to their ship. The orc ship blew up, and the ship carrying the Death Watch came to cleanse what remained. More of them fell in line. Thane got teleported again, and he still didn't like it. This time it was more brutal than before. The situation on the ground was unwelcome. The orc forces on the ground were big, and I do mean it. They had the giant orc titan. It was time for the kill team Gladius, to take down an orc titan. The Thunderhawk went to the surface of the planet. The titan was bigger than what they fought on Caldera, armed with devastating weapons. Thane ordered to be brought close to the Titan, as close as the pilot could. While getting close to the Titan, they saw it had a platform. Vineyard doubted that the Sisters might agree to come out, but Veritas was sure they would. The Thunderhawk flew and left the Death Watch on the landing pad. They ran ahead and climbed on his teeth, jumping inside the Titan. The Thunderhawk got close to the fortress of the Sisters. The anti-gun followed them, anti-aircraft followed them, but didn't fire. Vineyard asked if this was a good sign. Veritas said it was, better than worse. The Thunderhawk landed. Vineyard jumped out of the ship, and she was followed by Veritas. A gun was pointed at them. In front of them, a great door with no handles. She told Veritas to leave with the hawk, and he did so. While she stood there in silence, at some point the door opened. The Space Marines killed the orc gunners in the eyes of the Titan. Other orcs tried to pour in from the maw of the giant. They shot at them. They had to kill the pilot of the Titan. Vineyard was asked by a woman's voice, because the door opened and she went in. Vineyard was asked by a woman's voice why she came to the planet. The Blank Sisters had an aura that made the Inquisitor think her subconscious died. The Inquisitor said they came to seek their help. Space Marines and the Inquisition and every citizen of the Imperium. They refused, saying the Imperium made it clear that it didn't need them. The Inquisitor tried to tell them about the current situations. The sisters said let it fall. Vineyard tells them of Vulkan and how they are the key to destroy the orcs at Ullanor, and they finally agree. The Death Watch killed 3 engineers, but the Orc Titan went mad. More orcs were coming into the Enginarium, but a well-placed detonation stopped them. The same detonation tilted the Titan. They were surely going to self-destruct. Tain Vox for extraction. They got to their extraction point, and the Titan's guns, they were firing everywhere at that point. The Titan collapsed on itself. The Death Watch managed to get up on the Thunderhawk, but the Tech Marine lost his right leg in the process, because he was almost caught in the falling. They got close to the fortress and saw the doors open, and rhinos come out. But they could fly. You know why? Because they were transporting myths. Epilogue. Terra, Imperial Palace. The Sisters of Silence would talk only to Vineyard, and they were now in front of the Golden Throne to renew their vows to the Emperor and take once more the silence. Kuland was happy this was a silence he didn't brought or was responsible for. He was thankful that their silence got rid of the other, and the beast ceased to roar.
Chapter 1, Theos Atmospheric Entry. Check 2, 11521. Stormclaw was in the open hatch of a gunship. He looked over a gray ocean as wide as he could see. Low-orbit flyers were fighting with orc ships. Their crude design seemed to work well, but the Thunderhawks were faster. An orc fighter got close to the ship, but Stormclaw shot it down. 4 Space Marines approached Stormclaw. Kill Team Umbra was preparing to begin the mission. They were joined by 2 Sisters of Silence. Stormclaw jumped out the Thunderhawk and crashed into the waves below. Idolica Check 7 Kill Team Stalker was joined by 2 Sister of Silence. They went on their mission, but the Ultramarine Iaros didn't have a good feeling. They went out and got hit the powerful sunlight. Tears the leader looked for the coordinates of the Fist Exempal's fortress. Valhalla. Kalinin Trench Check 3 Kill Team Tigers was on bikes, the snow slowing them down. They were joined by General Sebko of the White Guard Regiment in his command tank. He told them the orcs are dug in deep on the snow and that it will be a slaughter. The White Guard will be annihilated, but the general had no doubts or regrets. 3 Sisters of Silness on bikes followed the leader of Kill Team Tigers. Terra Imperial Palace Check 0. Courland was in the Meridian Chamber, a subsection of the Clanium Library. Here the Imperial time was set. He asked an adept what was the verdict. The orcs could travel and communicate faster than they could with the warp, and that was a weakness that the Imperium had. The Death Watch attack on the moon near Terra required perfect timing. Without that, they couldn't hope to defeat them. The adept said there is a probability their time was set. Thane stood in front of a wall with clocks. Courland called for the lords to gather. On Valhalla, the attack began. On Idolica, the kill team was falling and preparing. On Pleios, the kill team was at the bottom of the ocean. Stormclaw got scared of a fish and shot it. They were going to Hive Mundus. They reached the walls and planted a melta-bomb. A countdown began. Chapter 2, Terra Imperial Palace. Tomorrow he would die. That poison was catching up with Mezring badly. Medical staff were surprised at his condition and how he was acting. It wasn't anything normal for them. Some wondered if this would be the end. Mezring was in the Cardinal's wake, a private sanctuary for the higher-ups of the ecclesiarchy with a confessor. Cables that lead to the Golden Throne passed through there. Mesring said everyone is doomed and it's better to venerate the beast than trust the Emperor. The confessor told him the Emperor forgives and protects. He heard a lot of blasphemy in his life. Some more blasphemy from Mesring, and the confessor telling him to die with grace. Mesring tells him about Vulkan being dead, and the confessor tells him as are his brothers. Mesring started to weep, and the confessor said it's good to unburden himself of all sins. He answers that he weeps because he wishes Vangorich's head on a pole. Some more talks, and Mesring gets an idea. From a door that lead to the Golden Throne came a group of priests and Fraterist Templars. The Emperor shed a tear for every warrior fallen in battle, and there was a group of priests that collected them. The ecclesiarch got his hands on the tears, said to cure all wounds, and drank it. He felt nothing. He was still dying, but he knew all the lies, and he would expose them. For if he is too false, so too shall earth itself. Chapter 3. Terra Imperial Palace. We start with a meeting of the High Lords, joined by a Sister of Silence. They were watching the moment the Dreadnought Marshal killed the Weird Boy. Corlin presented the history of the recording. After that he asked Thane where Laurentis was. He got lost. Laurentis now comes into the chamber. He talks about the Orc Psychers being the weak link of the race and how they should capture at least 3 to properly experiment. Lansung didn't agree. But Corlin told him this isn't a matter of voting and that 3 kill teams are already on their way to capture the Weird Boys. To Wienand it was a little bit suspect that Corlin commanded both the Last Wall and the Death Watch. And let's not talk about how the Death Watch got members from other chapters than those that fought on Ullanor. But this got cited for a few. Corlin said he is, not asking but demanding ships. Of course Lansung and Kubik couldn't provide, but the Inquisition could. Corlin would have to give over control of the Death Watch to the Inquisition, but under 3 conditions. He gets to disband them, they stay at chapter strength only, and he gets to appoint who leads them, since neither Wienand nor the Inquisition are institutions of war. She agreed. Next, Corlin asked the Fabricator General about the Grand Experiment, and it was going better, but it couldn't move Terra. More information was given about the 3 kill teams until Mesring came to the room. Mesring screamed that he wants the cure. He called them mutants, heretics, witches, and then he started to scream how he would take everything down and only the beast is worthy of praise. Corlin shot him with his bolt pistol. Everyone was silent. Thane asked his brother what he had done. Chapter 4. Playos. Hive Mundus Stormcrow was getting flung around. The water that dragged them into the Hive City throwing him everywhere. He held in his deactivated power fist a Sister of Silence. He managed to find a way to reach a higher level. First he would throw the sister that would land on her feet, and then he followed up. Once on top an orc worker greeted them, but Stormcrow shot him in the head, clearing the way. The sound of bolter fire started to resonate, and they followed it until they reached the rest of Kill Team Umbra and the other Sisters of Silence. It was a brutal fight, but that's why Thane picked Stormcrow. More orcs would come, even one that looked to have an autocannon. One sister would kill an orc. Remember the orcs were bad shoots? Well, they managed to hit a pipe that sprayed high-pressure water on them, pushing them against the wall. Stormcrow would throw a grenade into the nest of the orc with the autocannon. They managed to get up a level where the Black Templar and Flesh Terror of the team fought back-to-back against orcs. It was an impressive sight even for Stormcrow, and he could see the 2 Space Marines held each other in disdain. They would slaughter orcs until a group came, and they did not shout but just chanted, "Gork! Mork!" repeatedly until they were saying Gorka Morka. Somehow a beast came out of the water with a collar on its neck that reflected green lighting. A quite unlucky sight, but he was Stormcrow, the unlucky one. Chapter 5. Idolica. Alcazar Astra. We start with Tyrus resting his stalker bolter on an iron handrail, the Sister of Silence with him nodding her approval. He loaded a tranquilizer shot, the rest of his kill team took their aim. He fired. Now we move to Playos. Stormcrow and his men were in a bad position fighting orcs and trying to have his team not kill the Weird Boy. At some point he asked for backup because a orc boss came in full armor, though they managed to mess up one of his arms. Back to Idolica. The Weird Boy went down. His guards looked around prepared to shot at the shadows, but Tyrus' other 2 teammates ended them. He did teach them well. They went to get the Psyker. Of course the orcs didn't like that. But they managed to get away, and while going for this teleporter they found a young orc, another Weird Boy. Seeing this as a good opportunity for the Imperium, Tyrus knocked it out and got him on his shoulders. One of his brothers, a salamander, was caught up in fighting the orcs in a different place. They would have to leave him. Back to Playos. It looked bad, but Stormcrow and his men managed to get the orc, thanks to them regrouping and killing the monster they were fighting. 2 dreadnought were inserted into the hive by drop pod, while the orcs were occupied with Kill Team Umbra. Now they only had to leave. Valhalla is our next stop. Remember how earlier Pleos wasn't looking that good? Well, the orcs planned a trap for the kill team, and their leader hoped somebody will succeed where he failed. Good thing Tyrus got 2 orcs. Chapter 6, Terra Imperial Palace. Corland walked in his armor, full of decorations and honors. A step behind him, Thane and Bohemond. Thane mentioned they got a message from Kill Team Umbra, to which Corland told him to redirect all that info to the Inquisition. They entered the inner palace. The High Marshal hated everything regarding this, mostly because he wasn't in on the plan. But Corland promised him he will know soon enough. The last Imperial Fist would make the Alcazar remembered his flagship and told Thane that the rest of his fleet would be under the command of Issachar. Thane accepted this because bad luck seemed to follow them at every step. Corland was remembered about the Ecclesiarch and how they need to pick a new one. He looked at the High Marshal. Everybody knew of the Black Templars' own version of the Imperial Creed, and Corland did not want the Sons of Dorn to follow the path of the Word-bearers, so he told them there won't be another one. The High Marshal spoke quietly. Tell that to Magneric. Even Lorgar was lost before he could be saved. Corland would go to the dais and proclaim a change to the High 12. The Ecclesiarchy would be no more a member of the Council and would have their holdings and materials seized.
Chapter 7. Terra Imperial Palace. Vangorich was in a chair from the 3rd millennium, in Mesring's room. Beast asked him how does it feel to be part of the 12. Pretty much the same, he responded. Beast gave him a slate with possible Ecclesiarch successors, made by Bohemond. Beast offered to thin down the list, including the High Marshal, of course, but Vangorich refused. He had enough to deal with. Corland apparently gathered everyone he could to create a strike force to strike at the Beast. Vangorich, of course, proposed cruel. The Alcazar remembered would leave soon, and Vangorich wanted him on the ship. Before Beast left, the Grand Master told him to protect Corland and make sure Weenan doesn't get in trouble. Now we'll go to another part of the palace. Veritas disagreed that Weenan should be on the Abhorrence. He mentioned that Malcador considered Sigismund a fanatic, and that his sons are worse. But she wants to earn the respect of the Death Watch, so they won't go to Corland or Thane to consult about her command. Some more talking, and we find out she doesn't want Corland to dissolve the Death Watch. She talks of a force that would not split the Inquisition about who is the true enemy, Xenos or Chaos. Veritas doesn't think this is a sound idea, but Weenan mentioned something about a Chaos Hunter force. Veritas then remembers a Space Marine chapter on Titan. You know where this is going. She asked where were they all this time, but he responds that they had other things to do. Veritas warns against Vangorich, but Weenan dismisses his warnings. He also tells her to take care of Corland. He is the Imperium now. No, we go into the orbit of Terra. On the Alcazar remembered where Thane sees the members of the expedition. Beast Cruel, Laurentis, and Eldon, Sisters of Silence. 2 Ogrins decked out in honorifics. Next came the Watch Commander, the first leader of the Death Watch. This was Asger Warfist, who bear-hugged Thane. Warfist mentions how some guidelines on how to be Watch Commander would have been nice, but Thane didn't know either what that meant. Thane prepares the ships to leave. Warfist comments that he feels bad for the Iron Knights that need to guard Terra, and for the Crimson Fist that has to take Corland's place. The Crimson Fists took a big hit at Ullanor that their current chapter master barely made sergeant before taking the reins of the chapter. The Executioners were in a similar position. Euclides, chapter master of the Soul Drinker, voxes Thane to wish him luck. They will need it.
Chapter 8. Incus Maximal Orbit. Eldon didn't much like the transition. Space Marines could hold better against it, but Eldon got sick. All the ships were black, and Eldon was unlucky enough to be in the Thunderhawk that transported the Weird Boy, who, drugged and chained as he was still a powerful sight, and he could still move, but he got hit and knocked down fast. On the floor, the orc looked at the figures around Eldon, the Sisters of Silence, who had the same disturbing effect on Eldon as they had on everybody else. Their ship entered the thermosphere of the planet, and now we change points of view to Corland, who was monitoring the situation of Issachar and the fight against the orcs. The orcs had armed ships, but they were more like transporters or haulers than warships. The Imperium's forces had warship, but they were here to test Corland's plan. So he ordered Asgard to not lead a fight on the ground by himself, and Issachar to lead the orcs to the point they agreed upon. Thane was also there, frustrated since he couldn't do that much. Incus Maximal, Hyboriax Cryoforge. Issachar could hear the orcs but not see them, so strong was the snow on the planet. He received his orders from Corland, and he was happy to respect them. Multiple squads on the planet were communicating on Vox about the dire situation, but Issachar took command and ordered his men to follow him. Chapter 9. Incus Maximal Mons. Eldon and his gang left the Thunderhawk. Kill Team Stalker came with them, and they were already ahead. Eldon had to endure the acid snow and the Orc Psyker with them. Eldon and his group would met with the kill team, and they would enter a building where Eldon saw live orcs. In their natural element, 6 orcs drinking alcohol. He was not prepared for the fungal stench. Tyrus took them out with silent rounds. They were in a former temple of the Mechanicum. Eldon pointed the way, and the kill team went first, killing the orcs they met in front of them. Some orc engineers and a boss made their way harder to pass. But in the end they won, losing one member of Kill Team Stalker, the Fist Exemplar Numis, and the injury of one named Vega. The orcs protected some double doors, and Tyrus didn't waste time to go at them and be greeted by orc fire. The rest of the kill team followed him. To support the Space Marines, the Inquisitorial Stormtroopers joined the battle. Imperial troops were outnumbered and Vega was limping, but he released a smoke grenade that blinded everyone. The commander of the stormtroopers tried to contact Issachar, but to no avail. At this point, only 5 troopers were still holding the orc still. In the end, they decided to release the orc in the center of the room, and Eldon prayed, hoping that his prayers would be heard in the house of the Omnissiah. Chapter 10. Hyboriax Primus. We got to Issachar fighting orcs. One big one almost got him, but he spit Betcher acid at the orc. Don't ask about it. Imperial fists and their successors shouldn't be able to spit acid, but writers seem to forget and remember this at their own leisure. Anyway, the chapter master could hear the vox in his ear the whole time and ordered the retreat to the second evacuation point, not wanting to sacrifice his men for a test. One of his men came to him to let the chapter master know of the test, but he died before being able to finish. Issachar saw enough brothers dead this mission to not be moved by one more. To Eldon we go now, who just woke up the orc from his drugged state. And that was enough for the weird boy, freeing one of his arm and stomping on a stormtrooper's. The Sisters of Silence cut his free hand to stop him from killing anyone else, and then the magic started to happen. First, the weird boy gathered power in his head and it exploded. So too did the heads of all the other orcs, spraying brain matter, blood and bone everywhere. Metal. Vega would die, but there were no more foes left. Now we go in orbit. On the Alcazar. Remembered, the staff was cheering the success of the test, but Corland wanted to know more, so he asked Laurentis what he got. Unfortunately, the explosion only affected those in Mons Primus. Battle was still being waged all over the planet. He ordered everybody to be extracted from the planet. Laurentis theorized that because they used the smallest orc, this might be the cause for not having a planet-wide effect. Corland wanted to destroy armadas and planet-wide orcs with this. The final test would be done by Bohemond and Euclideus. Chapter 11, Emitis 7 Moon. This one sees Zerberin, the Fist Exemplar that joined up with Calcator, observe a witch held in chains and being worked on. She talks about a world of fours and the green roar and the last wall. He leave the witch and the serfs working there. We get a long description of the fort they are in and something about slaves working for the Erom warriors not really mattering to Zerberin because they were slaves before the Fist Exemplars got there. He meets with Epistolary Honorius and Calcator's apothecary Barban. Honorius asks if there are any news, and he learned that the last wall still goes on. The apothecary asks if they would rejoin them, but Zerberin said nothing. A Librarius serf came with news that the soul drinkers are in need of aid. They are surrounded by orcs, but Zerberin refuses to help, justifying to Honorius that they are not ready. Hate this guy. Chapter 12. The Void. We are now on the Alcazar Remembered, in the oval meeting room of the ship. 24 Deathwatch sergeants were there, alongside Issachar Thane, a commander of the Astra Militarum that survived the Ullanor fight, Laurentis, the Magos Dominus from Ullanor, the ship commander, and more. The room was filled with chatter, until Corland came in. Bohemond was the first to greet him, while they recognized that they didn't part on the greatest of terms. The High Marshal wanted to act as Corland's chaplain, and Corland agreed. This was different than the meetings with the Senatorum, because Corland respected these men. The first talking point was about the Soul Drinkers. They didn't have any contact with them in a while. Worse is that a kill team was sent with one of the Orc Psychers with them. The worst was expected. Corland talked about the experiment on Incus Maximal, and while it worked, there were some problems. Until now. Laurentis was given permission to speak. The issue the biologist and Eldon found was that the orc was injured before which dampened its effect. Issachar was not armed properly to raise the orc's psyche, and these orcs were not the biggest. But a planetary cleanse was possible, and so he presented the planet that would be cleansed completely. To everyone's shock, it was Ullanor. Of course everyone disagreed, but Corland planned for everything. Issachar would command the fleet, the Death Watch and the Sisters would infiltrate the place and pave the way for their secret weapon. Wienand wanted to be on the mission, and while Corland initially disagreed, he gave in eventually. After the Death Watch paved the way, the Fist Exemplars, Black Templars and Excoriators would be the first wave, followed by the Militarum and the Mechanicus. While strength and brute force helped them before it wouldn't work now. Corland then summons the Hololith to show the great orc statue and the room where they encountered the beast, saying now it's time to tell them what he will do. Chapter 13. Ullanor, Gorkogrod. No, we go to the second invasion of Ullanor. It started with sacrifices, many ships and crews crashing on the planet and into the orc shield. But that sacrifice allowed the Thunderhawk penitent Wrath to reach the planet and Stormcrow to descend. He missed the first invasion, so this was his first time on the planet. The kill team landed on a pad in front of 2 doors. The Thunderhawk destroyed the doors and 2 orcs came out only to be killed by the Death Watch. Stormcrow entered through the now ruined doors. There he slew orcs and Gretchens with wrenches. On the Vox, Stormcrow realized they were made to look slow, and they hastened their actions. Now we move to Thane that charged alongside his 73 battle brothers. Because you know where the rest are, nevertheless. The shield of Gorkogrod had fallen. The Black Templars and Excoriators also disembarked from their ships and went to fight on the planet. Thane estimated that the army on the ground numbered 100,000 men. With engines of war, knights, and titans, it was an impressive sight. 1 year ago he was chasing traitors with a few ships, and now here he was surrounded by such a vast army. Orcs came in with their trucks, but Thane and his men made sure they wouldn't live that long. Thane tried to contact Issachar, but he couldn't reach him, so Thane presumed the fleet was too far in orbit. That would explain a lack of drop pod assistance. The charge to the palace was given. The orcs anticipated the Imperium forces to do what they have done. We get a flashback segment with Thane telling Corland the orcs would expect their frontal attack, but this was what Corland hoped. Back to the present day, the orcs were prepared, and while Thane yelled at his men for the Emperor and to reach the palace, the Ullanor first, veterans of the first invasion, looked scared, but not scared enough. Another flashback with only Corland and Thane, where Corland says his survival will depend on Thane, and that he relays on a Son of Dorn because nobody else could. Now we go into orbit, where Corland is in a teleporating chamber. Joining him are the High Marshal, the Watch Commander, Kill Team Stalker, Cruel, and 2 organs. Funny story, the organs had a panic attack. The only way they could be brought on the mission is the assignment of a commissar from an Overin Auxilia that helped calm them down. The commissar recited children's prayers to them and gave them words of encouragement. I liked this part. The teleportation room ate up a lot of energy. These men would join the fight first and will have to deal on their own without the sisters that would be teleported later on. 30 minutes on their own. Corland was informed of the kill teams that have managed to take 4 on the Orc planet. Closing his eyes, the Lord Commander told his men to commence. Chapter 14. Ullanor, Gorkogrod Inner Palace. Corland counted the teleportation as among one of the rare horrors of the universe, alongside Artamantua and his resurrection. But he got in the palace. The Watch Commander Asger said that this was no throne room. We'll put a pause there because we now move to Gorkogrod and Inquisitor Wienand. Since last time communication between orbital and ground forces were filled with interference, Wienand was now the middleman between them. In a Gretchen tower filled with servitors and vox boxes she stood, with her Stormcrow. His team was assigned to protect her. An inquisitorial aide came to tell her Corland had teleported. Issachar is engaging the orcs in orbit, and there are light losses on both sides. The orcs are retreating, only leaving a small force to fight the guard. Lenen wondered, why are they retreating? A force field got raised up in the palace. She wanted to contact Corland, Issachar, and Thane, but they couldn't. To make matters worse, orcs were coming for them, fighting the weapons servitor guarding their room. And since one tragedy never comes alone, orc ships were inbound, at least 100 of them. She ordered to leave everything and extract the kill teams. She would have to order things in person. Now back to Corland, they were not in the throne room, but 400 meters away from it. The commissar was sick, maybe because the teleportation or the orc stench. It seems they had been redirected, maybe because of the force field. Corland says they would have to clear the area. He asked Cruel if he could find the throne room, and the assassin nodded. They moved on, and Corland felt something in his neck, but that wasn't possible since he was clad in Terminator armor. It was the Sisters of Silence that had just teleported in, alongside Laurentis and the Orc Psyker that was being held in chains by servitors. After a quick scan, Laurentis presumed this would be a trap. Corland thought the same, but it didn't matter. Ullanor would be annihilated, or Terra would be. We to back to Thane, who killed an orc and gave orders to his men. The excoriators pushed through the barrack district and were now stuck in urban combat. The Black Templars pushed through so hard they were 3 kilometers from Corland and his men. But they were so focused on pushing orcs slipped up and came to flank the Fist Exemplars. Battle Brothers would cover the flank and mow down orcs before they reached 20 meters of the Fist Exemplars. But since this was still a siege, and the orcs also had artillery, and one of them made sure to reduce the numbers of the exemplars to 69. Lol, nice. Flashback to Thane telling Corland they are the last of their chapters. Back in real time, Apothecary Antonius was called to harvest the gene seed. Antonius was borrowed from the excoriators since the exemplars didn't have theirs, because you know who. Thane ordered the attack to be pushed. The math was adding up. While the last wall still stood, the exemplars were close to depletion. Vindicators and whirlwinds roared. Space Marines were transported on the filed, orc fired at them. One warlord titan was getting into a fight with a gargant. Thane takes a moment to come up with a strategy, and he finds one pretty fast. Another flashback of Corland and Thane talking about Vulkan and faith in humanity. Back to the present time, Thane ordered the Black Templars to pull back and go to the excoriators. The goal was to kill the beast, and he had no intention of becoming the last son of Dorn. Title drop. Hooray, woohoo. With that out of the way, we go to the inner palace with Corland. They were in front of a door, and they couldn't open it no matter what they used. And they did use a plasma cutter, lighting claws and the Ogren's fist. Laurentis presented the hypothesis that the same way Corland wanted to kill the beast, so too did the beast want to kill him. Orcs came from a corridor. One Ogren said kill Orc-Fur Emperor, which filled Corland with gratitude. Chapter 15, Ullanor Grokogrod. Some exploits of the heroes of this invasion are detailed by Thane. He didn't keep score of his own feats, but his helmet did. 318 kills out of 319 bullets shot. But the battle wasn't over. The Astra Militarum managed to break the walls of the orcs, and through the breach every man rushed into the orc capital. Thane joined in the rush too. He killed some orcs along the way. Orcs came at them in big numbers, but the humans took them on, pushing themselves to the limit. Thane tried to vox his men, but all he heard was the orcs communicating. He realized they were planning their own defense and not actively blocking the attackers. But in that cacophony of voices he heard one. The beast was close. Thane gave orders. He didn't know if anybody could hear him. Orcs started to fire at him, so he found cover in a fallen Imperial Knight. Some more firefighting later, and to their rescue comes Wine Nan with the Inquisition stormtroopers and a few kill teams. Thane questioned why she was there, but she did as any exemplar would have done. Thane asked if they could get them over the walls. The pilot said he is excited to try. Chapter 16. Ullanor Gorkogrod, Inner Palace. Corland and his men walked for 2 hours, and they didn't reach the throne room, but they were getting close. Their road was not safe, though. They had to fight orcs at every step, but now they were close to reaching the throne room. Laurentis was annoyed and asked the men to not kill all of them. Their weapon needed orcs alive. But Corland justified that there are enough of them. They fought orcs, but soon the orcs would give up and run. Corland took charge and ordered his men to the door. Once in front of the door, Corland realized this was the entrance for the Gretchen, the slaves, humans. Quite symbolic, this beast. The door was being opened by Beaumont and Asker. The penitent wrath was flying over the palace. Once it found a proper place, the Space Marines on it disembarked. I say disembarked, but more like jumped off. Stormcrow and his kill team were on top of the throne room. Weenan and Eldon came out, followed by some stormtroopers. Unfortunately, the Thunderhawk crashed, killing some of the men, either by their fall from the palace or the crash itself. Thane came from another ship, or God knows where at this point with these books, and told them they are close to the beast and they found a ramp through which they can enter. Weenan was now dressed like the stormtroopers. This next thing is about Eldon. Remember on Ardamantua Laurentis made this device to translate what the orcs were saying? Well, Eldon had the right implants for that. Now he spoke both Gothic and Orcish gibberish. All that to locate the beast, but he was not sure where the beast was. So they decided to split up Thane, and his men would go one way, Weenan and hers in another. Thane wanted to take the most probable sources of where the beast was, but Weenan is a bitch and told Eldon to give that direction to her and her team. She whispered to him, but Stormcrow could hear it. It was a curse. In the throne room. The orc psyker needed sedatives. In the room stood an orc in a throne grinding at them. Next we get a description of the room, with orc clan symbols on the walls and the walls in white and black. Some gargants next to the wall. The beast was 3 times the size of Courland. The orc left the throne and stepped towards our heroes. He said something to the sedated psyker and then looked at Courland and said, "Slaughter." Chapter 17. Ullanor Gorkogrod, in the throne room. Courland stepped forward. The High Marshal raised his sword and ran towards the beast. Courland asked him in a private channel if he would be his champion now. He said, as Lord Commander, it is his right to face the beast. Bohemond stopped. One Sister of Battle asked him with a battle sign if now. Courland answered not yet. The Ogrins and the kill team were at the doors battling orcs. I forgot to mention that last chapter. Courland tells the beast that he is the Lord Commander and he has come to kill him. But before that says the line, "I am Slaughter." The orc raises his arms. You know those wrist-mounted bolters? Well, the orc had that, but instead of bolters he had every kind of weapons the orcs could use. He shot at Courland, but the High Marshal pushed the Imperial fist out of the way, taking the hit instead. That made his rune display an amber color on everyone's helmet. Above this fight was a gallery of orcs cheering their leader. Asger activated his lighting claws and yelled at them. But Krul was more direct, shooting one in the head. Silence fell and the beast roared. Orc elites were coming down to them. Courland tried to shot at the beast, but it didn't work, so like Vulkan before him he went to fight in melee. The orc had a spiked mace that Courland couldn't dodge or parry, so he took it and got sent into the wall. The kill teams were gunning down orcs with their bolters. The commissar lost his arm and got pushed to the ground, thing that infuriated the Ogrins who were now guarding the door by themselves. The Skitarii Ranger, did I forget to mention there was one? Whatever, it died. The Sisters of Silence killed some orcs, and the Gargants activated. Tyrus asked Courland if now, but the Lord Commander was not in a position where he could respond. Courland got up and tried to fight the beast, to no avail as the orc had him on the ground. But what the beast didn't expect was the High Marshal to yell, "I defy you to my dying breath. Mankind defies you," and cut him on the leg. Of course the orc retaliated with his gun gauntlet and sent him to the ground. But Courland got up and gave the order, which couldn't be done because the Sisters of Silence were caught in fighting with the elites of the orcs. But the psyker was gathering up energy. The beast tried to kill everyone with his arm gun, but he killed the servitors, some of his orcs and one sister, injuring another. Then the orc detonated, and all the orcs' heads start to blow up. The beast fell to one knee and held his head in both hands. It didn't die. Something went wrong. The injured sister was next to the psyker. She tried to drag herself from him. Courland pointed his stormbolter at him and shot everything he had. The beast still had strength to push his hand aside and make him drop the bolter. Staring at Courland was the mangled face of the beast, no eyes or lips or proper shape. Courland stabbed it and fell to the ground with the beast killing it. Everybody was happy and gleeful. Bohemond kneeled before him and told him that he was wrong to doubt Courland as Lord Commander. Everything was good, until the doors at the faff end of the throne room opened and huge armored noises were heard. Courland was wrong about everything. Chapter 18, The Throne Room. It was at that moment that Courland realized he was so wrong. There are 6 beasts, not one. 6 prime orcs. One in checkered armor came forth and bellowed a scream like a titan's horn. Courland knew this was the orc that Vulkan fought. The High Marshal ordered to protect the Lord Commander. Kill Team Stalker started shooting at the beast, and the Sisters of Silence ran to fight it. But the orc was unfazed by their attacks. Krul came from behind and with a sword that was coming in and out of existence tried to stab the orc in the neck. But it was no avail. The orc pushed the assassin aside. The High Marshal and the Wolf Lord similarly found no success when the beast came for Corland. The two men were knocked down by the orc. Corland was barely able to fight, yet he stood in defiance, bellowing his company's war cry.
Daylight Wall stands forever. No other wall stands against it. Bring them down.
He tried to fight, but in the end he got under the orc's boot. Moving perspectives now to Stormcrow, who finally got linked up with Kill Team Stalker. Thane and the others were still out of reach, though. Through the Vox, nothing came but screams of anger and frustration. He knew they failed, mostly because blocking Kill Team Umbra's path were giant orcs in black and white, prepared with flamers, stubbers, and a battle saw. Luckily for them, the orcs had their backs turned, which led to a slaughter of orcs. Stormcrow knew the Psyker Bomb failed, but he and his team were doing what Corland brought them together to do, bring death to the alien. It was fitting that Laurentis had seen the fall of the Imperial Fists once, and he should bear witness to it again. Kill Team Umbra entered the room, and alongside Kill Team Stalker and the sisters attacked the orcs in retribution. The High Marshal wept over the body of the Lord Commander. The High Marshal screamed for an apothecary and that the line of Dorn couldn't be lost. Laurentis scanned the body of his friend. The orc knew exactly where to strike to kill a space marine. The ceiling blew up. From above, Thane appeared commanding Thunderhawks and Deathwatch space marines. Inquisitor Weenan gave the order to retreat. It was only then, when Laurentis was picked up, he realized they lost.
The Last Son of Dorn was dead.
The epilogue is a sad one that I cannot do proper justice. I hoped you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one.
Shadow of Ullanor, Chapter 1. This one is a little bit interesting because it talks about, well, the galaxy is kind of screwed. Especially now with the orcs everywhere and their attack moons, being a big problem. So I just skip more than half the chapter, so I'm just gonna leave you with the rest of it. The part that still remains. Because now people have become refugees on planets, well, which is kind of hard for the planetary governments and everybody else to deal with it, since they're getting kind of overpopulated. But astropaths and navigators, they kind of look forward into the future, and, well, not really the future. They see what's happening around the world, and they don't like it. But remember, there are many heroes, Astartes and Mortal, who have died and have become nameless and unremembered. And of them, the refugees will know nothing of. The refugees hoped that the sons of the Emperor would come to save them. But even the Adeptus Astartes had problems when fighting the orcs that came to attack their homes. Now we get more description about how the Space Marine chapters were doing, and some were doing better than others. That is a given. And now, a part that talks about how the last Imperial Fist is dead. And, well, basically how the astropaths and navigators know this, but they don't want to tell the population, so they don't lose that last glimmer of hope they have. Good, that's chapter 1. We've done it very quick. Chapter 2. Terra, Imperial Palace. Vangoich was on the battlements, passing statues of forgotten warriors, Thunder Warriors, and other techno-barbarians that joined the Emperor. Some description about how his responsibilities got bigger now that he is a High Lord and a member of the 12. A cardinal of the Ecclesiarchy went to Vangoich, flanked by 2 space marines of the Exocarators. They greet each other. Vangoich liked him because he was a man that has seen the Imperium and bled for it. Even they had the scars to prove it, which means that this cardinal had fought for the Imperium. Vangoich offers his condolences for the loss of 2 shrine worlds. They talk about Messring, and the cardinal agrees that the Xenos worshipping sack of one had it coming. Their words, not mine. Vangoich wants to use the cardinal to make him the new leader of the Ministorum and get more power in the council. Technically that's implied, but we'll get there. Vangoich asks him if he thinks they can defeat the beast, but the cardinal was smart enough to know that saying yes or no would make him a fool. A naive or fatalistic fool. The Grand Master of the Assassin asks for the cardinal to be his confessor, and he agrees. Vangoich tells him of his fears, and the cardinal tries to comfort him, And that is done. After that is done, he asks for a blessing, and the cardinal gives it to him. Then the cardinal leaves. He would die soon enough thanks to a small needle that Vangorich used to poison him. Vangorich even thinks it's a shame because he liked the man, but he was an ally he couldn't afford, and he couldn't afford his weaknesses to be held by another man than himself. He would need to make the most dark decisions, but in a world with dying space marines, dead primarchs, and orcs destroying subsector by the numbers, who would even see it? Chapter 3. Inuit, the Splintering Land. The ice world on which Rogal Dorn landed was cold. Successors of Dorn's line came to the planet in unity and silence to mourn the last Imperial Fist. They entered the planet in silence, the planet's defenses being too occupied with the beast. The Feast of Blades was called by the Fist Exemplars, who were the reigning champions. Tain thought this a good moment, an opportunity to gather the chapters of Dorn's blood. Since their champion was dead on Eidolika, Tain decided to take his place. The winner of the Feast of Blades would see him crowned with the Sword of Sebastus, or the Dorn's Blade, a relic weapon used by Dorn himself. We can mention that the Imperial Fist used the Pain Glove, though it is still questionable if the other chapters do it. Tain had already defeated 3 champions, and now he had to face the champion of the Excariators, a champion whose right arm was mechanical. His name was Tykor, by the way. Anyway, Tain wins by cutting the champion's mechanical arm. At the end, he gives a speech about Dorn and the Legion and asks for every successor to give a little in ships, weapons, and men to reform the Imperial Fists, for they are all fists at heart. Strangely enough, they all seem to agree with this plan, and Tain becomes now chapter master of the Imperial Fists. He gets the Dorn Blade, or gets Dorn's Blade, I guess, handed to him by Issachar, the chapter master of the Excariators. His first order is to speak to the High Lords. They need political animals to speak to political animals. So he will first contact Fabricator General Kubik and Grandmaster Vangorich. Interesting aspect in this chapter, we don't really get to mention what happens to the Fist Exemplars. And if you think that's strange, well, let's see if that happens until the end of the book. Chapter 4. Ophidius System. Arx Meridia Telepathica Matrix. Remember I was talking about Fist Exemplars? We saw first Captain Zeberin standing on the Dentalion and looking over a destroyed planet. Apothecary Roach told him this is ill-advised. We get a huge disagreement between Zeberin, Roach, and another Space Marine. And we're getting into heretical levels of discussion about their alliance with the Iron Warriors. The other Space Marines didn't want to ally with them. Roach said it's for the better, but he still wanted to stand with his chapter master. Calcator then calls to tell them they need to repair their ship. It will take 3 hours to do that. The first captain wanted to relay a message to Terra, but the warsmith advised that it's not a good idea. Once the repairs were done, Calcator and his company would leave this joint operation. An unpleasant exchange later, and the communication stopped. The 3 Fist Exemplars prepared to leave to find an astropath in the Arx Meridiana of the system. The Arx was located near the star of the system. Now we jump to them entering the station, with a 5-man squad and finding it empty. Of course, this was an ambush. By humans. Inquisitorial stormtroopers, more exactly. At first, they didn't know what hit them, but once they got to cover and saw they were fighting humans, the first captain tried to make peace. The stormtroopers did not relent when asked for ceasefire, and the Inquisitor that led them spoke over Vox to Zeberin, and, basically called him a traitor. And, as you can imagine, they would not make peace. The Inquisitor ordered his men to destroy them, while Zeberin ordered his to kill them all. Same message, I guess. And they did so indeed. Not without losing the sergeant of the squad, but they killed the stormtroopers by the droves. Once they were done with one group, and the first captain sent a threatening message to the Inquisitor, they moved on. He sent a message also to his own ship, where he asked for 2 more squads. He deduced that the Inquisitor was keeping the astropaths away from them. The Fist exemplars get to the antechamber, where the Inquisitor and 3 witch breeds awaited for them. Things were not looking good for the Space Marines, excuse me. The witches were powerful, and the Fist exemplars didn't have psychers. The Inquisitor saw Zeberin dealing with the Iron Warriors, and even told him the Iron Warriors attacked the station before the Orcs did. When the Space Marines were going to burn up, thanks to one of the psychers, the ship started to collapse. The Space Marines locked themselves to whatever metal they could find, but the Inquisitor and his retinue disappeared into the void. That's what happens when a ship gets breached. Once that was dealt with, Zeberin and his men went back to their ship to avoid the same fate as the Inquisitor. When that was done, they got to their ship, they learned Orcs were inbound, and the Iron Warriors were leaving the system. Zeberin and his men, Darth Zeberin, only Zeberin, told his men to follow the Iron Warriors. So this alliance of heretics is not going to end just there. Chapter 5. Luna Somnus Citadel. A Thunderhawk was in the atmosphere of Luna, guided by the Inquisitorial ships, until it found a proper place to land. This once was the home of the Sisters of Silence, and now it was just a ruin. From the Thunderhawk came forth Tain and 2 of his men. The exocarriator that Tain defeated greeted him and told him the High Lords awaited. Because they rebuilt the Imperial Fist, remember? And now this guy was an Imperial Fist. By that he meant the two Tains summoned, Cubic and Vangorich, both of which waited for him with the sister commander of the Sisters of Silence. They greeted each other, exchanged a few words, and Tain asked them to go with him for a walk. They talk, of course, about the death of Courland and how the Imperium needs to act as a whole. Of course, Cubic asked if Courland of Vulkan could not get the support of all High Lords. How could he? And the answer was not to ask for it, but to take it. The sister said he won't be remembered well, but he argued that if they fail, well, no one will remember it anyway. Remember, the sister told him in sign speech because they don't speak. Cubic asked how he would defeat the beast. Vanguard said by cutting its head, but Tain corrected him that its heads, like a hydra. Remember this point. He had a plan of going back to Ullanor, the 3rd invasion of Ullanor. Their whole walk led them to a place guarded by the Sisters of Silence. What were they guarding? What do you imagine were they guarding? They were guarding Orcs. Psychers, to be more precise. The Orcs did not appreciate being in cages, so they snapped and tried to get out. Yep, the Weir boys didn't like it. Somehow they got their hands on Psychers. Vangorich was convinced of Tain's plan, which is exactly the same one Courland had, by the way. When asked what he would need, Tain answered everything. Cubic revealed that the Mechanicus weapon of displacing planetary objects, well, he just revealed it to them, they would need to strike at the Orcs with everything. Fun fact, the Sisters of Silence mentioned that one of the Orcs was given to them by the Soul Drinkers. The Soul Drinkers were lost at some point during the passing over of the Orcs. Nevertheless, maybe they got back, who knows. And anyway, the 2 High Lords agree with Tain's plan, because the 3rd time's the charm, apparently. Cubic wondered how would Tain get the rest of the High Lords to help him. But Vanguard smiled and told him to leave it to him. Chapter 6. Terra, Imperial Palace. We start with a description about how bad the war against the Orcs affected the Imperium and its population on Terra. But the Imperial Palace still stood. We go to Vangorich that was walking through a crowd to reach his seat in the Plaza de Camertata. The seat he wanted to take was already occupied by the Fabricator General, so he picked the next one. The other High Lords were on their way. Crew contacted him, and Vangorich noticed him dressed as a scribe, moving through the crowds. He was being tailed by an elusive ghost. The Grandmaster presumed it was an Inquisitor or agent. One servitor tried to put a listening device on him earlier, but but he noticed it and threw it on the tray of a servitor carrying wine. Once all lords were seated, a part of the plaza opened up. Everybody was impressed and then shocked, including the High Lords. But that would die out when, from the hall, a full chapter of Space Marines would come out. At first, the population cheered, but that turned to silence when they saw their High Lords remain silent. Vangerich smiled too, because in front of them, there was no other chapter than the Imperial Fists at full strength. The High Lords knew all from Ullanor, the death of Vulkan, the death of Courland, and yet here, standing in front of them, at full chapter strength, were the Imperial Fists, all in yellow. What they didn't know, but Vangerich and Kubik did know, was that the chapter was restored with members from the different successor chapters of the Fists, like they did last time. The chapter master walked to the High Lords on their podium, released his helmet, and showed them that he is Maximus Thane. Of course, the High Admiral and Lord Commander Militant jumped to chastise him, but Thane was above them. He turned and the High Lords took their seats, by way of the podium shaking when Thane moved. Some of the lords used their chairs as covers when they saw the chapter master go to the podium. Vanquish knew that if the lords did anything stupid, things would end badly. Thane started his speech, which can be resumed to a metaphor, the Imperium resisting everything until now, and another call to attack Ullanor. The crowd from the plaza cheered on. Some High Lords tried to protest, but the cheers drowned them. Kubik and Vangerich went to join Thane. Lansung and Abel, the name of the Lord Commander Militant, Abel Veralt, took their leave. Thane was watching the lords and nodded to Vangerich. The Grand Master left after them. While the two High Lords were walking in the corridor, Vangerich and Breest greeted them, one from the front and one from the back. The High Lord exchanged words, and Abel told Vangerich to stop his men, or his men will put him down. Vangerich told him he should not worry about his men. Vangerich told him he should worry more about his own men. The men of the Admiral and those of the Lord Militant shot each other, apparently. Who started it, nobody knows. When the two High Lords saw their dead men on the ground, they wanted to grab their last rifles there. But Vangerich gave the order to rise, and two men got up, unwounded. One dressed as the Admiral's guard, and one as the Lord Commander's militant guard. Oh boy. Both men transformed, for you see they were members of the Kalidus temple. The High Lords found this disgusting. What was more disgusting, and left them scarred, was that when the two assassins turned, they turned into them. A sign Vangerich could replace them at any moment. Their death would weigh little on his conscience. In the end, the two High Lords agreed to help Thane and support his plan. The other option was death, so you can imagine which one they liked more. Vangerich still dangled this possibility over their heads. Should they spare a single resource unused for this third invasion of Ullanor? Chapter 7, Ullanor Sector, 44 Tosa. I'll be just referring it to the 44 at some point, so... Okay. Thane was on the 44 Tosa. The 44 is an hollow asteroid. This would be the new staging point of the invasion. The Imperial Fist chapter was there with August. August is that Mechanicus priest guy that was on Ardamantua way back in Book 2. And he was in charge of the gravity project that this Adeptus Mechanicus were working on. Okay, good. The asteroid was cast out from its belt and sent directly towards Ullanor. Following it were the remnants of Battlefleet Solar, the Phalanx, and another ship. With Thane, there were the Sisters of Battle with the Orc Psychers. Alongside the fleet, the Phalanx and the Battlefleet Solar, we also have the Mechanicus ship led by the same Magos Dominus from the last two invasions. Astra Militarum regiments, we also have Vined and the Death Watch. Let's not forget the Navy gave everything they had. The Arbites even sent some ships with their troops there. And even the Ministormu, the Ecclesiarchy, contributed with transporters that were filled with Frateris militia on them. Hell, even Vangerich contributed with assassins. A who's who of armies and stellar commanders. The sister commander tells Stain that the orcs are storing energies from the orcs around the sector, which would normally be good, but to a point, as you can expect. Nevertheless, she promised they would not fail him. Tyker comes to Tain. Remember the guy that he defeated in the Feast of Blades? Now he was a standard bearer of the chapter and part of Tain's honor guard. Okay. The Epistory wanted to talk to him, and Tyker came to tell him that. When they reached him, he had a message from the Chief Librarian. The Chief Librarian told him one of their vessels got reinforcements, which was good, but that was like the only good news that he had. Many ships are slowed down, others are fighting orcs. Some have been destroyed with many, including the one of the High Marshal, well, they have lost contact with, and they're not really sure about it, and what happened. One ship wanted to pursue some orcs, but Tain denied them. They needed all the force they could bring to strike at the orcs. Chapter 8, the 44 again. We get some description about how orcs turned humans to their ranks. Tain and Tykor discuss about the source of the problem. And Tain mentions how this all happened, and will happen because they were not vigilant enough. While the men in the asteroid were safe and undetected by the orcs, the same could not be said about the ships. The orcs didn't waste a minute of going in and attacking them. The 44 was joined in its course to Ullanor by other asteroids that August made work and move. A sight that was as impressive as it was dangerous for the orcs. But soon enough, they were getting close to Ullanor and their destination, Gorkograd and the Palace of the Beast. Tain gives everyone orders and gives a speech to his men, and they enter the atmosphere. The asteroid was designed as much as possible so that it wouldn't break on impact, and to keep the men inside safe. But still, entering a planet was a dangerous task. The other orcs crashed about them, because, they're asteroids. The other asteroids crashed about them, destroying either ships, infrastructures, or something else. Once they made impact, all the power in the asteroid went down. Tain recovered from that, and so too did most of his men, with the exception of a few that died and some that were injured but could still fight. Tain knew this would happen. It was a dangerous plan to begin with. During the impact, one orc escaped but got quickly subdued by Tykor, beating it into unconsciousness. After that, they were able to make contact with the ships in orbit. More importantly, to the phalanx that followed the asteroid. The void wasn't looking good for the forces of the Imperium. Battle was raging like crazy and many ships were lost. To make matters worse, the asteroid missed its mark by 7 kilometers. And now orcs were coming out and going for them. Nevertheless, they had to act fast. The Imperial Fists were going to war. Chapter 9, Ullanor, Ground Zero. Tain stood among the rubble of the asteroid, waiting for the Thunderhawks to unload the land raiders in bikes. The Centurion assault squads were marching. They would be the vanguard of this operation. The High Chaplain was awakening. Yes, he was in a dreadnought. The chaplain didn't seem to know or really care where he was or that he was now an Imperial Fist. He just asked where, and Tain responded everywhere. In the horizon, orcs were coming for them. Tain and the chaplain dreadnought exchanged a few words about, boxing and how that's like the speciality of the Fist exemplars. The Death Watch squads would land somewhere close to their position as the rest of the reinforcements on the ground. But it would in like 2 minutes. Everybody would land in like 2 minutes near the Imperial Fist, but it would also take the Orc Horde the same length of time to reach them. Tykor and the chaplain wanted to attack, but Tain told them to stand their ground. This would last for a few before Thane gave the order to the Sisters of Battle. They were going to use one of the orc psychers to stop the horde. You can imagine how this is bad. And it worked. The orcs' heads started to blow off, and the transport ships dropped. Thane gave his order and the Imperial Fist marched towards their target. The Militarum and Mechanicus troops had a hard time on the ground. The orcs were everywhere. Thane knew this would happen, as he got the reports. The odds were stacked against him and his men, but as bad as things were on the ground, in the void, things were much worse. The Fists marched on, but they found themselves surrounded by orcs, minefields, and artillery. Now, the orcs are not the same that attacked them, because these orcs came from random tunnels in the ground. A surprise attack, an ambush, if you might say that. Many would die in the assault. Thane told the phalanx to shoot everything it has on the palace. A few deaths later, because of course, the phalanx would do that. But there was no time to enjoy it, because the ground under the Fist started to tremble, and it collapsed. And then Thane saw only darkness before him. When Thane got up, many of his brothers were dead, alongside one of the orc psychers. Now only one remained. It's a repeat of the last situation. But this tragedy wasn't that bad, because after some careful inspection, they were now in the tunnels that led to the Palace of the Beast. We learned the Black Templars got into the system and have reinforced the phalanx and the rest of the ships. Thane gives a speech, of course, because he's kind of keen on giving them lately. Nevertheless. And we move to Chapter 10, Ullanor, Gorkogrod. Thane and his men were going through the tunnels. Above, the rest of the army was fighting the orcs. The tunnels had only a few feral orcs in them, and the wretched space goblin kin of the orcs, because I can never manage to write it as wretched. They didn't waste their ammunition on them, but they knew the wretched would bring news to their bigger cousins. They would walk until they found a group of orcs that, from what can be deduced, were veterans of their kind, filled with scars and battle marks, but still alive and vicious. The Imperial Fists became like the orcs, all of them fighting on instincts rather than anything else. The battle would rage for hours as more orcs came and Thane and his forces advanced, until at some point, Thane and his men found themselves in the throne room. Lucky, I guess. Thane challenged the beast, and the monster that had killed Vulkan and Kurlan came forth, and looked amused at them. The Fist shot everything they had at the beast, but, unsurprisingly, nothing worked. The orc came close and tried to squash Thane with his fist, but he got saved by Tyker, who pushed him out of the way. Tyker disappeared under the orc's fist, and what was left behind him was a pool of blood. Thane ordered again, and as you can imagine, the fists threw everything they had at the beast. But those that came in melee got squashed or tore apart. The Centurion's armor got punched into pieces. The High Chaplain got a foot put right through him, which isn't that pleasant. The Sisters of Silence got killed with only one remaining alive to keep the Psyker in check. They got pushed kinda hard and they got yeeted. The beast came for Thane again and almost squashed him in his hands, but not before Thane used, of course, his missile storm thing and blew up the ceiling on the beast. The beast was not that impressed with all the rubble on him, and put his hands on Thane. Thane used his sword, the sword of Sebastus, Dorn's blade, to stab the beast in his palm, which was annoying, but that gave him the opening to stab the beast right through its eye. And after a last squish, the beast dropped him. On the other side, remember there's another Sister of Battle that was fighting to keep an orc psyker in check, and it was kind of a hard fight for her. But at some point she looked at Thane and kind of realized that she needed to do it. They need to unleash the orc right now. And so she pulled out her blade, put it through her stomach, and pushed. As the light was fading from her eyes, the orc head started, of course, to smear, and arcs of energy started to appear around his head. Until, at some point, it went pop. It just blew off. And so powerful was this attack for some reason, it managed to even subdue the great beast that Thane was fighting. Quite frankly, the beast lost his head and he ignored the pain in his eye and his palm, and once his head blew off, then so followed the rest of the heads of the orcs on Ullanor. On the Vox, everybody was cheering, and their cheers grew louder and louder, but Thane could feel nothing. He went to the body of the Sister of Silence, kneeled right next to her, and now he could feel the pain. Let's ignore the little fact that this apparently didn't work that well when Courland did it. And supposedly they had more men back then, but sure. Chapter 11, Terra Imperial Palace. This whole chapter is Vangorich looking back at the Imperium. How the Emperor let things slip out of his hands. How the Primarchs almost doomed the entire Imperium. And here are the High Lords of Terra, doing the same. He thought that Vulkan's condemnation was proper, and that what Courland did with Messring was good. Vangorich was next to the statues of the Primarchs, and he observed that Courland looked almost identical to his gene-sire. In the end, Vangorich decided that things were gonna get darker, and a fate like the beast would come again if the Imperium was not prepared. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one. I've lost my original recipe for the beheading, so we'll just be reading the summary from, what's it again? Yeah, from Wiki, because why not? The coup. Following the disastrous events of the War of the Beast, a campaign against the largest orc war since the time of the Great Crusade, led by the mysterious green-skinned warlord known only as the Beast, the Imperium had been left a shattered and ruined interstellar empire. Following the successful eradication of the massive greenskin invasion force and the defeat of the Beast, the Lord Commander of the Imperium, Maximus Thane, the former chapter master of the Fist Exemplar, now the newly appointed master of the reconstructed Imperial Fists, decreed that the Imperium would raise as many chapters of Astartes as it had gene seed in the great vaults of Terra to sustain. All chapters of the Adeptus Astartes were ordered to release a portion of their veterans to provide the initial basis for this founding, the greatest since the first founding of the original 20 Space Marines legions. The gene seed tithing was doubled for the next standard century to replenish the vaults. When it was done, there would be hundreds of chapters to ring in the Imperium in adamantium and ceramite, instead of only dozens. The Lord Commander also decreed that the Imperial Fists would no longer garrison the Throneworld of Terra, as they would become instead a crusading, fleet-based chapter to bring their strength and Thane's authority as Lord Commander of the Imperium to the beleaguered worlds of Imperial space, to free them from alien tyranny and speed their reconstruction. Knowing that this labor would be long and that he might never see the throne world again, Thane invested the Grand Master of Assassins, Drakan Vangorich, as the Lord Protector of the Imperium, to be his personal representative and act as his voice and his hand, to be heeded and treated with as if Thane were present himself. To allay the High Lord's misgivings, he reminded them that the threat of his return would be enough to ensure Vangorich's good behavior. And now we go to Vangorich's fall, which was dumb in the books. Following the departure of the Imperial Fists from Terra, Vangorich was left to oversee the reconstruction efforts of the Imperium and act as Thane's voice in the Council of the Senatorum Imperialis. But over the course of the War of the Beast, Vangorich had grown contemptuous of the political machinations and squabblings of the fractious High Lords during the conflict. But he remained committed, at first, to do his best to work with them in the rebuilding of the shattered Imperium. However, Thane had warned Vangarich of Fabricator General Kublik and his self-interest. Eventually, Vangarich discovered the full extent of the Fabricator General's plans. The head of the Adeptus Mechanicus had utilized matter displacement technology plundered from the Greenskins' attack moons to secretly teleport the Orc capital city of the world of Ullanor, Gorkogrod, aboard the immense Adeptus Mechanicus vessel, Arch Majesty, instead of carrying out an exterminatus on Ullanor as Chapter Master Thane had demanded. Kublik was intent on plundering the Greenskins for every scrap of their advanced technology. Enraged by Kublik's deception, Vangarich decided to act. The Grand Master of the Assassins understood that the Officio Assassinorum was a tool to be used to check the follies of empires. The follies of empire, sure. He knew what it could do, and what an abuse of power it could be to use as the Emperor intended it to be used. That is why he had avoided acting. Until now. Vangarich came to the conclusion that the squabbling rabble in the Senatorum Imperialis were irredeemable. They had done nothing for 1,000 standard years but stuff their greedy faces with the wealth of the Imperium. Vangarich saw no other choice but to act, for the Imperium had become corrupt from within. The dead would need it to be disposed of, and the new given a chance to germinate. Striking swiftly, Vangarich ordered the death of the High 12, which was carried out in a single solar day. Only Vinyad, the Joint Inquisitorial representative, was spared, as Vangarich harbored romantic feelings towards the female Inquisitor. Thus, in 546 of the 32nd millennium, the Byzantine politics of the Imperium of Man took a calamitous turn when the High Lords of Terra were all assassinated. This lamentable event came to be known as the Beheading. Vangarich moved swiftly in the chaotic aftermath to install new High Lords of his choosing, who acted as puppets Senatorum Imperialis, for the Lord Protector to do it as he willed. Though he did not say as much, Vangarich believed that the acting Lord Commander of the Imperium had more or less given unspoken permission to his Lord Protector to remove the chaff from the wheat. Whilst out on his Imperial crusade, Thane received reports of what Vangarich had done, but did not move against him, as he decided to let the Lord Protector lead the newly installed Senatorum Imperialis and rule the Imperium effectively for once. Vangarich would go on to govern the Imperium for nearly a standard century. Though he eventually became a tyrant, he was an effective one, and oversaw the reconstruction and refortification of Terra and the Imperium, the rebuilding of Imperial military forces, as well as the fourth founding of the Adeptus Astartes, as Thane had wished. However, after nearly 18 Terran years of rule, the Lord Protector had begun to display a variety of troubling behaviors and uncontrolled paranoia. Seeing enemies everywhere, he called for unnecessary purges and massacres across the Adeptus Terra, which only seemed to grow in numbers on a daily basis. Receiving troubling reports from aboard about the Lord Protector's growing instability, Maximus Thane decided that the Imperial Fist would return to Terra to remove the troublesome Vangarich. When the Imperial Fist Crusade fleet finally arrived back at Terra, 400 Space Marines were dispatched to the capital world's surface, a company each from two of the newly founded chapters, the Hollow Brethren and the Sable Swords, as well as 200 Imperial Fists of the 1st, 4th, and 5th companies, took part in the efforts to remove Vangarich from power. This doesn't make any sense, but I'm not gonna question it. The commander of the strike force, Kubelicus Amar, chapter master of the Sable Swords, was assassinated by a Vindicar assassin's bullet soon after making planetfall. Seeing no other choice, the remaining Space Marines commenced their attack nevertheless. Assailed by hundreds of assassins, the Space Marines lost half of their numbers, securing the Imperial Palace from the agents of the Officio Assassinorum. Confronting the Inquisitorial representative, the elderly Vinyad, she convinced Thane of her loyalty and gave the chapter master the necessary intelligence he needed in order to find and removed the mad tyrant Vangorich from power. The Grand Master of Assassins had taken refuge in the Eversor Temple at Terra's North Pole. Moving the Retribution force there at once, the Astartes proceeded with their attack. Within the Eversor Temple, the Space Marines were assailed by hundreds of Eversor assassins. Only Maximus Thane managed to survive, to reach the Grand Master, and finally deliver the Emperor's judgment personally with his bolt pistol. In the aftermath of Vangorich's fall, the Imperium would proceed to descend into a period of political anarchy for some time. Resolution. This sorry situation would last for almost 2 more solar decades, until Chapter Master Agatio of the Ultramarines gathered the support of his fellow Chapter Masters from all over the galaxy, and combined an armada of over 50 chapters of Space Marines descended upon Terra for the first time since the end of the Horus Heresy. Agancio provided the warring factions of the Throneworld with an ultimatum to either cease fighting and form a unified government immediately, or be purged as heretics. The factions, unable to withstand the military might of the equivalent of an entire Space Marine legion of old, quickly fell into line. The Astartes attended a closed session of the Senatorum Imperialis, and when they emerged, a new council of High Lords of Terra had been elected, and order was soon restored at the heart of the Imperium. This Wikipedia article jumps over most of the important details of Vangorich asking Thane if he, what was it again? If he knows or wants to know what were the last words of the Night Hunter Conrad Kurz. It disregards completely the death of Slenderman, or as we also know him, Lord Inquisitor Veritus. Excuse me when I say Slenderman, I mean Cinderman. Sure, whatever. Since we're here and we're done with The Beast Arises, let's go into a little review. The series is interesting. It tried to capture the lightning in the bottle that was the Horus Heresy, but it kind of failed so. And it's not really, I think, the fault of the series, because the story it wants to tell is interesting, but it's the fact of how things evolve. The books make sense until a certain point when it just feels that the story is getting rushed. Let's not speak about Vangorich's descent into madness. Anybody who says the story of The Beast Arises about how ultimate power corrupts ultimately or something like that, it's not about that. The whole war, the whole series was about defeating the orcs, defeating the beast. This thing they just made because they apparently already written by that point Vangorich as a madman, and because of that they couldn't really try and redeem him and come up with a better idea. Fine. Sure, whatever. It just feels that they went into such a rush mode with it that it just ruins the whole story that was before. There are some books that, in my opinion, are good. I like The Hunt for Vulkan. I like I Am Slaughter. I hate the fact that Kurland isn't called Slaughter for most of the books. It's just Kurland, but whatever. But still, as good as some of them are, just doesn't work with a rushed ending. And that's the funny part. This whole series is ruined thanks to the last 2 or 3 books. That's what kills it. In fact, I dare say it's after the death of Kurland in The Last Son of Dorn that the book series just goes into the pit, into the abyss, into the void. There's nothing redeemable at it after Kurland dies, and they just decide they have to end this as soon as possible. It ruins the whole series, and the series could be saved. In fact, given time to expand on Thane's whole thing, that was just 2 books, and give the fall of Vangorich more time, or even really redeem him and present him as a man that went into history as a tyrant and so on, for the sake of the Imperium, which, by the way, would make more sense seeing how Vangorich acts during the rest of the book series. It could work, but at this point, it tried to be the Horus Heresy. It failed to be the Horus Heresy. It could have been a good series, but they failed it ultimately just to end it quicker. And I think that is horrible, and I do not agree with that. Anyway, this has been the full Beast Arises series. Summary and review. Funny. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you in the next one.